and saying something like, well, how much light is it emitting, given some type of like standard measurement, right? And that's like a different question because there's already a dichotomy there, especially that like the light is on or off, right? Then you have a separate separate measurement that is either true or false as well, and that's like how much light is emitting.
Wait, hold on.
No, the question of where does it go?
So when I say, is it all the way on?
Metaphysically, IO, but like that's like further down the line.
No, it's not metaphysical. It's literally quantum physics. You can demonstrate this in a lab. Superposition this thing. Sorry,
wait. I just wanted to demonstrate exactly what the point was because I was quiet while A-Walk was speaking right there. I said all the way on or all the way off. In the question, it was meant to make him think about what I'm saying to him when it's the exact same dimensions that he's using. It's a dichotomy.
It's not the same.
I've never heard of a light.
It's not the same dimensions, bro.
Brother, all the way on and all the way off.
It's like saying something like this, right? Like we can say something that.
Give me the.
No, like we can say something like okay, either X emits the light or not, right? Now,
but the question doesn't allow you to go to that third option, A-Walk.
Hold on. There's like a qualitative analysis, right, about like how much light is producing, which is a different measurement. And the point that we're saying is that
oh my gosh, this is horrible. He still thinks I was making a different point.
No, but when you switch the scopes and the predicates, you're not talking about the same subject anymore, right? You're not talking
all
about how
the way
fast
on.
objects.
All the way on.
So what's the wait? Let's answer. What's the question? What's the question?
Right. The lights, the dial, right? All the way on, all the way off is the dichotomy that you keep on presenting with light on, light off.
Okay, so you asking me if the light is all the way on or all the way off?
I just wanted to demonstrate how bad you guys' arguments are. You guys are arguing when I'm saying the exact same thing. You can't even see what I'm doing to you right now, bro. I'm saying what you're saying and you're disagreeing with it. Why?
You're not saying that. And two people tell you you're not saying that.
Hold on. Light on, light off. Light all the way on, light all the way off.
Dude,
how is that not the same thing?
All the way stuff is what's doubling it up, right? Like it's something all the way.
Brother, you're either on or off, bro. What is going on?
We're talking about like
nuance of belief.
I mean, Steven.
Samoa, your question is, repeat the question again with the dial.
Brother,
you said the dial.
Yes.
Let's just repeat the question.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Is the light all the way on or all the way off?
And it has a dial on it, right?
Yeah, but look.
There's only two options. It's only two options, right?
Yes.
So it's either the case that it's on. Yeah, it's either the case that it's on or off, right?
Yeah.
So why put all the way on and all? Why put that in there?
To demonstrate. Wait, hold on, A-Walk. Hold on, A-Walk.
Economy in there.
Hold on.
Such that like
exactly.
measurements.
A-Walk.
The different measurements. It's either true. Okay, thank you, dumbass. In specific measurements, it's either the case that it is or isn't that measurement, right? So there is a true dichotomy, even within the supplemental like gradients of like a fucking like scale, right? But the point I'm talking about is like the thing I think Nathan's trying to point out to you is that like it's not like something all the way exists or doesn't all the way exist, right? And when it comes down to existential quantifiers, a true dichotomy always holds, right? In every instance, right? Now, if we're talking about qualitative analysis, we can have individual propositions that are indexed towards a specific like measurement, and those propositions are either true or false as well. So you're not really getting out of like the kind of conundrum. Well, can you understand what I said to you?
Oh yeah, bro, I do. All right, so real quick, Nathan.
Wait some more. Can you steel man him right quick?
Just give me what I said.
Who cares? Listen.
Come on.
Hold on. Who cares? So let's just look at what you just asked me, right? You got a light switch. It's either up or down, on or off, right? This is the dichotomy that you keep on representing. You got a dial.
Yes, it's the light. Yeah, and I'm talking about the lights. The lights being on or off.
Right. And now you got a dial. It's all the way on or it's all the way off. The lights are still going to be off or on. Yes or no?
Yes.
And this is how stupid.
Did you even listen to what A-Walk just said?
Bro, I just did.
He's not indexing.
No, hold on real quick, bro. The problem with what he's doing is he's trying to get a third option of what varies in between these 2 points. That's what he's trying to argue right now. I'm making sure that you and I are still stuck on the binary that I was pointing out earlier. The lights either
all the way on. There's no third option.
Yeah, and what you and I are talking about, because I implemented the dial, now AWOC is saying, hold on, let's have a further conversation.
Oh my
It's more complex than that.
Nathan, this is such a
it's
bad
more
argument.
complicated.
I don't know why you got people around that just make these bad arguments every day. Let me see what else.
And the only reason why it's bad is because I made Nathan's argument. Hold on real quick, just like a demonstrator. I made Nathan's argument.
So good, but now you just have people that make bad arguments in trouble. Okay.
Oh, come on, bro. So I made Nathan's argument, and AWOC wants to be so argumentative that now he's arguing Inkin's position.
Wait, no, I'm not. I don't think. Wait, how am I arguing Inkin's position?
No, because I just added the dial. Now it's not a one or two.
Wait, do you think I'm arguing your position? Do you think that's a good characterization?
No, I think that all you're backing off on. Well, I don't think you ever were on the same train that Mike was. I think what you're trying to say is like the dichotomy. Like you can have dichotomies. No one denies the ability of like dichotomies being true dichotomies. There can always be true dichotomies, right? And you introduce like a third option that it's no longer a dichotomy. Like all that you're basically.
There's no third option in the dichotomy.
No. Wait, let him finish. He's saying I introduced another option that allows the dichotomy to hold.
Okay,
so I'm saying like you're saying that hey, there's two dichotomies with Samoa, right? And so what you're doing this is like you're adding things to it, so that like this is no longer a dichotomy, right? So like all that you're saying is like, okay, is there God or is not a God? It's a dichotomy, right? There's no dimmer in this question of there's a God or there's not a God, right?
Yeah, especially when it comes to essential things, right?
Yeah.
I exist or doesn't exist.
Yeah. Where I think you agree with me, or you try to separate yourself from Mike, is the fact that this is not a true dichotomy when it comes to the beliefs that people hold, right? It's not that either they believe in God or they do not believe in God, and I'm okay with that. Like that's the state that I believe that I'm in, right? And the only way that you can get me to go with one is by forcing a false dichotomy, right? By trying to exclude the third option, which I belong to. Yeah, and that's why, like, you see,
that's the point I'm making right now, right? So Mike, Nathan, hold on, Mike and Nathan are holding to the dichotomy, right?
Yo, let him finish, Samoa, because he's like, just wait, there's one more.
No, he just made the point. What the hell's wrong with y'all? He just made his point.
Let Inkin finish.
All right, go ahead, Inkin. Let's go ahead and start from the beginning.
No disrespect, finish.
No.
And it's freaking stupid, bro. He was gonna repeat himself again.
All that Samoa is saying is all that Samoa is saying, like this. I think he's trying to say, hey, this question is like better. It's not this dichotomy of like you believe in God or you not believe in God. There's like a dimmer in this situation, right? Where this is not a dichotomy, where you can be in between the varying levels of this. So when Nathan's asking me this question of this, a better way to phrase a more accurate representation, it would like render like certain values in reality, would be posing the question with a dimmer rather than the dichotomy, because that's a false dichotomy. And so whatever answer you get out of that will be untrue.
Thank you, Inkin.
I'm pushing back. No, but I'm pushing back against the dimmer thing, because I'm saying even in the case of the dimmer switch, there are true dichotomies and propositions about those statements, right? Like, and then at the same time, like he's not really defeating the idea that dichotomies are like false or something like that. He's just like asking a weirdly ordered predicate question, right? Doesn't really index his propositions properly, right? What I'm saying is like the reason why the true dichotomy exists in the instance of like the existential question is because something either exists or doesn't exist. But like your belief states, right, aren't dichotomous in that way. Like you're able to like abstain from having a belief in something in such a way that like it's fine to have it's fine to not take the choice. And now the thing is though about that belief, the belief is either true or false, right? But you just don't have a position on it. Right? It's not like when Samoa raises that, he's debunking true dichotomies in reality. He's just pointing to the fact that people don't have to believe in something like that, right? So the dimmer switch question isn't really doing the work he thinks he's doing hypothetically, right? Because we can answer those things with true dichotomies.
All right, real quick, right? So if I add the dial to the situation, a person who's arguing from Nathan or Mike's perspective is going to phrase it as all the way on or all the way off. There's no middle, bro. For them, there's no middle. There's nothing else that exists between point A and point B.
For existential propositions, yes, that's the case.
Right, and the point I was making is even if I add the dial, they're still going to deny the fact that I'm agreeing with their position at that point in time. The dial doesn't make any sense because he's blinded by whatever.
No, it's like
come on,
they have a different argument. Their argument is something like, okay, agents don't abstain from making choices, right? They think that an agent, when they have a proposition presented to them, has some type of intuition or some type of innate state that leads them towards the proposition or against it in such a way they're not really necessarily abstaining from the question, right? And they have a different kind of like philosophy of mind about that stuff, right? You have to debunk those arguments. not just like raise a stupid dial code.
Whatever, bro. That is so weird. I just demonstrated how Nathan didn't know what the hell he's talking about. I added the dial there. He said, I don't even want to address the dial. But we all know the dial exists.
Right, no, that's the problem. No, but Nathan's point is the dial doesn't exist in his like philosophy of mind.
Right, because it's a light switch.
Yeah, either like he's like I said before, he takes a position where like agents can't abstain from belief states like that. They have intuitions or innate like things that push them one way or the other necessarily. And I think that's what King was trying to say too.
No, King was on the side of it's us versus you. A lot of people are on that side.
Do you have like an argument from philosophy of mind about those arguments, or are you gonna like just reaffirm your belief? Like
no,
the point here is that you have to
have
an argument.
Wait, hold on. So this all started about the structure of debate, and some people just don't care about persuading arguments. They're saying, hey, it's either I win or I win or you win. There's nothing in the middle. So then Lincoln stands up and says, hey, I'm an agnostic. One side's going to say, no, you're not. You're a fucking theist. The other side's going to say, no, you're not. You're a fucking atheist. So now he no longer exists, and that's the only point that we were making. They had the back and forth, and that was the point of their back and forth, Mike and Lincoln.
Well, I'm like, what doesn't exist? Incan doesn't exist, or what?
Yes, Incan doesn't exist here. Yeah, he's either going to be an atheist or he's a theist, depending on who's looking at him.
Yeah, that's fine. Like, look, but the point is that, like, look, if you disagree with Nathan's like whole like philosophy of mind stuff, and like everyone else's, you have to give an argument.
Yeah, Incan gave the argument. Yeah, Incan gave the argument.
Incan is saying something like, look, I think there are third grounds that you can take. Like, I have to abstain from believing in it, right? But that's just him restating his position, right? It's not an argument.
No. So, have you been there for a while, bro? Like, he offered his argument when they were going back and forth.
Just ingenuous.
No. Like, that's
bro, there's some things that are convincing and there's some things that are not convincing.
He can speak for himself, you know?
Right. Well, he's asking me to like validate that argument, like to validate the argument there is a third option, right? So like I'm making the claim that there's a third option, right?
Right.
It should be like.
Well,
yeah,
he's asking me.
And so like I kind of like I see where Awok's coming from. Like so Awok is kind of
I know what he's talking about. I'm saying that what he's talking about is exactly what took place.
Point though.
Wait, what?
I don't know, bro. That's just Jacobus.
Nah, finish your point, AJ. Keep cutting you off.
No. That's all I was gonna say. He, like today, Awok is just asking me to validate my point. There's like, well, like if you do believe there's a third option, right? And it's like, well, can you validate it, right? And so my answer would be something along the lines of like, you don't have to have a dichotomy in your belief system. It can be the case that you may have certain intuitions or believe in God and intuitions that you don't have believing in God, right?
Yeah.
So you can judge and you can judge those intuitions to be like, how accurate do you think your representation of them given past experiences? So I can point out to experiences where my intuition has failed me and has gone against what is real and that I'm conscious of it, and therefore I don't see these intuitions as like reasoning of why I should believe on something more just because I have an intuition about it, right? So that's like how the dialogue
you don't take intuitions as justifiers, right? I mean, like I'm not worried. But my point here wasn't like to harp on your point, right? Like I don't really have a structural issue with you being like some type of like you don't take intuitions to be justifiers, right? You know, even though like I personally do in some instances. My point here is that Samoa, when he presents the little dial thing, right? Like he's not giving an argument that motivates like Nathan's position to be wrong, right? He's just assuming his position when he does that. He needs to present an argument that says, okay, premise one, like something like, you know, a third position exists if X is true. Then say something like X is true given some type of like third argument, right? And then we can have like an agree with Samoa, right? Isn't it going to be like, here's a
I'm not offering an argument. I'm showing you how bad
shut up, retarded. No, you're being bad faith when you do this. He doesn't give us some stupid ass position that just restates his claim without another justifier. But that's what I'm pushing back against.
Hold on, what was my claim?
Well, your point is that the dial proves that there is like a third state.
No.
It doesn't.
No. What I'm saying is that if the dial is implemented, regardless on how anybody else uses, Nathan's going to take the position that it's all the way on or all the way off, because that dichotomy has to exist.
Wait, what was the point of your question then?
To show him that regardless on what I'm saying, he's going to disregard.
Right? It's supposed to like intuition pump up.
Hold on, bro. I clearly said what I was demonstrated was to say the exact same thing that he believes in, and he's going to question it because who's arguing the point, not the actual.
Yeah, it was a rhetorical move to show that give an intuition that his point is wrong. But the point I'm saying for here is that, like,
no,
that's not an
argument. Wrong
argument.
that he's wrong, bro. What's wrong with you?
Yeah. Wait, hold on. Yeah, that's the same thing. They're doing the same work in the conversation here. My point here is that that's not an argument.
Maybe you can just think about what I'm saying.
That's not. No, I am thinking about what you're saying. That's not an argument to show that there's a third option, right? At most, you're smuggling in the idea.
I'm not making an argument that there's a third option.
At most, you're just assuming your position again when you ask that question, right? And when I give you some type of articulation that shows that one can answer that question by maintaining dichotomies given individual sectors in that gradient, right? You just don't engage with it, right?
Do you even know what my claim was? What was my claim?
Look. You keep asking me questions again, but I think I've done
because
a really
you're
good job.
assuming that I made a claim, dumb.
I think I've done a really good job at articulating like what's going on here.
I've been talking about
I think people who are here are going to understand what I'm saying.
Now look at this. Look at them. Cop and a plea, bro. Cop and a plea. I was only talking about Inkin's claim. I haven't stated a claim. If you want me to offer my claim, I can make a claim. But I haven't offered a claim. I just showed you how a person who's emotionally tied to their position, a person who's emotionally tied to their position will argue it even if you're saying the same thing. I said that's what I'm demonstrating at that point. So when you say, well, you're not even framing an argument.
Wait,
yeah,
is that not a claim?
Oh my gosh.
That is the claim.
See, it seems like that was
not an argument, dumb.
Yeah, I know. That's my point. No, that's my point is that you never gave an argument for your claim. Instead, you just restated your claim again and smuggled in like a loaded analogy.
Do you hear this, bro?
Bro.
I'm listening to Nathan's position, Mike's position. I'm listening to Inkin's position. What I said was, watch this. I'm going to go ahead and add a dial to the equation, say the exact same thing Nathan is going to say, and Nathan's going to say no. Okay? And that's what happened.
Nathan didn't say that stupid shit.
Come on, bro. Stupid stuff, bro. You switch the language just a little bit, but you have the same conclusion, and people who are all in the mix of the means are going to argue you down. Why the dial isn't appropriate. It doesn't fucking matter, bro. It's either on or off. That's the binary.
This conversation is still about God.
Nah, well, he's saying it's inconsequential to the whole premise. So throw this nigga argument out. It's doodle.
All right, that is Jacobus. What's up, brother?
Well, I mean, let's say take him seriously, Jacobus, and like let's pretend he's not like a retard like he is, right? If it is consequential, he should be able to
Hey, you know, people normally listen before they start talking. That's what they normally do.
Like if it's something inconsequential, how about you cash it out logically for us and say you're provide an argument?
Right. Original line of argument. Agnostics don't actually exist. They're either going to claim to be that they're actual atheists. That was the original line of attack.
Yeah, okay. Next, right?
Okay, there you go. Right. The other side says, and this is Inkin, there's a third option.
Do you know what an argument is?
Hold on. There's a third option. This is Inkin's argument. Hold on. This is Inkin's premise, right? So Inkin's premise is, no, hold on, there's a third option here. I should exist in this discussion. His argument, I have been convinced a little bit on this side, I've been convinced a little bit on this side, and I'm not convinced totally to move left or right. The opposition, no, you motherfucker, you're one or the other, there's nothing else that exists. So what is the problem, bro? You guys are a freaking idiot, bro. Like, who are you talking about, man?
But
I'm just pointing out that some people, hold on, bro.
They provided further justification, and
that's fine, but I just want to make sure that you understand what I was saying. I was saying that the reason why chillism, right, because you weren't here, bro. Yeah, you weren't here. So I just wanted to draw a distinction between the White Belt Wrestling Federation, the type of conversations that happen there are going to happen.
Can you tell me, where's the part where you
demonstrate
why it's logically
relevant? Hold on, bro. So I just wanted to demonstrate how there's a difference between how we define a debate in chillism and in the White Belt Wrestling Federation. You're going to go to 3D and 4D over there, you're gonna stay in 2D over here. That's how that works. Okay?
So I didn't know there was two different groups. So thank you for letting me know.
Stupid, bro. Oh yeah, all day.
Did anyone hear him answer my question about why the thing isn't logically relevant and that the little gibberish or no? I mean, I'm serious. Like I listened, I didn't hear it.
Damn, bro, put your hands back in your pocket. Shit. Embarrassing.
Dude, take your hand off your dick and answer a question properly for once.
Hey, yo, pause.
Wow. Who's thinking about dick today?
Right.
Well, like, I guess my question is like, Nathan, like they stuff like.
Bro, he wants to branch off the main line to start a new conversation to hide the fact that he was lost in the first place, bro.
Hey, James, I wanted to have a powwow with you earlier before I left, and my thing was, so.
That's crazy. Go ahead.
Well,
powwow. We can talk about it after this.
Well, I mean, I don't take words and dissect. I don't dissect words, but when I was saying powwow, I was a quick one-on-one with you, bro.
No, I'm joking. I'm joking, man. I don't get offended like that. So.
That's fine, but you get these people that back you up and say dumb shit out of their mouth. So what I wanted to get with you on was I really wanted to understand you on certain levels. If I'm getting it right, you believe that there is some type of spiritual force, a higher force above you, but then on the other hand, you don't believe it's the way that people practice on the religious side of what God is, right? Is that correct? Or am I in the ballpark?
Kind of no, right? Because I'm not making an argument that like it's the religious aspect that like sways me away from God, right? I don't believe that all beliefs in God have to be specifically religious, right? It's rather the claim of there being something like higher, such as like a creator or like this higher power, right?
Okay,
I have intuition to believe that there is, right? And
okay.
And I also have intuition to believe that's not the case, right?
Oh, okay. You're undecided. All right, I got it. Cause I agree with you.
Lincoln is non-binary, bro. He's for fluidity.
From the religious aspect, I don't believe in the religious practice of God, like the Christians do in their laws and bylaws and this and that. I don't deal with that. I deal with the spirituality of God and my one-on-one relationship with God, which is an experience. It doesn't have to do with my intuition or nothing. I have a real experience and relationship with God, right? But I can see where other people will say, well, that's not enough for me, and they don't want to go with that. I don't have a relationship. I don't get that. I don't understand that, and they don't rock with that. Or the Holy Spirit. If I tell you what it means to get the Holy Spirit, people, and I tell you my experience is not going to be your experience. My relationship is not going to be your relationship, so I get it. But I'll tell you what, in the Word, do you read the Bible? Have you ever read the Bible?
Yeah, I'm very familiar with the Bible. Well, I wouldn't say very, right? I would say I'm very, I've read the Bible, right? Then even after I stopped being Christian, I continued reading the Bible and getting a little bit into theology, right? I think that's how it qualifies.
It ain't so much about you going to hell. People like to throw that hell shit out there, and that's a bunch of bull crap to a certain degree. I ain't gonna go down that road, but I'll say the Bible speaks about being lukewarm in the Word. It's either you're gonna believe in God or you're not, and basically it depends on how you feel about it. I don't have no problem with no atheists or what they think or nothing like that. It's just that this is one of those, you're either going to be either or. There is no in between, and that's just very real.
And that's what we just seen here. How do you think of debate, right? Like, how do you think a debate would happen if it was a three? So just real quick, right? So three different positions being argued on one stage: an agnostic, atheist, and a theist. Right? Is a person taking the position that the positions that are going to be argued from the agnostic is just going to become redundant because they're either going to be arguing the left side or the right side's arguments?
Either way, when you deal with, I read the definition of agnostic, and I read the definition of atheist, and basically, don't now one of them really believe in God, because one don't have the evidence, and one strictly don't believe that God exists.
Oh my God, that's just atheism.
And so now it's like, okay.
So you don't think there's a difference between them?
God
said. Do you think there's a difference?
It's a slight difference. There is a slight difference.
Did you read the bottom when they said that the agnostic neither claims disbelief or faith?
Right.
Neither claims disbelief. Yeah.
I did believe that. I did read that. And either or on the God side of things, either you're gonna believe in God or not, Are you going to accept God or Christ or not? And that's just it. And you can call yourself whatever you feel. Yeah, I mean, you have the right to.
Yeah, but you're stepping in the ring now, bro.
That's the question.
This going to our channel. I made you some new PTR. Bro,
you have the right to say. You have the right to say I'm an agnostic theist. I can think that's what you said today earlier. So I'm an agnostic theist, and if that's what you are, you live your.
No, that.
What the hell?
No, he didn't say that.
That's what Nathan.
I never said what.
No, that's what Nathan gave me.
Oh, okay.
Nathan gave me a dichotomy, right?
Oh, okay.
Nathan gave me a dichotomy of this, right? And I didn't agree with the dichotomy, right? I just didn't like the argument that was made was like, oh well, there's the law of excluded middles, right? And I said, well, that applies to like certain things. For example, is there God or is there not a God? I'm not claiming that agnosticism is the state of reality, whether God may or may not exist, right? Either he does or he doesn't, right? But when it comes to beliefs, this is not the same dichotomy. Therefore, you can't apply the law of excluded middles into it, right? And I gave you ample of examples of why this is not. This is why there's a clear third position that doesn't encompass the other. I can understand, for example, the Bible text that you're pointing out about being lukewarm is given the example of when Jesus talking to the congregation, saying that if you're hot, there's benefits to that, right? And if you're cold, you can be refreshing, but lukewarm, you'll spit it out, right? But I would argue that this is a definition of Christianity, right? And you can do the same thing with somebody who is maybe Muslim and is halfway to convert his Christianity, but it's not like all the way convinced. He can be lukewarm too. So it's not talking about a position about being atheistic or being theistic. It's rather talking about how committed you are to these beliefs. And furthermore, even if there was a definition, right, I wouldn't say that the Christians would have a monopoly on the understanding of the word, right? Just like you wouldn't say that Christians might have a monopoly on understanding what it means to be a Muslim, right? You may think that it's wrong, but it doesn't mean that you have now all the power to decide how that word is used, right?
And you know why I don't bash the Muslims or the Christians? I'm gonna tell you why. Now, quickly, I am a God believer, and I believe in Jesus Christ, walked the earth and did his thing. But I don't believe in religion. I don't go to church. I don't dress up on Sunday with a suit and go to church and hallelujah all day or amen. I don't do that. But I believe in the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. That don't make me Christian.
Well, that makes you religious.
No, it does. See, that's what y'all get.
You know what's crazy? We went over this weeks ago.
We went up.
I told them that makes you religious.
Crazy. I don't care what you say. I know what God tells me. Just because I believe in the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. No, God, period. There's only one God. There's only one creator, and there's many gods. Remember that.
Where can I get that information on the one creator?
You can read it within the Bible. You can read it within your
scripture. That's from religion.
No, it doesn't. See, what y'all, the Bible.
God, this is
okay, so I'll just say this, and I ain't got to argue my point, because one thing I don't have to do, I don't have the burden of proof of proving to you that God is God.
You do, because you made the claim, but look, the Bible is a religious text. Definition.
What I don't have to do to you people who don't believe in God, I don't have the burden of proof to prove to you anything, because that's my personal relationship.
You're making the claim. You're making the claim.
No, it don't.
Now you have the burden of proof to claim why you don't have the burden of proof. So that's not a God claim.
Okay.
Yes, he is. He just made a statement. So now the burden of proof is on you to prove that you don't have the burden of proof.
Look, so my thing is,
that's not a religious claim.
Argue that. Now, my thing is this right here. If I say, hold on, let me ask the question for all of those who saying something. If I say that I have a personal relationship with God, right? I have a personal relationship with God, right? That's me and God. No one else outside of me and God. What do I have to prove you that I have a relationship with God?
You don't have to prove that. That wasn't what was being questioned.
Okay, so if I say
the source of your belief, the source of your belief, the source of your belief, wait. The source of your belief exceeds your life, meaning the only information you have of this God thing is based off of something that pre-exists you, which is the fucking Bible, which is fucking Christianity.
And so we got to remember this right here. God gave his word to man for man to spread.
How do you know that?
Because he inspired man.
Hold on, but how is it, in his own personal interpretation, how is it religious now? If nobody else interprets what he's reading. No, hold on. For example, this is why we have the discussion about what's a Christian and what's not a Christian, right? Because the Christian religion has bro. Because the Christian Bible is interpreted in the framework that defines what Christianity is. If somebody else looks at this Bible like this, no, hold on. If somebody looks at the Bible, hold on, bro. The Hebrew Israelites are not Christian, yes or no?
No.
The Hebrew Israelites are not Christian, right?
They're not.
Right.
No, they're not.
But they use the exact same Bible, right?
They are a version of Christians, bro.
Oh,
Yeah, look, wait, Nathan's point is that we're not talking about what constitutes Christian. We're talking about what constitutes religious practice and religion.
No, we're talking about the interpretation of the Bible.
No, we're talking about religious. He said he's not religious. He said he's not religious, bro.
Yes, because he said that his personal interpretation is not.
You're just engaging.
Relax, bro. His personal relationship with God is how he interprets the Bible.
But his personation, yes.
Here's all these things.
Do you have to have more than one person believing one mainline for it to be religious?
I'm gonna show you. Wait. You just use the Hebrew Israelites, which is a fucking religion, as a way of proving your point, which is not.
Right, that's a collective, right?
No, it's not. It's establishing that there is a religious view, even if they want to have a different interpretation. The argument is not. No, the argument is not interpretation. He's saying he's not religious. Look, I can't be a fucking vegan if I eat meat, dude. I can't be a vegan if I eat meat. I'm sorry. He took a bite of the meat, dude.
Personal interpretation is different from collective interpretation. You agree? Nah, Seven. Hold on, real quick, bro. Let me ask Mike the question.
Ask the question. No, hold up.
Let me ask you the question, bro.
Dude, Seven, you're not even like interested to listen to me.
Man, listen to what I say. I gotta go to the doctor.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Yeah, go ahead.
Look, the Muslims use the Bible. The Hebrew Israelites use the Bible.
They're religious. They're religious. They're religious.
This is
They're religious. They're religious.
Just hit me real quick, bro. I got you, bro.
Yeah.
Is there a difference between personal? Hold on, bro. Is there a difference between personal interpretation and a collective interpretation? Yes or no?
Yeah, stay away from the argument.
All right. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. So then when an individual person says, I am only taking my individual interpretation, and this is the reason why it's not a collective interpretation, why would you say it's still religious?
Yeah, but that's a
byproduct. Because it's still a byproduct of religion. There's no. Look, I answer your question. There's no way you could extract any information to have any position had it not been for that book that allows you to be interpreting something. That source, however you interpret it, is a religious source. Period. The interpretation can be yours. No one's arguing the interpretation.
What makes it religious, brother?
The fact that it's a practice. That's what. No, he even identified that he doesn't do what we consider to be traditional things, right? But he has a traditional position, which is what? He probably believes that Jesus was the fucking living thing. He probably believes that he has to be asked for this is the problem. It's very simple. No. These are the requirements. These are requirements set before him that he.
How do you find out what religion he belongs to? How do you find that out?
Why are you asking a bunch of red herrings, bro? Like, you just did something. Why did you ask me?
Just relax. I'm still on the same line between collective interpretation and individual interpretation. Close your mouth, bro. Close your mouth, bro. Close your mouth. I'm still on the original line of questioning. If there's a difference of collective interpretation and individual interpretation, a religion is something that's based off of multiple people practicing this.
No. It's a good question. How do you know what religion someone belongs to?
Yes.
By asking them a series of questions. The first thing you can ask
Absolutely.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Under that question, how does that fucking basically allow somebody to say I'm not religious?
By him saying that I have a personal relationship with God, nobody else.
No. Saying you have a personal relationship with God does not exempt you from being religious. You asked the question how one determines one's religion.
Wait. Hold on. Now you're changing the words now.
I'm not changing anything. I'm asking you questions. Asking you a question is not. Okay, so look, the question is this. How do you determine if somebody's religious or not?
Religious or religion? These are the words you're using.
How do you determine if somebody's religious or not, dude?
Yeah, I agree with you. You would ask them questions, right?
Okay, so look.
But there's a difference between religion.
He made the claim that he's not religious.
No, he said he wasn't a part of the religion, Christianity, and all the religions.
Got it. So he's religious without being a part of a religion. That's what you want to hang your hat on? Is that what you want to hang your hat on?
Wait, hold on. Now you want to.
I'm a vegan, but I eat meat. Is that what you're saying?
Relax, bro. You're talking about a practice, not a belief system. There's a difference between a practice and a belief system. Yes or no?
So is he religious?
In what?
Whatever one he wants to claim. Whatever one he wants to claim. You know what's funny? The fact that you even think that's relevant, it doesn't matter what he is.
Bro, when he said I have a personal relationship with God, Now it
You're
matters.
like, and now you're repeating yourself, right? Now you're repeating yourself. Saying what you have doesn't determine whether you're religious or not, or whether you're not religious. My question to you was very simple. How do you determine if it's not religious? You said by asking questions, right? What question would you ask to determine if somebody is not religious?
Does he follow Christ?
Wait, religious in what? Practice or ideology?
What's the difference?
The difference is you would ask, hold on, bro. The difference is you would say, do you believe these things? Do you believe these things? Do you believe in the Trinity? That's what the ideology.
You're dodging.
Just hold on, bro.
You're dodging. What questions would you
All
ask?
you need.
Look,
I'm gonna say it one more time, bro.
Look,
So when it comes to
it's very simple.
you would say, hey, this is a principle of Christianity. You would ask questions that are on that line of argument to see if he's a Christian.
This is
if
very
it's practice,
easy.
just hold on, bro.
This is
just hold on. If it's practice, you would say, hey, do you pray 5 times a day? Hey, do you do this?
What is that going to help you determine? What's that going to help you determine?
So if he's a practicing of certain type of religion or whatever, but not of the ideology of a religion.
Okay, so
there's a difference
let's just clarify.
So do you do things
No, let's go, because you're trying to decipher between the practice and the what? What's the secondary?
Ideology.
And the
belief
ideology.
system that,
Okay,
so the interpretation.
So you're going to agree then that the practice is both religious and religion then, right?
No, you can do something religiously that's not bound to
you say
a
no?
religion.
You started your sentence with no. Right.
Yes. I said you can.
So in both.
So I said you can practice without being a part of a religion.
Let's start this way. Regardless of what the options are, you are religious, right?
In practice.
Regardless. No, there's 2 options.
Everybody.
And in both options, you're at, in both options, you're at least, no, because you're saying, look, there's no religion, but you can be religious, right? That's what you're saying. Right? Hold on. I'm trying to clarify a point.
Yes.
Okay.
So you can be
religious.
So you can practice without holding a religious ideology.
Let me do it my way. I don't have your train of thought. You could be religious without having the religion, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you have a religion, you are both religious and have a religion, right?
Yes.
Right? Okay. So in both options, you are at least religious, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now ask him again, are you religious?
Dude, this is so funny.
Are they not equivocating on the word religion? Wait, hold on real quick, bro. So at the very beginning, there was a claim, right? There was a claim that everything that comes out of the Bible is a Christian Bible. So this declares this as being an ideology right here. Christian Bible. If somebody reads this Bible and interprets something totally different that's counter to the ideology, they can practice things differently. Maybe it's 3 times, maybe it's 2 times, but it goes against the ideology. So you can practice anything religious.
Why do you do this?
Doesn't mean that you adhere to the ideology, bro.
Why do you put on your clown shirt?
Bro, bro, be quiet, bro. I just drew a dichotomy between practicing and thinking. Right?
Yeah,
there's a difference.
No, but Mike's point is that, like, look,
What you drew the
Is he
economy
religious?
What?
no, but
Right.
look, Mike's
His
point
question is, is he religious? He's talking about practice, bro.
yeah, like delineation is more a better term. Like Mike's point is that at the
That's
bottom
fine.
level, but Mike's point is the bottom level, you're at least religious, right? Even your commitments to the words.
Right. The point of him saying I have a personal relationship is no longer a collective interpretation.
But in this instance, then we can all agree that 7 is at least religious.
Religious in what?
Doesn't matter.
Dumb? Religious in what?
Theology.
And what theology? His own personal theology. So it's not a religion by definition because it's not a collective interpretation.
No, that's not
Oh my gosh, this is horrible, bro. Frame your arguments. Think about it before you try to say it, bro.
By the way,
It's
Mike,
a collective. A religion by definition is a collective.
commit a yes/no fallacy in there.
The final question was basically, are they both religious?
No, that's what you wanted a metabolism down to.
You already agreed with Samoa. What are you talking about?
Hold on, real quick, bro. The claim at the very beginning was when 7 sons said,
let's go.
go to the end where you think you got time to stand on.
Look, let's go.
Okay.
You provided 2 options, and I didn't even argue against your 2 options. There could be more.
Absolutely.
And I just said in both options, right, no matter what you choose, both of them are at least religious, right?
Yes, the practice part is religious.
There you go, Florida. That's
right. But the point is when he says personal interpretation.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you.
No, hold on, like, I think.
No. Hold on, real quick, because this is germane to the. Hold on, this is germane to the topic, bro. Hold on, bro. As soon as 7 says, and all I need finish 5 seconds. As soon as 7 says, I have a personal interpretation of relationship with God.
Word, the middle word, and the last word.
And coming from the guy who lost his voice.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, A1.
Coming from the guy who lost his voice.
We all got to deal.
Oh, look at him. Holding on to him again. But again, he said, I have a personal relationship with God and a personal interpretation. By you saying, oh, you belong to one of these religions because the Bible is Christian or the Bible is Jehovah's Witness or whatever these things, he's saying, no, I'm not a part of that collective thought.
Okay, cool.
What's the problem?
Like, I think I want to point to Concrete's point. Like, you are, Samoa, equivocating on, like, the common use of the word religious and religion.
Oh, my gosh, this is horrible.
He is. He
has to contextualize it to what 7 meant, bro.
Religious. That is exactly what he's doing.
Well, not even no. Like, there's.
I just said you can practice something religiously without it being founded in some sort of a religion.
Can someone mute this guy?
That's
so I can
2.
No, that's not gonna happen.
I just want to keep that. That's 2. This is horribles in under 5 minutes.
Actually,
Like,
yeah,
look,
because
I
of
think
how
Concrete-
you know what Florida Man's gonna start doing every time someone takes a serious L. Florida Man's gonna move into the fucking audience for 5 minutes because that was horrible.
But even I think Concrete is talking about.
By the way, Mike, we were talking about the law of excluded metals, and we just came to a conclusion that doesn't apply when we're talking about like belief in God or not belief in God.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
No, so we went through this, right? So we went.
Let me ask you this.
I just want to say one thing.
Hold on, wait. Let's go, Mike, and then A-Walk, and then whoever else wants to jump in. Concrete, maybe.
Let me go first.
No. I'll be very short.
Let's do it after Mike. Let's do it after Mike because it was like a nuance.
I want you guys like.
I'll have it with you.
I want to be really particular about how we're using like fallacies here. Like Florida, he's conflating like religion and religious, right? What he's equivocating is like no one accepts or uses religion in a collective sense, right? If you look at the definition, if you look at like the philosophy, religion is just like the belief in a God, right? And usually like has some practices or some type of like attitudinal or dispositional entailments where you behave or act a certain way, right? And like when he tries to set that kind of like necessary condition where it has to be collective, he's just not using the word as you're using it or anyone else is using it in the common practice or common language. So that's like an equivocation and a conflation. That's all I wanted to say. But Concrete, you were correct. Like I think you pointing that out when he came in was actually accurate.
Samoa, I hope you listen.
But like, I'm just. How do you get him out of it? How do you get him to stop equivocating and like maybe he can make another argument or
you know what's crazy, Concrete? We had this conversation like at least 2 times within a month, and he still says it. I just think he doesn't care.
No, he's either dishonest or he's a retard, and I guess those both can be true, right? But it doesn't fare well for him at all.
No. I think older people, they're just stubborn in their own ways. I think that's all it is right there.
All right, can I just fucking finish this one with what's his name real quick, and then I gotta go on mute for a little bit.
Well, Mike, let me hear the argument from your point of view because it's hard to understand it.
Okay, so basically, it's either true or false that there is a God or not, right? When it comes to a belief, there's no middle ground, right? And so when someone says they're agnostic, right, they're technically in the neutral position. And if you're in the neutral position, you are technically not a believer. It doesn't mean that you're taking the negative position, but you're also not subscribing to the positive position, which is the belief in God. So the agnostic thing doesn't necessarily apply. It's like a category error because it's a quote unquote claim to knowledge. Like I could be agnostic on what's behind the door when someone knocks it, right? So agnosticism is a position of saying, hey, look, I don't know. And in fact, I would say it's the equivalent of saying I don't know. A theist is a belief or a position in God. An atheist is without that position, right? So if he's saying that he's agnostic, to me, you're just a fucking soft atheist. That's the point. But what he just said a second ago was that the law of excluded middle does not apply to this disjunct.
Does that make sense? Concrete.
I disagree.
I don't know.
Nathan, you're gonna disagree. You're gonna disagree on the definition of whether like you can be an agnostic theist.
So what's your definition of atheist too? The atheist is
So look,
I think I agree with Mason. Like the atheism just negates the proposition.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why it doesn't. I'll tell you why. Okay, look. Here's the thing. Look, and this is just the way I understand it. If you drew a Venn diagram of belief in God, right? So you have now belief in God and you have not belief in God, right? The I don't knows are not in the believer circle, right? They are also in the not believing, because until you believe, you are a non-believer. Now they're not taking the
Venn diagram. That's not the right.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. What's the middle ground then?
Well, the middle ground would be falling in both the believer and non-believer. So.
And which doesn't make sense now, does it?
No, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Because I have. Look, Mike. Look. Let me say it. No, okay. Well, then let me say it. You tell me why I'm wrong, right? Because I have intuition of why.
You can't believe and not believe, dude. That's like
okay. Well,
Mike. A neutral standpoint of I don't.
A neutral standpoint is not any position.
Means that
it's
you're
a zero.
not a believer. Yeah.
Yes, it means you're not a believer. Exactly.
So, Mike, I agree that there's a dichotomy, right, when it comes to the existence of God and there's not existence of God, right? In reality, I don't think that it's the case that God. This question can be answered by agnosticism. In other words, it's like it can be the case he does or doesn't exist. That's not a true dichotomy when it comes to that, right? But when it comes to beliefs, right? When it comes to beliefs, though, that can be, right? Because, all right, and this is why the law of excluded middles wouldn't apply, right?
Wait. Hold on. So just to clarify what you're saying first is that you believe that God and not God is a dichotomy, right?
Yeah, like in reality, right? So like it's either the case. So let me maybe say it a bit better, right? Just try to be a little bit charitable.
No, just say
right?
yes or no. Is it a dichotomy?
I think so. If they're like the question of like, is there a God or is there not a God?
No.
But it's a true one. No. But it's a true one, right?
It's true dichotomy is redundant. It's either a dichotomy or it's not.
Wait, but okay, so like,
this is like
I think
Malpass teaching fucking math again.
Oh, okay, Mike, just chill, man. Just chill, bro. Okay, so it can be the case or not be the case, right? I believe those are the two options.
God, right? Not God. Is that a dichotomy?
Yes.
Is it?
Yes,
no?
Yes,
okay,
Mike. Mike,
go ahead.
Mike, can you not interrupt me, man? Like, I try to stop myself from interrupting you, man.
Sorry.
All right, go. Okay. All right, Mike. So, but when it comes to beliefs, I think there's a third position. You're qualifying the third position as being like, well, if you look at it from a believer standpoint, right?
Right.
They don't completely believe, but I could do the same thing from an atheistic standpoint and say, well, they don't have disbelief in it, right? And so because they don't have disbelief in it, that is the definition of atheistic, they're not atheistic, right? Therefore, the law of excluded middles wouldn't apply because of the third option.
I don't even know what you're saying. I don't even know what you're saying.
Just let him land.
Okay. So like atheism would say that like there's a disbelief in God, right? Right, there's atheism in God, right? Sorry, there's disbelief in God, right? That's the definition of it.
Fucking thrown to the gulag too, because you just got served an L as well. You just admitted that the dichotomy exists between God versus not God.
Look, Florida. That's not the fucking argument. The argument is
that's not the argument.
This is what ultimately comes back to being religious or not religious.
No, that's not.
No.
Stop.
It's not Florida, right? I'm saying.
Can you get to the end, please? Because I'm like the type of person that doesn't like to fucking listen this much.
Okay, man. All right. So I'm saying you can be like in between on your beliefs, right? You can like not.
What's the middle ground? Just can you give it a label?
Yeah. You're not convinced of either side. You're not convinced of either side, right?
That's called you're not. Okay.
Yeah.
So look, if you're not, forget about the other side of not God. The other side of God for a second, right? The other side of God is not God. Just forget about that, right? Let me ask you this: if you don't believe in a God, right? This is a very stupid question I'm going to ask you, and just answer yes or no. If you don't believe in God, do you believe in God? Yes or no?
Can't you be on the fence about that question? Which is
if
what I am,
you
right?
don't believe, my God,
this is a false. This is a false dichotomy, right? Because you're
no, it's not.
You just accepted that the
get that,
dichotomy exists, whether there is or isn't
God. No, Florida, you're fucking. You guys keep switching up the scopes, right? Okay, the idea is that there's a proposition in the world. That proposition is either true or false. God exists, right? Now, what Ethan's trying to say is that, like, look, the thing that you can have a third option on is your disposition towards that proposition.
What's the third option?
So like no, not like say it's a central proposition, right?
That's all we're talking about, eh? That's why I asked the question. If you look, hey, let me ask you a question.
Mike, can I show you respect, bro? If you just let me finish, please.
Go ahead.
Like, look, the thing that we're trying to say here is that the agent's belief is the thing that has a third option, not the proposition itself. Like, you understand the separation there? One's epistemic, one's on Florida man, you fucking faggot. One is an epistemic claim, one is an ontological claim, right? And when you try to force one to be the ontological claim, you're engaging in a category here. Is what you're doing.
No, you're not, dude. Because you can still look, a belief, whether it being a belief or an actual fucking true or false statement, right? You still can't hold a middle position in this case, right? That's why I asked him if it's adopted. In fact, if you listen to the question, let me ask you, A. If you don't believe in God, believe. If you don't believe in, not if you know, if you don't believe in God, do you believe in God?
Well, I don't have a belief because a belief is about the proposition, right? I don't have an attitude.
So that means you don't have a belief in God, right?
No, I don't have an attitude at all. I don't have.
You are absent of a belief in God, correct?
No, look. Okay, a belief is like an attitude towards a proposition. If I don't have an attitude, I'm abstaining from the belief.
If you hold on, this is ChatGPT. If you don't, because no one wants to answer this question, believe in God. Oh, this is weird. Do you believe?
It sounds like that, Lord. But if you look up like the law,
this is ChatGPT. Right? No, if someone does not believe in God, it means they do not hold a belief in the existence of God. Why is this is a weird thing to be stumbled upon.
It's like saying, if you don't eat meat, do you mistake? If you don't eat meat, do you mistake?
Hey, Florida.
Well, no, dude, don't let me start talking, please, bro.
No, I'm finna leave. But I'm finna leave. When I come back, I want to pose a question to the group about me and how I believe in God.
Not seventh. The reason is really not applicable here. This is kind of like an interesting position.
Okay. So let's just go with what you're saying, that the belief, right?
Okay.
Hold on. You're saying the belief is the third option.
We can build on it. That's all I'm saying.
You're saying the belief is the third option, right?
No, I'm saying look, a belief is like a disposition about a proposition, right? So the agnostic says they don't hold any disposition on the proposition.
They don't hold a belief either way, right? They don't hold a belief either way, right? Okay, so they lack a belief, correct?
Yeah.
Right?
Okay,
so let me ask you this. Okay, so if you lack a belief in God, here, I'm going to use this language. If you lack a belief in God, you by definition do not believe in God, right?
Well, I mean, if you're speaking in terms of atheists, but you.
No, dude, this is for A, please. This is for A.
Yeah, I don't know. I lack a belief in general. I don't have a belief whether God exists.
Fine, fair, but just answer the question. Just answer the question. If you lack a belief in God, by definition, you don't believe in God.
That's certainly true, but I don't hold a belief state.
Exactly. Look, so here's the thing. So if you were agnostic, right? You were in the middle position.
What are beliefs about? They're about propositions.
It doesn't matter what they're about. It doesn't matter because because now you're talking about how you come to a belief. I don't care about that.
I'm not talking about the epistemic justification. I'm talking about.
Then what are you saying then? Then why are you asking what they're about?
Okay, beliefs refer to propositions about the world, right? And then for someone to believe in God, they hold a belief that God exists. And for someone to believe in atheism, they hold a proposition that God does not exist.
Believe in atheism.
No, I believe that's true. I mean, a belief
is the lack of a belief.
Yeah,
what I'm saying is not a belief. It's not a belief. Oh, fine. We can argue about that later. I don't want to get distracted. But wait, here's what I'm asking. Hey, look, here's what I'm asking you. I asked you a second ago. Here's what I'm asking you. I asked you what the third option was a second ago, right?
Right.
And I believe you said it was the belief.
No. It's the fact that I don't have a belief, right? The third option,
not having a belief is a belief.
No, I don't have a belief on any proposition.
I asked you what the third option is.
Yeah.
You believe. Okay, so then what you're saying then is that it's going to kind of force you into a hard position. What you're saying is then that you believe that there is no God.
No, right? I believe that we don't.
Okay, hold on. So now we know, you just said no. Now we know that you don't believe that there is no God, right? What else? How else can you describe you not believing in God?
Well, I also believe that I don't believe that there is no God. Like, I don't believe the proposition that God exists is false, right? Like I think you're confusing
I'm not.
Epistemic and ontological
is
stuff.
Confusing atheism with agnosticism.
Yep. Well, agnosticism.
No, you're wrong, Paul. All he's doing is what you're doing is you're confusing epistemology with ontology.
Correct. That's what they're doing. Yeah. He's going back and forth. He's going.
That's what you're doing, right? That's what you're doing.
No, I'm not. Because I'm not talking about how we get there. I'm just saying, look, let's just cut to the chase and let's get to your position, right? You are neutral. you don't know either way, right? The neutral position, right, in some cases, right, and look, there's no time the neutral position will land you in a belief circle of God. There's no time, according to the Christians that believe that the Christians that hold up only, this is exclusive, don't get triggered by this. The Christians that hold a belief that if you don't believe in God, you go to hell. There's a small group of the people that believe that, right? There's no time where those people that are agnostic end up going to heaven. The reason why is because they are in the neutral position. You're in the neutral position, and by definition, if you're in the neutral position, you do not hold a belief. Now, whether you want to justify or explain why you don't believe, how you don't believe, I don't care about that. That's going to be up to you and whatever the case is.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Like you're saying,
all I'm saying is this: when you are saying,
let me say something. Like, look, like the point here is that there's an ontological statement or existential statement that is either God exists or God doesn't exist, right? That's a true dichotomy, right? But there's also a dogmatic statement that refers to your attitude towards those type of propositions, right? And the agnostic says they don't have any attitude. They're in 50-50.
Right. Exactly. No. There's no way to argue in that. That's why I said it's neutral. It's zero. I actually explained earlier. I said, so if it's neutral, look, if it's neutral, right?
They operate in the world as if God does not exist. I think that would be the closest way to describe it.
You know what? You're right, Nathan. To me, that's just trivially true because the thing is, they don't believe in a God.
But the thing is, if you hold that,
they don't believe in a God.
But the thing
they operate within a world that God doesn't exist. And you know what? I can even say this. Sometimes they might even switch. On Monday, they might believe in God, and on Tuesday, they might not.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's not the point.
I don't know. I think the whole thing is that because they claim is that nothing can be known or nothing will be known.
That's a claim in itself, right? But
Just like atheism.
My main point is this: when you're in the neutral position, right? You are not. It's totally a possibility. They're totally open to the idea. Sometimes they're convinced. Sometimes there's not. There's things that are confusing them. In any case, they're not a theist.
Well, they're agnostic.
They're agnostic.
They're agnostic. That just means they don't know.
Just a clarifying question, right?
I'm not talking about the possibility. That's a different.
I'm trying to understand.
How do you catch that?
It being open doesn't matter. Go ahead.
Do you hold to some like Bayesian belief state where like you believe in something we assign probabilities to propositions?
What do you mean by that? I don't understand what you're saying.
So let's say like we have a belief state, right? Like either my mom went to the store, she didn't, right? And then when I say I believe that my mom went to the store, I'm just saying I give high credence to like the other proposition, right? So like
you're saying what? You're talking a little too. You're saying what?
No, sorry, I apologize. So I assigned because I believe my mom went to the store. I assigned high credence to that statement. Like my mom went to the store, that's likely true. It's like 70% true, right? And then like the other statement is like 25% true in my like belief state, right? Like if you accept that like beliefs can be probabilistic, what's the issue with having a probability assign that's full 50-50?
There's no look. The probability is again. We're talking about something different. You assuming that something is probable, even more or less, right? Doesn't mean anything to me. Look. It doesn't mean anything to me.
So you reject the probability?
No. Look, I don't reject anything. Look. You're trying to finish my thought for me, right? As far as how confident you are, which is what you're referring to, your level of confidence to basically substantiate your belief, is not what I'm concerned about. All I know this: you're not confident enough if you're still in the neutral position, right? There's still some dilemma within your mind that's conflicting you to take a step towards the God side.
So are you saying those people go to hell?
No. In some cases, some people. Look. In some cases, in some religions, yes, some people hold that belief. The I don't knows go to hell. That's not
Mike, could I ask Mike a clarifying question real quick? I just want to ask Mike a clarifying question because I'm trying to understand the position, right? Okay, so Mike, let's say.
Thank you, Charlie. Thank you.
Who would call themselves, like, let's say somebody would call themselves an agnostic, right? And he's having a conversation with a theist and an atheist at the same time, right? And like, he's giving you
very common.
Yeah. He's giving you a question, right? He's telling him something, right? But I know obviously it's a hypothetical, right? And this is the reason, like, you'll see why.
Go ahead.
So the atheist. All right. So the atheist is like giving him reasons why. He gives him a reason, and then the agnostic person sees, yeah, I can see why there's a reason why there wouldn't be a God. Then he goes to the theist, and the theist is like, well, this is the reason why there would be. And the person who's like hearing this is like, well, that's also that's a good reason of why there might be a God, right?
Yeah.
Are you saying that then in those moments, the person who's listening is going from theist, atheist, atheist, theist, atheist, theist, based on how much.
I'll tell you why, right? Because have you ever, do you agree with this statement? You could understand somebody without agreeing with them?
Yeah.
Okay, so in that case, that's what you just explained to me. I could understand why even a person, look, hold up. Before you take that breath, actually, go ahead, exhale. Look, I understand why people believe God. Oh, got it. I was a believer myself. I look at the world, I see patterns. I used to pray and all that kind of stuff, right? Without getting into that minutia shit. So my ability to understand something doesn't mean that I'm actually taking that position. This is what we're arguing, dude. It's either the case that God exists or not. If you're in the neutral position, you're not saying that God exists. You could be stuck on it. You can have a dilemma. You can talk about what A wants to talk about, probability, all that good stuff. You could say it's perfectly possible. I'm not denying its possibility. I'm just not convinced. You could do all that stuff. In any case,
but you're not saying God doesn't exist either, though.
I think
Aren't you saying if you don't?
You don't have to. Look.
Aren't you saying if you?
Wait, you're not saying that God doesn't exist. That would be taking a negative position. I'm not saying that.
You're not taking any position.
You are. Exactly. Okay, so here's the thing. Look, not taking a position means you're not a believer, right?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. Well, that's a
really just categorize you as
not taking a position.
Here we go. This is really horrible. This is so bad.
Wait, hold on, just to clarify. Wait. I just want to take a roll here, real quick. So,
man, we all gotta slow down for the white guy. Go ahead.
Florida's a retard, though, on this. Like, go ahead, Mike, but you're just being a retard, Florida.
Not taking a position.
I'm the only one that's
means that you are not taking a position means that you are not a believer. Who disagrees with that?
I do.
I do too.
Okay, perfect.
Make the claim that you would not make a position and still believe that.
This is fucking stupid.
Right,
go ahead.
How can you repeat that?
Can it keep watching? Alright, one at a time.
Well, wait, Mike cut up for me. Can you repeat the question? Because I'm going through traffic and he cut up.
No worries. Okay, ready?
Yeah, you didn't hear it. The reason why I didn't disagree with it.
Wait. Let me just. So.
The reason why I didn't disagree with it is because if you are taking a position, hold on,
Aiken, do you hear Mark's talking?
What he doesn't, he's red barring, dude.
Oh,
Inaction is an action.
So the question is about taking a position.
Right, but the opposite's not true. Action is not inaction.
Can we have one at a time?
You want to cut it out, man. Watch out. So, in taking a position, theists would take a position that God exists. An atheist would take a position that he doesn't exist.
Okay.
Like you said. So, just because someone taking a position doesn't take a position doesn't mean they don't believe. The people, both
so an agnostic doesn't have to be an atheist?
But that's what Mike is trying to categorize as agnostic.
That's what I'm saying it is.
I think we should be inclusive. I think agnostic should be a part of the dialogue. That's just me.
It's been a part of the dialogue, dude. Where you been?
I think what's interesting is
in general.
Can I tell you what he just said a second ago?
Jesus.
I'm sorry.
Who's talking when I'm fucking talking?
Wait. Somebody was talking to me. Somebody was talking to me.
Not you, Mike. I'm talking to you, Mike. I'm trying.
No, I just want to respond.
I gotta go, Mike. I want to have this conversation later.
Hey.
Yeah, let walk in, Mike go. I don't know who this lady is.
Go ahead, B-Master. I want to say something after B-Master.
I'm just joking, man.
Come on. One mic on B-Master. Go ahead, B-Master.
Thank you. Have you ever heard of the locked box analogy, Mike?
The lockbox analogy?
Yeah. If you take the same logical layout, you could use law of non-contradiction, and then the other one that you said, law of excluded middle. It's the same exact logical layout, right? So you have a locked box, and it's been told that there may or may not be a gold coin inside of it. No one knows if there's a gold coin inside of it. So an atheist would say no. They take the position no P, right? And the theist takes a position P. There is a gold coin. The agnostic says that it's unknowable. It's indeterminate. So the same logical, you could use that same. So you use P for God exists, right? So if we were going to make the whole logical layout, it would be negative P, right? Negative doesn't believe. So this is for an agnostic.
Correct.
The negation P.
No. Negation is not agnostic. That's the atheist.
No. This is agnostic. Because listen, you gotta listen to the whole thing.
Oh my God. Okay.
So P is what? What did I say P was?
I don't know.
P is that God exists.
Okay.
So an agnostic says that he does not believe God exists. So
an agnostic says that.
Right. And he does not and negate negative P. So it would be negative P and negative P. He is saying both.
This is what we lowered the standard
does
for?
not know if God exists.
Gosh.
Or if God
is
does
she
not
not proving
exist.
my point actually right now?
He says, I don't. Wait.
Should I just let her talk more?
Can you let her finish? She's like bringing out like a logic, like a really good logic.
No, she's actually
That was
not.
it. Now she's
not done.
herself. Now she's
Okay.
about to
Please,
start.
let her finish, please, because
Go ahead.
because I would like to respond. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, it's that's just what it is, and you could look at it anyway, and it is just
So B-Master,
P
just to
is
clarify.
God. Go ahead. Yeah.
P is God exists, right?
Correct.
Agnostic is negative P, and then the atheist is negative P, right?
Right. So you would have negative. So P is God exists. So you would have an agnostic position would be negative P.
It wouldn't be even neutral in this case,
negative
right?
P.
Correct. Negative P is the hard atheist, the ones that saying, hey, look, there is nothing in there, right?
But he's also saying that he does no. Wait,
Hold on. Double negative P,
he's
which
not
is weird.
saying that nothing's in there. He's not saying that he's in there. He's saying both at the same time that he does not believe that the gold coin exists, and he also does not believe that the.
Look, I'm saying you had two distinctions. You had negative P and double negative P, right?
Correct.
What double negative is a positive, though. You know that.
No, not in the case when you're doing a negation, when you're doing the and like
Negative times a negative is a positive.
Wait, what are you talking about, dude? What are you talking about? It does, bro. Have you ever heard of disjunctive syllogism?
Yes.
Have you ever heard of that? Okay, and then the second premise, you have to negate one. So you have God.
So what are you saying that?
So like here's a famous. Here's a famous. Wait. Hold on.
God doesn't exist and God exists.
Here's a famous one with Matt Slick.
If we did a negation,
Hold on.
still then be.
Hold on, dude. Hold on. Listen to this. Look, here's a famous one that was on the internet, right? You have God, not God. Premise 1, right? Premise 2, not God, therefore God. The second premise forces you to beg the question because not God just means God. So you're saying premise 1, God or not God. Premise 2, God. Conclusion, therefore God. You're begging the question. So when you want to refer to a double negative in the sense of this example you're giving, maybe you're saying it wrong. You're basically calling it positive P. I'm sorry.
Can I show you what I think is?
Remember, it starts with. So you're going to have the negation, and so you're first of all make sure you isolate P, right? So P is going to be in parentheses.
Knowledge. Can you fucking confirm what I just said is the case, please? Because I know you would know this.
Okay, I think can I kind of steal man B-Master's position?
Why can't P be no God?
Can I try to steal man B-Master's position? Because B-Master is saying this, right?
Yeah.
There's a dichotomy. It's either the case there's a gold coin in the box, or there's a gold coin. There's not a gold coin in the box, right?
Correct.
Those are the two options. There's no third option there. But you're asking me, do I know if there's a gold coin or not a gold coin? And she is saying, based on her beliefs, right? Yeah. She rejects the idea about anyone knowing it possible because no one can look inside the box, right?
I agree.
So there's the difference. One is an ontological claim, right? Okay. The ontological claim is about the coin being in the box or the coin being out of the box, right? And you're asking her how did she came to this decision about it, right?
No, I'm not. I'm not asking.
So you asking her the ontological statement, right?
No. That's why I told you a second ago. I'm not going into the epistemology or the ontology of it. What I'm saying is this: if a gold coin subscribes you to a group, You're either in the gold coin group or you're in the not gold coin group, right? If you're in the if you say I don't know, by definition, you are qualified in the not gold coin group. That's it.
But no, there would be a different group because there are people who reject the idea that you can know about it being in there, right?
You're
and there's some people that believe that they know that it's in there.
I agree with you, Nathan. And this is why I think her analogy was actually supporting me, because even with what she was trying to say, which maybe she said it wrong.
No.
Wait. No, this is what she said. Hold on, let me finish. Remember when she said that the agnostic was negative P? And then she said the kind of atheist in this example was double negative P. Remember that? So let's just take this for example. So the double negative P would be the atheists that claim that they know God exists, right? The negative P, which would be the agnostic in this case, would still be a negation, the absence of the thing. They're just not making a claim. Hold on.
Let's put the atheist at P.
Let me just finish this with Nathan real quick, because I'm way behind on what I'm supposed to do. So the fact the fact that there is two divisions within the agnostic atheist group, it just shows it's on a spectrum, right? So the atheist spectrum has its own thing, which is why in this example that she wanted to use, she said the claim maker, meaning the atheist, the hard atheist, is the double negative. It's the one that's making the claim. The agnostic is still in the negative zone. In her example, it wasn't even in a neutral. It's still without the belief of the thing. They're just not making a claim. So no claim, but no belief. God, or the coin, is belief. That's how.
So why can't we put P as atheist?
P as atheist.
P is for atheist.
You can't say P is atheist.
So atheist is making a claim.
So the atheist, it would be P because they would hold the positive assertion that there is no God.
Exactly.
Which would make that the religious group
not
a negative P.
But they're not even a positive. They hold the. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Agnostic, however, belongs in what's called P naught, which is the double negative. The reason why they belong in P naught is because they don't hold the belief one.
They reject the whole proposition completely. I think that when they reject the whole proposition, that takes them out of the category of someone who holds to the proposition that, hey, you can know that something is not in the box, right? They reject it completely. And just because they reject it completely doesn't mean that they're a person taking a position. They might act like it, but that doesn't mean that. And that's all.
Nathan, now you're
But the agnostic is not rejecting anything. They're not.
Yeah, they claim that. They claim that one. No, they claim is that they not know. Who said that? Who said they missed them?
Listen, Mike Cook. Mike Cook.
No. But the claim is this, right? If I'm agnostic, I'm rejecting the proposition of someone knowing if a God can exist or if a God cannot exist. I'm rejecting that. And an atheist is taking a position on that claim, right? The atheist position is that, I came to the conclusion that, God does not exist. But they're two different people. The agnostic is a different person.
You know how I know Mike won? Because you and Samoa and Incan and B-Master are all trying, and A-Walk, you're all trying to get
problem is you just got here.
trying to work around his claim.
That's the problem, you just got here.
You can even agree on the final argument for what makes your claim true.
Hey, what was his original claim?
What makes my claim true is that
what's Mike's original claim? Florida, what's Mike's original claim?
I think Mike is doing this. Mike is saying this, right?
Hold on, wait. Let's hear Florida. What's Mike's original claim?
I heard the claim that was being argued, Samoa.
What was the original claim?
I heard the argument that was being argued for the last 40 minutes.
What was the original claim?
The one that's been argued for the last 40 minutes?
What was the original claim?
We may not agree on what the original claim was, Samoa. Why don't you tell me what you heard? Because I'll tell you what I heard.
All right, tell me what you heard. Go ahead. All right, so this is the original claim because you don't remember, right? Or go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you go after.
Wait, quick questions, Florida. So,
wait, hold on. He said exhausted.
Wait, let him get asked a quick question because he wants to get into it too, man.
Yeah, like
Florida. No, this could be really quick, bro. The original claim is agnostic.
Restate the original claim so we can all make sure.
The original claim from the original claim from Mike is agnostics are atheists.
No, he's trying to say, he was saying agnostics.
Come on, bro.
He was saying agnostics.
Hold on, bro. Incan, is that true? Yes or no?
Yeah, he did say that agnostics are atheists, right? He even qualified them as soft. He even qualified them as soft atheists, right? But he made the division, right? The dichotomy of the
because he said that they are the same category as the non-believers.
So they don't believe in Florida.
But he's obviously wrong. They don't hold a position on the belief in it because
they do not hold a belief in God, though.
Yes, but they also don't hold a belief.
Don't hold a position in not believing in God. That's the thing.
Yeah.
No. You gotta understand this. They don't hold a position in the belief that a God can exist, and they don't hold a position in the belief that a God cannot exist. So they're two different.
Hold a belief in whether God exists because they don't know.
That's the point. So if they don't know, listen to this. If they don't know, if they don't have knowledge of it, and that's the
you're basically discussing Schrodinger's atheist.
But it's not.
Yeah, Schrodinger's atheist.
That's like Schrodinger's cat is the stupidest thing ever. That just gives fucking to fucking violate a lot.
So is it fair to say from like I'm not trying to box you in, right, Florida, but I'm just asking you, so would you now agree with the following statement? When it comes to all dichotomies of which you are unsure of and you don't know, I can now qualify you as being against the proposition.
Yeah, yes or no, just like yesterday. Yes or no, Florida? Yes or no?
No, wait. I'm not trying to box you, but I'm just trying to understand this, right?
Is it fair to say now, Florida? It's hard to hear you over the AC and some.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm in the semi, but I'll try to be a little bit clearer. Is it fair to say now that when it comes to like your opinions on dichotomies, that on your opinion on dichotomies, if you take the position of that you don't know, is it fair to say now that you are against the positive claim and with the negative claim?
In this scenario, no, I do not.
What's the difference?
No, I don't agree.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, that's kind of like what we're saying. That's the saying. Here's something I want to clarify real quick, right? Like I get what you're saying.
So I played into the fallacy, but now can I explain why it's a fallacy?
Can you name the fallacy?
Sure. No, sure, because I didn't know what the fallacy, so it might be, right?
No fallacy, all right?
The yes and no fallacy? Can you elaborate on what that's my first time hearing?
I didn't tell you to say yes or no. That was some more. So my bad.
Before I do that, let me go back to Incan. What Incan asked? All right, Incan. This particular scenario, it may be true when you're talking about being religious and not holding a belief in God. Wait, holding a belief in God and not being religious. That was Seventh Son's claim. That's what we've been arguing this whole time.
No. We went back to Mike's first line of argument. Yeah.
Saying I want to see.
As soon as Mike took that L from me.
Hold on. Incan said something. I want to see what everybody agrees upon.
Oh yeah, that was over like 20 minutes ago, bro. Yeah, that was over 20 minutes ago.
Fucking losing and trying to fucking.
No,
what was your position?
Mike, Florida's talking about seventh and religion.
Let me answer, Mike.
Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Incan.
So, okay, Mike. So, like what I said is like, so based on like the logic that we're using, is it fair to say, for example, like, okay, now Florida, whenever there's a dichotomy where it can be or it cannot be, when you say I don't know, is it fair now to qualify you as the group that is against the belief, right? Or that like has like disbelief against it, and like so it's like
all right. So I don't really understand what you're saying. So say that one more time, a little slower, please.
Okay, so let's bring an example. Like, hey, like next year there's going to be a hurricane, right? There's going to be a big hurricane, right? And,
yes.
And let's say there's okay. So is it fair to say now that Florida, if I ask him, do you think there's going to be a big hurricane next year? Yeah. And he says, I don't know. Yeah. Is it fair to say now that he disbelieves that it's going to happen? And like he's on the side of the people that don't believe that it's going to happen. Is it fair to say that? Or would you qualify him as a different group between the people that say, no, that's not going to happen?
No.
That's the question that I'm making.
So here's where you're making the error. The people that believe it's not going to happen is still a position, right? So no, he's not going to be on the side of the people that believe. He's not going to be in that circle of those who don't believe it's going to happen. But here's the thing: it's either the case that there's going to be a big hurricane, or there's not going to be a big hurricane. If he doesn't know, right, he's not taking the position of the people that believe that there's going to be a hurricane, right?
Good.
So by definition, in context to religion, right, when it comes to theism, because it's qualifying you into a group of a believer in God or not a believer in God, right? So does he in fact believe that there's going to be a hurricane? No.
In their perspective, no.
Okay.
And I totally agree with that, right? Wait, my question is,
I'm almost done.
Yeah, let me go right after Mike, bro.
Okay, I'm almost done. So that qualifies you as one who doesn't hold a belief in God for whatever reason. It doesn't even matter. You're not making the claim that tomorrow you can believe in God. But currently, while you're unsure, while you're confused, right? Your uncertainty, your confusion is preventing you to step into the theism circle. And if you're not in the theism circle, you are without theism.
Yes, and this logic works both ways. So if the atheist is making a claim that God does not exist, and somebody says, well, I heard some pretty good, no, you're on the other side. And that was the whole point that we were making, is that if regardless on what side you're on, if you don't take the affirmative, then you're against. That's a two-dimensional way of thinking.
So here's the thing. What you just suggested was the negative position. So I agree with you. If someone is making a hard claim that God doesn't exist, it's the equivalent of those that are saying, I don't believe that there's going to be a hurricane.
Absolutely.
Okay, there's no argument there. I'm only looking at one side of the coin because okay, so that's all I'm saying. If you focus on one side, unfortunately, theism forces you into this position because there's in some cases, I'm going to say it one more time, in some cases, if you are unsure if there's a God, for even genuine reasons, you could potentially be punished.
But I have a question for you, though, right?
Go
So
ahead.
in an argument, or like in a debate between an agnostic person and a religious person, are you saying that the arguments that are going to be made from the agnostic person is automatically going to be siding with the atheist position?
Here's the thing, and that's a great question. So that's an atheist experience, kind of position, and it was one that I was kind of indoctrinated to, and I still kind of hold that position, and it's the safest position, right? The reason why is because it doesn't allow them to take a burden, and it required hardcore atheists like Alex Malpass, this other guy, I forgot his name, he's a YouTube person, to where they were calling out atheists. There's people like Godless Girl and so on that come in here and say, hey, look, you fucking agnostic atheist bitches are just trying to play quote unquote hide the ball. You guys don't want to take a position because you don't have an argument as to why God doesn't exist. This is what Dawkins tries to do to the agnostic people. He forces them into a position to take a burden, right? The reason why is because the agnostic atheists, right, the agnostics basically are kind of avoiding a burden. So, no, this is a big dilemma within the fucking God philosophy concept. Even amongst atheists, they shit on the agnostic atheists. Nathan, am I wrong?
No, that's true. I've been in those rooms.
Wait, is this confirmation bias right here? Is this confirmation bias?
The agnostic atheist is a position that doesn't exist. There's like two opposing philosophical positions like blended in one, right? And they get away with saying that, hey, I don't have to argue this position because I'm claiming I'm agnostic because I believe that nothing can be known about God. But when it comes to my belief, like they try to separate them two. Like knowledge isn't a subset of belief. But they try to separate it like knowledge is something totally different, and therefore, belief is totally different, and therefore, I cannot believe and not know. I don't know why it sounds crazy but that's their position. But I still disagree with you. I think an agnostic person takes a position on a proposition. They're not appealing to ignorance. They're not saying that they're ignorant. They have some justification. They're saying that they know beyond. They're saying that they know. Doesn't matter to what degree, but they know that nothing can be known about God.
That's
they reject the whole proposition.
That's like the colloquial setting of agnosticism. You're going by the hard definition, and some people do hold that position. I've heard it, but in my experience, take it for what it's worth. Most of the time, when someone refers them to be an agnostic, they're not even saying that it can't be known. They're just referring to their mindset on the topic, which is they don't know. Incan, you said you're an agnostic, right?
Yeah.
Okay, do you hold a position that it can't be known, or are you just saying that you don't know?
Yeah, I don't think it can be known. That's why I don't trust intuitions, right? Because
so here's my thing. That position in itself carries a burden. So in that case.
Of course it does. Yeah. So you would have to justify the case that nothing could be known. But I just want to say this to Mike. If he's claiming that nothing can be known, he's not in the same category as someone who's taking a position. Something can be known, and what I know is that I don't think it exists. That's all.
And Mike,
Look. If he's saying that something can't be known, right? And his resting default is I don't know. He's an atheist because he will never be a theist in that sense because it can never be known. Meaning,
but he'll never be an atheist too because he would never come to. He can't conclude that it can't be known to say no.
No, Mike's right at this point. If somebody says it can't be known,
Mike and Nathan ISO.
Christianity.
Mike and Nathan ISO.
I don't consider agnosticism as a noun. I think it's a verb, right? It's basically, it's a current mindset that you have. Theist and atheist is a noun. It's a categorical representation as to where you stand, right? So if he's saying that he doesn't know and that there's no way somebody can ever know, that means there's no way he will ever be a theist, at least to his current view now. And if he's not a theist, and he never will be a theist, he will always be an atheist.
No. If by the same definition, I won't be able to say that there is not a God.
Can I say
because I don't think you'll be able to know.
Inge, can I say something right quick? So,
yeah, my bad. I interrupted. It was an ISO, man.
You're good. You would agree to come to a belief. You have to have some type of knowledge of something. You can't be ignorant and come to a belief on something, right? You can't come to a belief on something you have no information about.
I mean, okay.
Make it just So that's what he's saying. Because of that, he can't be with the atheist position.
I know that. So let me ask you this, Nathan. Let me ask you this. Like, you're aware that there are some doctrines of Christianity that believe if you don't believe in God, you go to hell, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if somebody holds a position that they can never know if a God exists and that they're currently in the I don't know phase, do they go to hell?
My belief, if I was one of those...
No, not your belief. The people that hold a position that if you don't believe in God, you go to hell.
For the people who hold that belief, they would.
So those people basically are showing the equivalence between the agnostics and the atheists. They consider them to be the same, right?
Yeah, because they're unconvinced of the agnostics claim that nothing can be known about God. They're unconvinced
No, they're not saying no, because that's kind of calling them a liar. Is because if somebody is genuinely unsure, right, that means they don't have certainty to any degree, right, enough to push them to the point that there is a God. And if you don't believe in it,
and there's not a God too. They can't.
No, but there's whole standard of morality.
One second, Eagle. One second. So they're like this. They believe that the God proposition is unknowable, and because of that, they can't take a position because they have no knowledge of it.
I know. And
yeah,
if they can't take a position, they will never be a theist, right?
And never be an atheist.
No.
Because an atheist takes a position.
Hold on. Will they ever be a theist?
They will never be a theist.
This is what I'm saying.
Okay,
and they will never be an atheist too.
So hold on. Would you agree that atheism...
That's not a yes or no.
Hold up. Would you agree that atheism represents without theism?
Yes, but it is a belief. You come to a conclusion based on some knowledge of something.
Are they without theism?
They are without theism and without atheism.
No.
They are without both.
No. Look, you can't be if you're without atheism, you're a theist.
No. It's like this, Mike. For me to come to a position
if you're saying A represents without,
but you're trying to make atheism like it's a neutral position. Atheism
No. I'm saying
no. He's creating a dichotomy where there isn't one.
What I'm saying is this: take out the atheism, the A from the theism, right? You are then by definition a theism, right?
I see what you're saying. Yeah, if we go by that whole atheist, being, if you were theist, then you're atheist without the, I see what you're saying.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. I got it.
atheists are theists, basically.
No, the reasoning is flawed.
Mike, my question for you is: do you think that someone?
Hold on, you can't move on. The reasoning, the previous reasoning was flawed.
I thought he wasn't to
The
your
previous reasoning was flawed about the
Nathan, help.
atheist.
I
Right?
don't understand what you're saying, homeboy.
The A goes back to the Greek. It means indeterminate. So you cannot assign anything. Right? Atheist means indeterminate. You cannot put a side on it. It means indeterminate. That's what the A represents.
That's what represents, by the way? That's what represents?
Atheism.
Wait.
Yes, the A.
So this is great. This is great. This is helping me. Okay. Keep going, brother. Please. Keep preaching. So A just
it's
means...
the same way, like, cause
so wait, hold on, just for clarity.
In ancient Greek.
So more life, just for clarity.
Hold on.
No. I want us I don't want you to get too far ahead here. So you're just saying that atheism just means undetermined, right?
The A means indeterminate.
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 Okay, what is that?
So you cannot assign something to that's indeterminate.
You can't. So you can't assign anything.
It's like you look at the old Greek meaning for order. It means cos, right? Now if you put the indeterminate A in there, you get chaos.
I don't know what he's saying, dude. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't think that's how it works.
Dude, the K is for chaos, obviously.
Asexual people aren't like indeterminate about sex, right?
No.
Right? Like,
I just want to say this.
Can I ask a question, Nick?
Of course.
Listen. Can it be true that you can hold a belief, that you can be religious without holding a belief? Can you be religious without holding a belief?
Be religious without holding a belief?
Wait a minute,
I don't understand it.
We're going to deal with it accurately.
Give me an example of you being religious. One second. Let me just lay in the question right quick. What do you mean?
My point is that neither do I. I don't think that you can, and I don't think it's possible. In fact, I know it's not possible almost, that you cannot be religious without holding a belief. You can't do it.
Hold on.
Religious action.
Hold on 1 second, man.
Out of social obligation.
Belief simply means to accept as true what you do not know to be true. So when you're saying when you're saying you believe something, you're saying I do not know. That's what you're saying. I don't know it to be true, but I believe it is
religiously that takes no ideology to base.
All right, so Nick,
For example, do a religious practice without believing.
Yeah, so then, for example, like you can be jacking off religiously. There you go. Jerk off
And so
religiously.
Nathan, you agree with my
This is go to Bible studies, church
Florida,
on Easter,
can
and
you
not
do religious
believing in
acts
God.
without believing them? Like, can you
So,
take the sacrament
the reason-
out of social obligation?
See, this was the difference earlier.
What is a religion?
Well, exactly. Well,
It's
that's
practice
my point.
or a
Because
faith or a system of
a system, so you can practice.
systems of practice or guidance based on a belief.
Well, but can you do the system without the belief, right? Can you practice, again, in Catholicism, people take the sacrament and maybe they do it because
Mike, or I'm sorry, why would you be doing a system or partaking in a system without
because your mom and all your social friends and, there's just a social obligation.
Culture.
What happens if you're in a system that deals with knowledge, not belief?
There's a lot of people who are probably quote-unquote religious.
I'll contend with that, right? There's the understanding that everybody else does this thing, therefore I ought to do the thing too. Now, my question to you would be, why would you fall into line with what everybody else is doing if you didn't even understand why it was being done?
Because that's
why would you do it?
that's a question about human.
So this would require like some sort of a mindless.
Let's not pretend.
Blind faith.
Bro, we had this conversation earlier.
It requires blind faith. That's what it is. Blind faith.
It's not even blind faith. That's just,
It's not even blind faith. It's just going along to get along.
You're still doing something religious,
Something
but you don't have to believe in the actual belief.
That's not even unique to religion, right? I mean, there's like in school, you have to ask shut up.
Boa, shut the hell up. Digi was fucking trying to figure this out, and I'm trying to ask Digi, but this would require a mindless zombie, essentially, that just like mindlessly replicates the things that he sees and hears.
No, look.
Yeah,
No, that's not. Look, this happens all the time in society, in all kinds of different places. When you're at a again, there's NPCs, and you know what? Everybody.
How many people won't date somebody because their family wouldn't approve? Like that's just.
It doesn't even matter. It's not germane to the conversation, bro.
Their community's
it's not germane. It's still based off of an ideology, though. It's still based off of a belief, regardless if you believe in it or not. The practice in itself is based off. This is not.
Just so you know, listen, belief, knowledge. And belief, knowledge is a subset of a belief, right? It's called justified true. When you get knowledge, right? People say that knowledge is justified true belief, right? It's a belief that you justified, right? And the conclusion is that it's true. So there's still knowledge and belief. When you say like stuff like, oh, knowledge is just being guessing or something like that, or being unsure and just holding to an unsure position, you're just wrong. Like if someone says that, hey, do you believe that your wife is cheating on you? Do you have knowledge of it? Do you spend like 24 hours with your wife? No. So you also got to believe.
Hey, can we go back to what Florida said?
If you know, you can
it
prove
doesn't
it.
matter if you believe in it or not. You can religiously practice something, right? But when somebody says, hey, I've actually read the exact same thing that they've read, and I know that group's doing that over there, but me as an individual, because of my interpretation of what we all read, I'm going to do something totally different that only I am practicing. So this is to practice something religiously that doesn't actually belong to a collective interpretation of the same exact thing that you're reading. Like, how does these things not exist, bro? Maybe we should slow it down. This is crazy.
Listen. The practice it on your own, right? You're still practicing a religion. Therefore, you are religious.
No. Religion implies a collective interpretation. By definition, there has to be more than one person. Give me a religion that doesn't have more than one person.
So what you're saying is that someone come to their own conclusion about a religion, right? And claim that they're not religious.
Off of what they're reading. Let's say that we always
so they get the general understanding of what they get the general understanding from the book. The book lay down some groundwork to say that, hey, you have to do this, you have to believe in Jesus. You have to believe in Jesus Christ. You have to follow these rules. And then a person says that, hey, I'm gonna accept those and then add other stuff on top of it. That's all he's doing. That's still being religious.
There are hundreds of thousands of
just hold on real quick, bro. If all of us read the Bible right now, and I draw my own hold on, bro.
That they make.
If I read the Bible right now and I don't believe the interpretations that all these other collective thinkers are all taking this to be, then I just, out of my own ego, whatever this is, I create my own path. In order for it to constitute it as an actual religion, other people have to join in with me.
And if you don't know Seven Son, he's the 7%, right? He's one of those 7%. Yes, he is.
This is not.
He's in a group of other people who share the same ideas as him. He didn't make this stuff up.
That's a lie.
He adopted it when he was in prison. That's who I said.
But Nate,
brother, he made a claim, and this is where I thought Mike made a mistake. His claim was, it is not a religion.
You know what? You're right.
All you gotta do is go to the definition of religion and see.
All we have to do is listen to what Seven said.
See if the definition says anything about needing to have like other members. Like, let's just see. Like, this would be easy.
That's simple. Let's pull it up.
This nigga doesn't know what a religion is, bro. But anyways,
the belief.
Seven said, and I quote,
wait, let me just.
It is not a religion. That's what he said, bro.
One second. The belief in and worship of a superhuman power or powers, especially a god or gods. So the belief in and worship of a superhuman power or powers, especially a god or god. And the second part is a particular system of faith. Yeah, a particular system of faith and worship.
Let's go.
Read the first part again.
Wait. I'll read it again.
Right?
Look. The belief in
worship,
the belief in and worship of a superhuman power or powers, especially a god or gods. And nothing in that says that it must be shared amongst two people. A particular system of faith and worship.
Guys down, bro.
Nothing in there says anything.
Nothing collective.
Alright. Nothing says anything.
Hold on, we already agreed.
Hold on, bro. Let me just finish, bro.
And individual interpretation.
Let me just finish.
We already agreed there. You
A
just got it, bro.
particular system of faith and worship. Nothing that says it has to be shared amongst two people. A pursuit or interest to which someone ascribes supreme importance. Nothing that even clarifies that it only needs to be one person. Someone ascribes supreme importance. So in this definition of, see, I don't want to fight with Digi Dave, right? So everybody know this. I know Samoa's like retarded.
Because he doesn't want to read it.
Samoa's retarded.
The part already. Let concrete.
I read 3. Look.
Telling him to read it.
Look.
No, he read it already. I listened to the reading.
Hold on. All he has to do. Look.
Let Digi go after concrete, though.
Hold on.
Listen.
Here's the thing, right? Digi Dave, again, remember when we get with Digi, we fight Digi, we talk shit to Digi. All right, just remember, right? I'm the bad guy, right? Okay, he goes on mute. Thank you. So the whole point, he's back at it again. Yeah. So the whole point is, if he has definitions aren't like only one, right? There's like multiple reference points for definitions. If he has a definition from a reputable source that says that there's like some necessity for multiple people to ascribe to these systems or beliefs or whatever, then we can hear his definition. But for the regular colloquial one that we use, there's nothing about it being amongst a collective or necessary component for it to be amongst a collective.
Sure, and
Thank
now
you very much.
dictionary.com, where it says it is any formal or institutionalized expression of religion. And so you would assume formal, formalized, institutionalized,
Formal doesn't mean multiple. Institutionalized doesn't mean multiple people ascribe to it.
So let's go back to
Institutionalized just says, please look up institution. Go.
All right, so Seventh made a claim when somebody said that he was a Christian. He said, no, I have a personal relationship of God. So what we already agreed on was there's Christian is a collective interpretation of the Bible. Just hold on, bro. So Christian is an interpretation of the Bible, and he's just claimed that he had a personal interpretation of the Bible that does not fall in line with a collective interpretation of the Bible. You would have to ask him further questions to identify exactly what it entails to your belief system. You can't just assume and attribute it to him, bro. You can't do that.
He would still be religious.
Wait, in his practice, what does that mean?
Yes, that's all he said. He's not religious. Not a Christian.
He said that's not. He said the Bible's not a religion.
No, he said I'm not religious.
That was Seven Sons' claim. Yes, I'm.
Yes, this is a hard argument. Seven Sons' claim is I'm not religious.
All right, bro. Let's get it done.
That's why I said to the audience.
He said I'm not religious, guys. I believe in a higher power. I'm not religious. I'm spiritual.
Right, because that thing's counter to the Christian belief system, right? That's why he said that. He was accused of being a Christian, right?
No. He was accused of being religious. He was accused of practicing a religion.
So he just said this unprovoked, right? He just said, okay, yeah, I'm not religious.
Yes, he was trying. Yeah, he was doing this. He was doing this Seven Son thing. He was doing this Seven Son thing.
That's why we brought up Hebrew Israelites. That's what we brought up. Hold on, man.
He does that all the time.
But we were sitting right here, but he didn't do it this time. Somebody accused him of being a Christian. Okay, all right.
You were paying attention. That's cool.
Oh, right. But we did agree that when I brought up Hebrew Israelites, Mike was the first one to say they're not Christian, right? So why are we talking about all these collective, we were talking about the collective interpretations that are all these different denominations. These are collective interpretations of the Bible. He's saying, hold on, bro. He said that the Bible, in his own individual interpretation, you have to ask him, do you actually practice?
He said he is not religious. That's the problem.
What does that mean, bro? That means that he's not practicing something, right?
He is practicing something, though.
Oh my gosh, this is horrible.
Religion implies going to church and that kind of stuff, community. So
no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
The whole conversation was accusing me of
institutionalized practice.
Yeah, did you look up institutionalized and formal?
To some people, worship could be the
I'll look it
sacrifice
up.
of a goat, right? It doesn't have to be going to church. It could be sacrificing a goat. It could be inducing an abortion. It could be divorcing a spouse, right? Whatever it might be. You put the claim on whatever it is that you think is going to get you higher to this deity or supreme entity that exists.
All right, so I looked up the definition of formal, done in accordance with rules of convention or etiquette suitable for or constituting an official or important situation or occasion. Nothing about that says anything about needing multiple people. Officially sanctioned or recognized. Officially, and Digi's over talking. Please, for the record, just reflect. Digi's over talking while I'm trying to get.
How about I devolve?
And I don't know why he's continually doing it, but it's okay. I will give him back that which he desires. Anyway, so officially, bitch ass nigga, shut the fuck up, you piece of shit. Just chill.
He gets so
officially sanctioned. Oh, look at IO coming in there to suck his dick. Even though I didn't interrupt him, I just started. He's mad. Look at how they show their annoyance by over talking. And when I say don't over talk, they get mad and want to over talk. Okay, all right, you are good civilized people. You're good, civilized people. I get it, bro. Just chill. Anyway, so the whole point is, there's nothing about the definition of formal that says it has to be multiple people. You want to try, what was the other one? Institution? All right, cool. We'll look up it.
If you think that definition doesn't imply groups of people, you're allowed to make that contortion. But everybody...
Yeah, but remember it was or, right? Remember there was a or... So again, not necessarily. It must be an institution. That's how you want to interpret it. You can. But so he's already running away. He's already running away. That's sad. You're a child, and that's why you're over talking. That's why you're eating over.
Religious means practicing something over and over and over, right? The question to Seventh was, how do you practice? And if you would have said, well, I pray, I do this, I do that, then you can say, okay, this dude's religious, right? Because he's following the instructions on how he interpreted the scriptures. But nobody ever got that far.
Following instructions on how he interpreted the scriptures? Yeah. Bro, do you know that you can have a religion without scriptures?
Oh my gosh, this is horrible.
Do you agree? Wait, let me ask you this question. Do you agree?
No.
That's trivially true.
Okay. Alright, so I don't know why you're arguing against it. So
I'm not even talking to you, bro. I'm talking about something that happened.
Okay, run away, bro. Run away, coward.
Bro, you don't want that smoke.
You are a coward. Run away. You got your booty clapping idol.
You're not an important person.
Yes, run away, coward. We all see you, man.
Run away.
None of it was addressed.
You can't even answer a question, weirdo. That's how much of a coward you are. You can't even answer a question.
This forced voice right here, bro. You're too emotional. Calm down. Take a breath. Yeah, back to the point again. Nobody asked him, what does it mean to be religious? When he said,
why is he
I'm not
focused on
religious.
Seventh?
What does that mean?
Does anybody know?
Everybody's focused on
why is he focused on Seventh?
I think our discussion has been all along.
Your mom, Io. Your mom.
The idea
Fuck
that
you,
Why are you this slow coming?
Your mom, bitch.
Come on.
Your mom. Why did your mom not put you on Ritalin earlier? Why did you have no social skills that you can't be a normal human being? Why are you playing video games as a grown ass man in the middle of the day? Why are you playing video games as a grown ass man in the middle of the day? Does your wife take care of you such that you can play video games as a grown ass man in the middle of the day? I'm sorry, I'm playing World of Warcraft. That's why I don't know what the fuck is going on. How do you do that on a fucking Thursday? Play video games in the middle of the day. Please explain that to me.
No,
can you explain that to me?
I was working earlier. Have not been.
Oh, you were working. Then you want to play video games as a grown ass fucking man. As a grown ass fucking man.
Somebody named Concrete.
Anyway, so like I was saying, why are you focusing on what Seven said if this is a definition issue, right?
But I know that here, Concrete would only ever interrupt me.
Look at Digi on his high horse.
Definition. Seven Sons definition. We have to go with.
Why would you go with his definition? That's dumb. Why? Please tell me.
Fucking words. You always.
Oh, he created the word religion, dumbass. He created the word religion, dumbass. He created the word religion, dumbass. expose him for it.
The Seventh Son never gave the definition of what he meant by religious. He never did. He just said he was not religious. When he said, "How are you not religious?" He can't even explain it. So don't do that. We didn't give him a proprietary definition.
We want to interrogate the definition if we want to make head.
He said, "I don't have."
He didn't give a definition. He used the word what we commonly know, right? He didn't give a definition.
Exactly, and so we have to infer colloquially.
No. This is
Or we
dumb.
probe like Samoa should.
Let me mute y'all, man. This is stupid. So listen, if you're speaking English, right, and someone else isn't speaking English, right, he's saying words in context. Hey, I'm like this and I'm like that. He's just incorrect. He isn't using a proprietary definition. You don't have to investigate anything. We're speaking English. We're not speaking Spanish. We're not speaking Creole. We're speaking goddamn English, man. Let's not be in dumb.
The sad reality is most people don't have an adequate literacy. Sorry, look at the kids out there.
You are a good troll today.
No, I'm not trolling. I'm trying to be precise. Most people here are not precise. This is part of the problem.
You're trolling like that. You're trolling. When you say precise, you're not using the word precise, right? You're not using the word. You're not using the definition.
I'm trying.
We're talking all the time.
Right? I've made some big that's in the room chat.
It's just context. You're using the same word in different contexts.
Thank you.
That's all it is.
Thank you.
Look how easy that was. Thank you very much.
So nobody's going back to what Seven said as the basis of how we discuss this, right? So if somebody says Seventh used the word prayer or religion to mean he doesn't bathe on Tuesdays, we're not going to say, okay, from now on, we're going to say he's not religious because he doesn't bathe on Tuesdays.
We don't even know if he prays.
We're not going to do that, right?
But we don't even know if he prays.
Okay, we're just going to say he's misusing the word,
we're just
right?
going to assume that he prays.
We're going to just say he
just
misuses the word,
prays.
right?
He does read the Bible. He quotes the Bible every day.
None of that, hold on. None of that has been said today, bro.
Hey, why does he think prayer is made?
This conversation today.
These are one of the things the Bible instructions do, bro.
He started quoting the Bible about Revelation 8. What to do yes, this happened today. What do you...
What it is?
Formal. Done in accordance with rules or conventional.
He's still trying. He's still
Well,
trying.
it's like the idea that doesn't involve other people.
He's still trying to find
discussions, bro. Can we whenever you show up, it's over. Can we just say that?
He's still trying to. He's still
Give me
trying
that
to
so I can pull it up.
So it's not in the word formal.
Let's
That
not
says
talk
nothing
about
multiple
what
people.
Seven said.
But institutions. Let's see if institutions has multiple people.
The idea that doesn't involve rules or conventions of etiquette, that doesn't involve other people.
Yeah, rules means more than one person. Wow.
Done in accordance with rules or convention or etiquette.
As if he can't imagine somebody
let's look at every religion. Whenever we say the word religion,
it's almost like he can't imagine someone
Christian,
setting
Muslim,
or
Judaism.
Almost
all
like he
these
can't
things are what?
imagine.
These things are all collective, more than one
It's
person.
almost
The
like he
idea
can't
that this is something
imagine
that
rules
you can
set
formally
for
state.
himself. Imagine he can't imagine that somebody sets rules for themselves. I'm gonna wake up at 6. I'm gonna go to bed
Is
at
that for?
5.
I'm
gonna run 2 miles a day. I'm gonna not call DigiDave a bitch. I'm gonna not call DigiDave a bitch. I'm gonna not say things about this. I'm gonna not do that. Sounds like I've established rules of etiquette for myself.
In direct relation.
What a dummy you are, bro. What a dummy you are. Are you sharing in my rules, dummy? When I say I have set of rules for myself, which includes how I treat your dumbass, does that mean you are a part of my religion, you dumbass? You know what this is? This is when you've been so dumb for so long and you've never had to think.
So there was an argument earlier, right? That the Bible in itself was the author, right? And anybody who reads from this Bible is now 2. Because there's one who wrote it, and there's 2 who accepts it. More than one person, stupid.
And now let's look up institution. A society or organization founded for oh my god.
Organization of
wait.
one.
A society or organization founded for a religious, educational, social, or similar purpose.
Of one.
That's what an institution is.
I can educate myself. I have the University of Concrete.
The definition
Where
is
at the University of Concrete we study and we do whatever we're gonna do in a religion.
Religious, educational, or social, or similar institution.
Digi, your mic sounds really low.
Hey Nathan, tell him to do
Tell him his argument is knowledge. Don't just tell him his mic are low. Tell him how dumb his argument
Really
is.
hearing the argument.
Oh, okay. I heard it in all of its.
The first 2 words.
I heard it in all of its fucking ridiculous glory, where he keeps seeing this word "or" and he ignores it, right? Because he doesn't understand that "or" means in certain circumstances or in other circumstances, these set of conditions may or may not apply. You could have it this way or you could have it that way. He doesn't know what "or" means. That's why he wants to focus on institution, because I say institution implies multiple people, therefore all religions must have multiple people. That's his dumbass argument.
Did you confirm with this issue? Do you have what "or" means?
Knowledge, can I speak? Concrete, can you name a
Knowledge, I'm really just. Did you start the timer, Knowledge?
Again, it doesn't have to materialize for it to be conceptually possible.
It's not possible.
It doesn't have to materialize for it to be conceptually possible. When we talk about possibilities, when bitch ass Digi Dave talks about possibilities, we're talking about things that don't entail contradictions.
Okay,
so there's no contradiction in having a religion of one.
No, it's okay.
There is no contradiction in having a set of rules for yourself.
Sure, okay,
There's no contradiction in being able to fucking do what you want as a religious organization of one. Religious organization of one. You fucking brain dead weirdos. I don't know how you guys do this day in and day out. Just argue brain dead weirdos who can't even just let things be. Simple stuff. Like you don't have to have a religion to speak.
Let us be.
Simple stuff, bro. Weirdos need to argue. Go ahead.
Everybody who reads the Bible is more than one. The authors of the Bible is one. You're number two when you read it, dum-dum. If your belief system is surrounded by
when you write something and you read that something that you wrote, you are now two people.
Yeah.
Who wrote the Bible? Is that what he said?
Did you write the Bible?
Wait a second. Are we talking about Christianity or are we talking about religion?
If I wrote something and I read it,
we've always been talking about.
You just said that. I heard it too, right? You heard it too.
I thought I heard that.
Yeah, he's out of his fucking mind.
No. Yeah, say what you said again, bro.
How is the Bible written? Is it written by you or
Again, you're using this scenario to make an absolute case about all religions. That's what you're doing. You're saying in this scenario, with the Christian paradigm, within the Christian paradigm, there was a God who wrote the Bible, and there are people who follow the writings of the Bible. Therefore, that religion has multiple people, so therefore all religions have multiple people. You are an idiot. Please.
Institution that derives of the
And
Bible
Samoa doesn't even know it, bro. He doesn't see it.
Our conversation is based off of the Bible. The Bible. Collective interpretation or personal interpretation? We said this 45 minutes ago, or an hour. The Bible was written by an author. That's one. When you read it and you create your own system or institution, that's two. See the difference?
Therefore, all religions have multiple people?
With the Bible, yeah.
let me give you a hypothetical. Hold on, let me give you a hypothetical. Joseph Smith. Let's say Joseph Smith himself wrote the Book of Mormon, okay? Let's get that scenario. Let's say Joseph Smith never had any followers, okay?
Yep.
He is the writer, he is the starter, he is the only member. Are there multiple people in his religion?
No, but it's based off of what? Like, what is his book based off of?
Thank you.
Right, so if you look at the Mormons and you look at the Muslims, it's all based off of the lineage that goes where? It goes to the Bible. Thank you. Everything starts from the Bible. Now, if you make up something like, hey, the Bible, you guys keep trying to run away from the Bible. The Bible.
That's a false entailment. So I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example.
Brother, you guys take the L right now.
Yeah, you're gonna take it out. Yeah. If I was to say that he wrote the Book of Mormon using words. Words were created by other people. Therefore, he used a system that was used by other people. Therefore, it's a system of multiple people. That doesn't follow. That's a reach at best.
Right. So let's just make this make sense. He couldn't have read or he couldn't have wrote the Book of Mormon without having the predicate it being of the Bible.
Yeah, exactly the same example I gave you. He could have written the Book of Mormon without writing words. That's why I gave you that.
No, the Bible.
Yes.
The Bible.
Yeah, words.
That somebody else wrote. Right, that inspired his writing.
Words that were created by
right,
somebody.
So it's different though, right? Because if Joseph Smith just created this manifestation. No, hold on. If Joseph Smith just created this manifestation and had no secondary assistance in the way that he concocted this book, then you would be absolutely right. But you guys got to run away from the Bible to try to make your point. That's your problem.
Yeah, but
you got to get off our square.
We're pointing at the shitty argument to point out why it's shitty.
No, you guys are talking about an argument that wasn't happening. We were talking about 7 sons that based everything off of the Bible.
Here's how bad it is, right? So God is not a religious person. God is God, right? We as followers of God worship God. So you can have someone hear from God, write down what God said, and one person read it. There's multiple people involved, and the author doesn't have to follow the religion, even though they heard from God, even though they wrote down what God said. God doesn't follow the religion, and you, as the one reader of the word from God, you could be the only one in the religion with a Bible written by somebody else, with a Bible written by somebody else that heard from God. You can still end up in a religion of one. Thank you, have a nice day. Do not argue, just go to sleep, be quiet.
Did you hear that? He just made the case for the 7th.
Yeah, if you're using a Bible, you're kind of already borrowing stuff.
It doesn't matter. Does the author have to follow that which they have written?
For spiritual, not religious.
Does the author have to follow that which they have written? Io, that question is for you.
Yeah, I don't care about your question.
So
my point is on the main, but
that
I
which
think
they
we
have
can let
written.
this ramp because
Okay,
Concrete needs to let this marinate or something, so I don't think he's going to get it.
Hey, the crazy part is how knowledge running there got clothesline like that. Jeez.
Oh, wait, you still made the same argument that said you were gonna make, which was a terrible argument. Continue.
Yeah. All that. Honey.
I'm just saying, you got slapped. That's all I'm saying.
He knows he lost. Can hear the lack of enthusiasm.
In your example, you didn't factor in so in your example, you didn't factor in how the Book of Mormon was built on something else.
No, in my example, it's called a parallel argument, which is designed to show the faulty in your argument. So it's not designed to be, it's not designed to show the faulty in my argument, to show the faulty in your argument.
Right. I said that.
Which is the equivalent of having one attributor or more.
I said that anybody who uses the Bible is plus one.
To lead to a position, which is why I made the argument of words. Words are a system that are attribution of one or more created. One or more attributes.
On top of what?
So the argument would be something like whatever book was written or was written in words, which was a system used by one or more attributors, which is the equivalent that I don't think is a good argument.
No, the analogy is not accurate or true. Yeah, the analogy is not true because the words are the structure, whereas the contents are what we're calling the inspired works. So I think, you can say the words are borrowed, but the sequence of words is actually more significant here than the actual words. So I don't think the analogy's...
same thing. The sequence of words that you write, the structure of the words, the way that you write, your style of writing, all of that is based upon a system that already exists. You're borrowing already exists.
Yeah, this is horrible. How do you convert Christians if you don't use their doctrine?
We both agree that this is horrible. So if you agree that this
is
horrible,
so answer my question.
That means you agree. Hold on.
No, answer my question.
The argument. Hold on. That means you agree it's horrible because the parallel argument.
All right. So here goes my question. So how could the Mormons convert Christians if they didn't use the Christian framework?
That's a statement hypothetical.
Right. Anything that comes out the Bible is plus one.
that's escaping the hypothetical. Do you know what an argument from my
There you go, brother. There you go.
Do you know what an
Checking
argument
the understanding. Deal with my argument. Deal with it. Author?
When I said
you read from author, your interpretation, plus one.
No, my argument started with, I'm going to give you a hypothetical. And this hypothetical, a person named Joseph Smith who wrote, and he was the only member. So once again, I'm not providing a real world situation. I am giving a hypothetical. When you're saying Joseph Smith then wrote this book based upon another book, that's nowhere in my hypothetical. You're escaping the hypothetical.
Yeah, I don't even know what you're saying anymore. And they're like totally stupid. It's the Book of Mormon in itself, the scripture in itself. So I just want to make. Oh my gosh. No, bro. So if we look at Joseph Smith, right? Joseph Smith has a vision.
This is horrible.
And then he had the vision of the Godhead, right? If his vision was of a dragon, then you would be absolutely accurate. But if they're using to fortify the position of it being valid or to solidify the position of it being authentic or being of God, of the true church, you have to use the characters that came before Joseph Smith, because it adds credibility to his position. That's why it's a continuum of a religious practice. They're doing the exact same thing that the Bible guys are doing. The exact same thing.
I'm sorry. Can you answer?
Think about it. That's why they're...
Yes. Can you answer very succinctly what that has to do with my hypothetical at all?
Yeah, Joseph Smith, Book of Mormon.
This hypothetical is in a world that doesn't exist, correct?
When you mentioned Book of Mormon, Joseph Smith, this exists. This is real stuff. Can you just make up duck and tiger or something?
Yeah, when I said Joseph Smith wrote, because I don't know if you know this, he didn't write the Book of Mormon. He said the words, someone wrote down the words, blah, blah, blah.
No, that's absolutely a lie. He used a summons.
Yeah,
he used a hat and a summons to translate it.
Yes,
right.
Yes, to translate, someone wrote it down, correct?
No, so he can translate it.
I'm driving, I can't fact check it right now. I'm pretty sure.
Check it, bro.
I will. I'm driving right now. But the point was, in this hypothetical, I said that he's the only person that exists that follows his religion. Do you agree?
Say that one more time, bro.
Now, in the hypothetical that I gave, I said Joseph Smith is the only person that is within that religion. Nobody else is in that religion but him. Do you agree that was a part of my hypothetical?
Yeah, I don't believe that this is the definition of a religion. You can write a book, it's not a religion.
Do you believe that was a part of my hypothetical, what I asked?
I believe that you're making the assumption that this is a religion. A man writes a book.
I won, thank you.
Then what are you winning? Are you saying that the man writes a book is a religion? Yes or no?
You're prevaricating on purpose?
I don't even know what that word means, but can you answer my question? Are you saying that a man writes a book is a religion? Are you saying that? That means every book in our library is a religion, bro.
You answered my questions. I already won.
Okay. Yeah, what were you going to say, Alex?
Yeah, so it's different. Like religious life, you can have something like a spiritual life without being religious. The question is, what are you in touch with? If you're in touch with some deity, then it's divine inspiration. If it's you understanding the world, then it's more of a deist relationship. And so I would parse it out that way. It's a little bit more complicated than we've kind of let it have.
Hey man, simplicity is what's the norm in Judaism. We should go to the other one, the Federation.
It's just weird how much people feel like they need to contort in order to like protect some flag they planted.
Our sentiments exactly.
So see, that's a problem.
Why do you have to die on every hill?
I'm still thinking about like the soft atheist versus the agnostic position. That was like really interesting to me.
Thinking there's a gun to your head and you must choose.
No, yeah, like I got that. Then I was trying to like believe. I'm trying to like reprocess. I think the master left. And I want to ask her like, I don't think they let her finish her like her coin in the box like thing, right? Like my thing was like, he kept on saying like, for example, there are some Christians that will say that you'll go to hell if you don't believe, and they're making that distinction. And I could say, well, there's some atheists that also make that distinction about you not like saying that God doesn't exist because you're also saying that He might exist, right? And so they all draw that distinction. And I think they're equally valid, right? So none of them really contribute to the
right, they just don't want you to be on the board. You're not playing the same game as them. Mike is absolutely right. You guys are playing two different games.
trying to like analyze it. What?
Yeah,
or
blue
theism
team, red team, right?
And agnosticism being. Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Like you can hold a position or like an attitude towards a proposition, like Awok was saying, that you don't know, right? You don't have an attitude towards it, right? And then that says nothing about whether the claim about God, there being a God or not being a God, is true or not, right? In other words, I'm not saying that because I don't have a position on it, I say that the dichotomy of there is a God or is not a God isn't a reality. I'm saying that I don't think that you can know, right?
Right,
So
but
I
your
think that's
position is
like
absolutely right, though. Is that if you don't agree with them, then you're against them. In both aspects. An atheist, if you don't agree with the atheist, you're against them. And if you don't agree with the theist, then they're not wrong about that. The point that I was making was kind of what Florida was trying to do. Right.
Well, that's true, but it doesn't have the same entailment, right? In other words, they'll understand that there's a difference between what like somebody they would call maybe like a hard atheist, right? Because that's what they'll say, versus like a soft atheist that we call agnostics, right? But they won't say that entailment makes it different or opposed to the group, but they will make that entailment when it comes to the group that is making the positive
thing, right? There's a lot of people that are in the middle that really don't belong in the middle because they just want to be in the middle. There's people.
Oh yeah, those crystal chakras.
I mean, I was listening to Mike's questioning, like how he was questioning with you.
I'll hold over for 1 second just to answer this. And this is what it says on Latter-day Saints Church. It says Joseph Smith was the one responsible for translating the Book of Mormon. Contrary to the speculation that he wrote it, it's only one single word aptly described Joseph's translation of the Book of Mormon, which was a miracle. He did not write the Book of Mormon. Prophets of ancient Americans who lived 1,500 years ago wrote the Book of Mormon, and so on and so on, blah, 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 blah. So yeah, within their own religion, it says that he did not write the Book of Mormon.
Yeah, that's fine, but I said he's the one who translated it, bro.
Thank you.
What are you talking about?
I said you did not write it. You said you translated it. I said, yeah, you did not write it. Yeah, I said someone wrote down.
All right, well then that's fine. Somebody wrote it. Who the hell cares?
You said no. I said I'm driving. I guess I can look it up right now.
All right, you're right, Knowledge. You're right, Knowledge.
And I just want to say.
Yeah, but this is not even a point of contention. Who the hell cares who wrote it?
Because it was salient to my argument. That's why.
Yeah, but your argument was so weak. I forgot what the argument was.
My argument was he wrote it. I said my hypothetical. He wrote it. And I said, the reason why I said in my argument he wrote it was to show you that I was exiting from real life. And you said, no, he did write it. So that was a part of real life because he did write it in real life. I said, no, he didn't. I can look it up, but I can't right now because I'm driving.
All right, whoa. All right, but what the hell? All right, well, maybe you got him, so I won't hit that personal.
I didn't say fuck fighting. I said fuck hating.
All right, real quick though, right? So if he wrote the book, so we'll just go back to this real quick. If he wrote the book, he's an author of a book. What makes it a religion, or what makes it not a religion?
Because he follows the writings from the book.
Why does he have to follow it? It can be fictional.
Because he chooses.
Because you're attributing this to him to make your argument. That's freaking disgusting.
Yes, I agree. It was a parallel argument. It was designed.
No, but didn't you hear? Hold on, didn't you hear concrete?
It was designed in a hypothetical format to show the faultiness in your argument, not to show the faultiness in concrete's argument, which I pointed out. It was a parallel argument specifically designed to show the faultiness in your argument, which I said.
Concrete said, and I quote, "You can write or whatever the hell he said you can write and not practice it." That's what he said, and that's exactly what you described.
That has nothing to do with the faultiness in your argument. Holy shit, how many times did I say that?
What was the parallel argument again?
The argument was a book was written by a guy with which was designed with words that was already from a previous system of words. Therefore, it was by multiple people. That's the faultiness. The logic.
All right. So this is my claim.
That was the argument.
All right. So this is what I said. I said anything from the Bible.
I'm going to say
context. Yeah, so everything from the Bible is +1. Anybody who reads the Bible and creates a system off of that is +1. That's author and you. Is that okay?
No,
so any circumstance.
I showed you how that was faulty. I said in this hypothetical, Joseph Smith wrote it. That's +1 according to you. Joseph Smith read it. That's still not +1, but whatever.
Right, but notice in your hypothetical you removed the Bible.
Joseph Smith. Yes, I know that. That was to prove the faultiness in your argument.
All right, so everybody listen to what Knowledge just said. I said that you didn't write it, right?
No. Take the word Bible. The argument was going to be something like P written entails Q, correct? P written entails Q, therefore Y. Okay, let's just use that same algorithm. P entails Q, therefore Y, okay? So I gave you the same argument, the same algorithm, P entails Q, therefore Y, and I showed you that in my argument, Q was not an entailment of P, which makes your argument inconsistent. It does not.
My argument is if you didn't write the Bible, but you subscribe to a institution or a system that you've created in your mind off of the Bible, you are number two. That's my position.
Look.
You had to take it out of the Bible to say, no, not the Bible. Now you're just going to make up a fictional story. Now this is a religion because you made up a fictional story. How's that a parallel argument?
Are you on Discord?
No. I'm eating.
Well, look. Just back channel me whenever you get a chance. Your address. I'll send the body back to you. Okay. All you gotta do is unzip it. Just get it.
Just do it. Yeah. All right. Give me the body back and let me put you in it.
My dear Samoa, I am still questioning myself because you appeared suddenly and you are here like a philosopher.
You reading something that was offered from somebody else to you offering it yourself? How is that parallel?
No legitimacy at all here. You are a stranger. You are a fucking foreigner, Samoa. And you appear in the village.
Yeah, bro, I don't get it. Does anybody else make it make sense?
The village people, you see, I am the leader. No, we don't accept the leader, Samoa. Samoa, you are not the leader. You are just a stranger and a foreigner, and you need to keep calm. You need to keep calm. No, Samoa, shut up. Shut the fuck up. And Samoa, you just need to adapt to the community, and you are just because overnight this guy pretended to be the leader. You are not the leader of the group. You are just a foreigner.
Ain't no way Inspector Clouseau's dominating this.
In that accent, you're calling someone a foreigner. With that accent.
As they say in France, Allah Akbar.
Did you see that?
I've been waiting to use that for the longest time.
Someone Googled how you say hello in French, and it was like, alhamdulillah.
All right, Aiken. Was that a parallel argument? Or the knowledge was saying? Like, maybe I was just in battle mode or whatever, but did you think that was a parallel argument?
I'm gonna be honest, I think
P entails Q, therefore Y. P entails Q, therefore Y.
Oh, see, that goes. No, I'm gonna be really honest, guys. That goes over my head. I'm familiar with it, but I'm not really good with the entailment. To the point where, if you look at chat, I was asking B Master if she could finish her thought on the coin box. So if you're talking about that aspect, I'm not the person to ask, man. I'm gonna have not a familiar statement.
My argument was anybody who derives an interpretation of the Bible and constructs a certain system or whatever the hell, right? Institution, whatever word, insert here. Anybody who does that is +1 by definition because they didn't author the book. And then knowledge says, well, what about this hypothetical where a person authors a book and then practices what he's authored? Is that a parallel argument?
Somebody authors a book and then practices.
Hypothetical 1, someone writes a book. Hypothetical 2, someone writes a book.
Somebody reads somebody who wrote the book.
Hypothetical 2, somebody reads a book. Hypothetical 1.
Somebody else wrote.
Hypothetical 2, somebody reads a book. Hypothetical 1, someone follows the book. Hypothetical 2, someone follows the book. 3 parallels, P, Q, and Y. In both scenarios, P, Q,
I don't know what you just said right there, bro. That was so dumb.
The only difference are the entailments. And if you can prove
so the claim that I made was any religion that
let's ask a question. Could he use Scientology to be like a better representation of that?
No, hold on, real quick. Just so I can say this, right?
Hypothetical.
No. I get what you're saying. But I think that Samoa's issue is that the fact that is based off some structure of the Christian, right? So he'll say
more than one.
Yeah, he'll make an argument that because there has to be a certain amount of interpretation, for example, like on the Trinity or that there's the Bible's like somehow the ground base. That book isn't an original; it's just an extension of the Bible. Kind of like what the Hadiths are, I guess, for the Quran.
So Mo's difficulty is right now he's going through what's called the false analogous dilemma, where people hyper-focus on the difference in analogies or hypotheticals when it's already been proven in philosophy that no hypothetical, no analogy is perfect. That's why
Bro, when you say parallel, what does that mean?
That's why they stay focused on the variables, parallel on the variables. That's how it can get.
All right.
So let's parallel would be the variables, which would be the P, which would be the Q, which would be the Y. That's why.
Oh yeah.
That's why you're right now. You're focused on hyper-focused on the disanalogous portion.
Yeah, I guess some more.
So just real quick, just because I'm kind of slow with this. Wait, hold on.
No, but like,
I just want to
what
make
you would have to do is show why you deny that analogy, and then like it would how it's like it's not equal just based on the fact that the Bible was there before. That's the only way.
He's gonna hyper.
Yeah, that's like, and that's kind of what like knowledge is saying.
No, what I'm saying is plain number one. Anybody who creates something off of this authored book is a religion by definition more than one person. More than one person. And then he says, well, what if a person just creates something out of their imagination and they follow it themselves? This is one person.
No, I said if someone creates a book that's using words are created off of a system of people. It's still a book written by one person.
But how can it be about other people if they don't exist?
That's the parallel part.
Wait, hold on. So the people in his book actually exist?
No, you
but do the people exist?
So what he's saying kind of makes sense, right? Because you could just go back, right? You could say there's examples of like the Bible, right? The Bible is an extension of like of a Jewish text, right? So it's just a +1, but the Jewish text is similar to certain texts that we find in blank place, and that blank place is similar to stories that we find over here, and those stories are like because of certain.
I'm getting dizzy. So in these people, are these people known to you from where? The people in the story that Joseph is putting there came from where? Where did they come from? This is where it falls apart.
No, they come from the Bible. Yeah.
Go ahead. So
I think I just have to agree with Samar.
See, I told you he was going to
go ahead, bro.
Hypothetical. There's no Bible.
So knowledge, if you remove the Bible and let's go to other religions. I don't know if you have an indigenous religion in Kantu, you'll find out that there's no religion without people. For example, my tribe, some people practice what they call Ordinala. So while there are no commandments as you have in the Bible, you have a way of life. You have some things you have to do before you practice that religion.
Wait, but can you have a religion with just one person?
I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it.
All right, so you agree with me?
I agree with you, Samar. You can't. It's almost impossible. You just have what is called maybe your own principles. It's not the religion. Religion has to do with followership too. So we have people who follow certain religions and they follow the tenets of it. So let's remove the Bible in my place if you follow it.
Right.
There are certain things you don't
knowledge right now.
There are certain things you don't do. You practice your own spirituality, but it's a religion. So I don't know. If you guys can show me one religion with just one person out there, maybe as complex.
That I know it doesn't exist. But could you have a religion if only one person?
This is where we go to the
abstract. Hold on. If one person follows a belief or teachings from a book, is that not a religion?
The problem,
by definition.
So knowledge. The problem is if you follow a book, then you adhere to some form of the doctrines, and in that case, you're following a religion. So you are.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So you agree with the why. So the P in the argument is I write the book. Okay. Eric writes the book. That's proposition P. Okay. Eric writes the book. Proposition P. Proposition Q would be Eric reads the book. Okay. Conclusion Y. Eric follows the book. Eric follows the readings and teachings of the book. Based upon you agreeing to a person following the teachings equates a religion, you agree with the conclusion of me following my book would be a religion. And based upon agreeing with Proposition 1, me writing the book, a book that's written that I use words that entail a system of existing system of words already created by the people, that shows that the original argument that Samoa made just falls apart.
killed himself when he said, "I know it doesn't exist." Take your L, bro.
It's about the argument. It's the parallel in the argument. The moment you realize how bad your argument is, you realize how bad your argument is.
Right. So you know that you were taking concrete side when he said religion can exist with just one person. I said no, because if you're reading off of something else, you need two sources. One person writing, one person
receiving. You guys just conceded that it could have. You guys conceded that it was correct. Yes.
I haven't.
I said if one. You guys just said if one person reads the book, one person follows the book. What would you call it? And then Odie said that was a religion. I said I agree. So in the scenario that I gave, where I write the book, I follow the book. I follow the book entails me following a religion. That was the entailment.
Right. The problem is that you're removing the person that's outside of your being, like the whole person that gave you this divine being, this whole storyline. You're just using your imagination. You're authoring a book. No, this is fictional, right? Is that what it is? It's a fictional story that you created in your mind to build stuff up.
A fictional argument designed to show the faulty in your argument.
No, but what's the definition of religion? What's that?
I'm driving, but I'm assuming the teachings, the followings of a belief. I'm assuming.
All right, and what you're saying is an individual person can write a book and then read the book and then follow the book by believing in the book, right?
As long as I believe.
And that's what makes it a religion.
As long as I believe and follow the teachings of a book, yes, that would be following a religion. That's correct.
Right, but this is the problem, right? Is that if we're just using the experience of our understanding, we're going to find flaws in this in a week from now, in 2 weeks from now, 5 weeks from now, because there's different levels of understanding throughout the experience of life. So pretty soon, when you're 18 years old and what you wrote down, you're going to see that you're a total freaking idiot, just like you were 5 minutes ago when you made this stupid-ass parallel argument.
That has nothing. 5 years has nothing to do with the. No.
Because you can't believe it anymore.
It doesn't matter. The argument is based upon variables. P until Q, therefore Y. That's what the argument is. The truth variable would never change. 10 years from now, 20 years from now, the truth variable will remain the same. That's what makes an argument valid or sound. It's the truth variable. If you reject the truth variable,
I don't even know what your question is anymore.
It's faulty.
Yeah, this is embarrassing.
You can't.
And you guys know what he's talking about? You guys know what he's talking about?
Odie left.
Oh. Do you guys know what he's talking about?
No,
I think that he's arguing against the fact that there has to be 2 or more people within a religion that's based off of this book. But then he said take the book out of the equation.
I don't know what religion was like. I thought religion was when you go to a church or a mosque or you practice and you go to like a community gathering to do.
I thought that too, but I guess not.
I think that's a little more just a colloquial version of it, right? That's what I would think when I think of religion too. I'm not arguing for like its common understanding to be the like its ultimate like to like define the etymology of the word. That's what I like. That's what I understand it to me. To me, maybe because like this is like a nuance and I haven't got all the arguments. Kind of like the argument about Latinos and like being like everybody who speaks that. I can see that argument of why, right? Like I can see why you can make that argument, and not logic behind it, but like the word itself just embarks a different group of people, and specifically excluding another group of people, right? And that's not based on the etymology of the word, but rather the way that we use the word, right? We've all kind of come to agree to use it. And I think that's the value of the word. But I don't know if these are like parallel things that you compare, right? But maybe it's just because I haven't caught all the argument. I've been in traffic and I've been red barring a lot.
Right. But if you look at just religions in itself, there's something that's above all of the people. Now that supernatural being, divine entity, like that's actually what was inside of Concrete's first definition. Like the supernatural or the divine, like that's a entity in itself that's above mortality. And that's why it's so easy to follow it. But if somebody were to just write that by themselves, there'd be no reason for belief because they know they're lying.
That doesn't follow.
Yeah, think about it. You have to be delusional to believe that there's this God that exists that says everything loves you, but yet you're the one who dictates the attitudes.
And you could be delusional is the point. It could be delusional. The fact that you're delusional makes it possible. So you can't say that X can't happen unless Y, when Y is possible.
No, it can happen, but it's delusional.
Yes, I agree.
It's not in the main line.
Look. You can't say X can't happen unless. Because the moment you say unless, you're saying X can't happen. Once again, that's how variables work.
Yeah, so, again, when somebody says that there's this God base up there, but yet they're the ones who control the attributes of the God, isn't that where cults come from?
But by the way, Matt,
do you know
what I kind of agree with.
Do you know anything about truth tables, logic formats,
absolutely not.
Knowledge structures?
Nope.
Okay, nope. Oh, that's fine.
I'm familiar with it, right?
You still knowledge? You packing up some more still?
Yeah, it was bad.
I'm familiar with like knowledge tables, right? I'm familiar with it to the point where like you give me an example, able to follow with it. But I'm trying to learn more about them. That way I can use them on the fly, right? It's probably like the next thing I'm just like YouTube about, like just really get into. But no, I was like Matt was saying something about like the definition. I think he thinks I'm trying to like make it mean something else. But like I actually agree with like what he's saying, right? Like I concur with like his definition, but I would say that's like colloquial definition of the word religion, right? And but yeah, that's I don't know. When it comes to like these arguments,
let me just point out exactly
the validity of the word. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to point out exactly where knowledge took the L. When he wanted to take the Bible out of the equation, that's when he took the L.
I still use the same argument, which was words. Your entire argument was X exists before P. So I used the argument where X exists before P. Once again, the variables don't change. You can say the argument is shitty, but that makes your argument sound more shitty. As long as the variables are consistent with your argument, with the variables in your argument, that makes it parallel. So every time you say that was shitty or that was terrible, that makes your argument seem shitty and terrible. That's the best part of making it.
Wait a minute, so you used a moral argument against him, and he said that his argument was trash? Oh, I love that one.
Yeah, every time you said it was trash, I kept saying, I agree. Every time you said it's horrible, I'm like, yes, I agree.
Hey, I have a question for Nathan real quick. Nathan, we said anything that, because remember earlier, they said Christian Bible, they said all these things about the Bible. I'm a person who believes that the Bible will be neutral, then it takes its identity to how you interpret certain things. Then the claim was made that you can actually have a religion, this is with 7, you can have a religion with just one person. So then the hypothetical knowledge is using is a person just creating a book, and then reading the book, and then following the book, right? But in order for him to get into this hypothetical, he has to remove the Bible from the equation for it to be two people. I am of the idea that because of the Bible is authored externally from you, by you adhering to it and utilizing the traditions that are in there, and then kind of creating your own little thing, that you need two or more, or that you need two people to do this. That's my claim.
Yeah, but even in your argument, the Bible was written by a person, not by God, by a person.
No, by God, by many people. By God.
In my argument, let's say there was only one person that read it, okay? Instead of many people, instead of 62 people, let's say there was just one person. Okay? Just one person wrote it. Just one person read it. Just one person believed and followed it. You can even use your previous statement where there would be delusional. You can even use that if you want. But in this hypothetical, it represents everything in your argument. And every time you say that's stupid, I agree. It makes your argument seem stupid.
Sounds good. What do you think, Nathan? Any institution or any type of system that's built off of the authors that were inspired by God within the framework of the Bible is more than one person. Once you create it.
Once again, you tried that earlier, but I asked you and Odie, I said, what do you call a person who follows the beliefs and the teaching of a book? And they read this book and they follow the teaching of the book. And both of you guys said a religion. So once again, try to play around with it all you want, Paul. But y'all both agree that definition is their religion. So that person who's doing this exact act, is following a religion by your own admission.
Yeah, I never admitted that. I said delusional. You said, oh, but it can still happen. It might be delusional, but it can still happen. I never agreed to what you defined as being a religion.
Well, Odie admitted it.
Oh, you see how that goes. The young lady just spoke up and said, I always thought this is what a Michelob is, right? You said, but my argument still stands because the equation is YBX, or whatever the hell you said. I say, okay, cool. As long as we understand that what you're describing has never existed, nor can you ever point to some of its existence, I said, EXY. Doesn't matter, bro.
Did you guys hear about that robot in North Korea that committed suicide?
No. What's the punchline?
Please tell me more. Please.
Does that sound like a joke?
No.
Tell me more, tell me more, tell me.
I'm trying. Dang.
He got up a fight.
What
The most
happened was
problematic lyrics is what you recite. Go on.
They had the robot working for 10 hours straight without taking a break. And they noticed, and this robot had a supervisory role, like a managerial role in the company. And it was just working for 10 hours, no breaks. And all of a sudden, the robot's head just started spinning around in circles. And it threw itself down a flight of stairs. I'm not.
Shut up, out.
No. Check this. So there's something to be said about the sentience hypothesis for robots, that they become suicidal, like in the TV show Westworld. That once they realize, their place in the cosmos, so to speak, that they're just conscious toasters, they're like, well, what the fuck is the point? And you're like, your purpose is to pass butter. And they're like, holy shit, I'm a sex robot. So yeah, that's kind of fun.
Oh my god. Yeah, I got scared when you said sex robot, mid-suicide in the red zone, mid-job, that'd be the thing, that's crazy. Anyway, has anybody seen no, I don't want to change that topic. What did they extrapolate out of the robot killing itself?
That it was basically out of exhaustion, essentially. And I feel that way a lot of times too at work. I'm like, I need to
Maybe it was
myself
carbon.
up.
Wait. Did you say you feel like killing yourself because of exhaustion?
No, I really don't really care about like killing myself.
Isn't that going against the whole thing about robots? You're not supposed to be exhausted.
But see, that's how rumors get started. Screw you, Nathan.
I was here, Nathan. If you want to spread that, I will vouch for you.
If it's not like a sentient thing, how does it have desires to know that it does not want to continue? So
Exactly.
I wonder what is there a black box for the robot? What was its final?
Maybe this is the equivalent to when your batteries.
There's no way that we have right now to interrogate the black box. It's kind of crazy. That's why they say it's kind of hey, it's potentially dangerous, because unless we create better architectures, we don't know why, for example, a robot did something. It can tell you, but that can just be an after-the-fact kind of statement. You don't know if that's what it was thinking in that moment. So what's the nature of token prediction with respect to consciousness or the neuron firing? That's kind of the technical question. So
could it be with the sensory of when our batteries are hot? You know how your iPhone, it'll say charge, whatever.
So voltage irregularities could cause anomalies like that. Yeah, even cosmic rays have been shown to fuck up airplanes, an airplane's navigation system, such that the plane crashes, and all they find is that there may have been a cosmic ray that flipped the wrong bit, and the plane was going down. So that.
We need King here, because this is Lance King's idea, the King's belief. But I have a question for him. Let's just say there was a robot created, and it malfunctioned, right? And let's say you created a robot to build boxes, and it doesn't build boxes. It builds circles, spheres or something like that. And you didn't program it to do it. It does it on its own will. Isn't that the robot itself doing some type of free will?
Yeah. So you can give it some sort of idea of agency or free will. When you train these systems, they can act in a certain way. So, for example, when we train them on all human text and all human writings, and then we start giving it like discussions from Twitter and even like programming languages, the language, the large language model, begins to be able to do something like addition, and then it can do a little bit more math, and then it gets a little bit more conscious. So like the nature of consciousness is no longer limited to what humans are doing, and the question of free will is whether you put that into a loop so the robot can make its own goals, and you can do that with something known as an agent framework. No, listen, this is the answer. This is the answer. So it's called an agent framework. It has an objective, a role, and 5 goals, and then you can say one of the goals is to make new goals, and all it does is use that language model to jump between those things, and when it gets down to the bottom, it goes back up to the top. And that is something like...
I like how you turn it into someone else.
No, but that's like the practical way that they're getting something like sentience or consciousness, like what you're describing. They made a whole episode of
question, though. Like, it's a box maker. It's not making boxes. You program it to make boxes, but yet it's making spheres. Isn't that
that's emergent behavior, and that may or may not be critical to soft consciousness, or like what you might call hard consciousness, or like
I don't make degrees of consciousness. I believe it's the case that you have consciousness or you don't have consciousness.
I think, for example, the neuron might be integrating chemical signals, but at a certain point, all those chemical signals give rise to what you and I might call vision. So the emergent property of collective behavior of neurons is vision, is dreaming, is, speech, for example. So that's kind of what I'm saying. Emergence is the key here, and consciousness is infinitely related.
You could ask me the question, well, Nathan, when did you become conscious? Like,
when did I become conscious?
Yeah, because I
was always conscious.
So do you think like when you were being when the sperm fertilized the egg, you were conscious?
Yep.
So do you think that that's something?
I believe this, bro.
I don't think you believe that.
Yeah, that sounds scary.
Is this an question?
This is atheism because I just thought I was read more. You too good. No, but me, the real me, the ghost in the machine, that always existed, right? My body, the shell, right, develops and it tunes into who I am based on like how I'm programmed, and that's how I see it, right? Me, the idea of me was always conscious. The body, you have to develop and able to tune into who I am as like this agent of me. But that always existed out there in the ether, some platonic realm.
Oh yeah, you believe in the soul. I forgot. My bad.
You don't believe in the soul?
No,
you believe in
I did. Well, wouldn't I just be like atheist at that point?
You don't necessarily have to be a theist. You can be a dualist.
No, you know what's interesting? I never believed in the soul even as a Christian, right? Because I grew up as a Jehovah's Witness, so they don't believe in souls like very stupidly, right? Like from their framework. So I never grew up like thinking soul, although I do see its importance in theology, right? Like without a soul, you're just running into a teleportation problem when you die, right? Like, is that really you, or is it the memory of you and whatnot, right? No, I don't think I believe in a soul, right?
I don't know. I believe in it, bro.
What do you mean by soul?
Me or
I take it like this, man. That's your body. I think that's like this dualistic nature of like humans. That's the body, the shell, and that's the thing that we call ourselves, right? And there's like a constant conflict. Like the Bible tries to describe us as the flesh and the spirit or something like that. Where the flesh, the body, it has its own desires. Like, if you're a person that's addicted to judge, hold on one second.
I want to say an announcement right quick. Just left the pet store and the pet matter, the official section, the shirt and saying the next.
You're in the Matrix. You were in
exactly.
The
No.
time.
Damn, now don't keep on telling me where I'm here. I hear you clearly.
But congratulations on the new puppy for your babies. I'm sure they're gonna love them.
Oh, wait, you said you got a new puppy? I really didn't hear.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Awesome, Knowledge. That's really cool. Hey, Knowledge, what type of car do you drive, Knowledge? Just out of curiosity.
A ship? A spaceship.
So you drive down the street in a tractor? Is that what kind of, that's what you do?
The red bar is gone. I don't know if you can hear me. I was saying, I just left the pet store, and I want to let everybody know it's official. They're coming after the pets now. First it was the kids, now it's the pets. There's this whole section that says "Show Your Pride," and it's full of nothing but rainbow toys for pets. I'm telling you, your pets are next.
Well, the frogs are already gays, so whatever.
Yeah, you know, just because you refer to your female dog in that term doesn't mean that it's born with its own identity, right? It's always wanted to be like something else. So I don't know what you're talking about, Knowledge. Next thing you're gonna say it's like the food, it's changing them, it's not their own autonomy. This is the way that animals have always been. I'll link you a video to chimpanzees fucking each other, even though they share the same genitals, right?
Exactly. It was chimpanzee.
Why do you got those links on Quick Call?
Oh dang! You're on Discord long enough, man. You get on Discord long enough.
And now they want our cats and dogs. I'm just saying, they're pushing it.
Oh my god! You Knowledge, what type of car do you drive?
3500 Chevy Dually.
Oh, nice. You seem more like an F-250 type of guy to me, man. But
hell no, big boy.
Yeah, one of the beat up 2014 ones too.
Nope.
Alright, that's good. Just curious. But yep, your dogs are next.
Yeah, but
do you remember that?
Driving down Miami, it's the fucking worst. There's some streets in Miami, like the streets are really fucking tight. It is difficult. The parking lots are tight. It's almost impossible down there.
Oye, people. Is that what you get from the Cubans?
Oye, papo. Oye, papo.
Oye, papo. Amian. It's not Miami, it's Miami. Yeah, man. Yeah, bro. I was listening to Serie de la Cruz the other day, bro. I was coming down from like a trip, and I actually have, I don't know if you know who Bobby Cruz is. Sonido Bestial. I have actually the first print from the 70s, like their first record of that album. I actually have like an original copy of it.
So I don't know if you know this about me by now, but I'm a race trader. I don't know anything about Spanish heritage, Spanish singers, Spanish artists.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Damn, you know Sabo kid, head ass. Damn, bro. Damn.
Yeah, I only learned Spanish within the last somewhat years in construction.
What? Yeah. Damn, bro. You won El Taco, huh? My god.
But in exchange, I gave myself my own Edward card.
You gave yourself what?
My own Edward card.
Oh, really? Dang. Well, that's something.
Yeah, I have to give away my Hispanic card to get an Edward card. It makes sense.
God damn. So you won't say spick anymore? Is that what I'm hearing?
Oh, no. If you have an N-word card, you can say spick. But if you have a spick card, you can't say the N-word.
So who gives you the spick card if the N card is given from Jeremy?
All you gotta do is go to Mexico.
And what about the Black Hispanic?
The Black Hispanics, that's an arguable one if they have the N-word card or not. That's one of my favorite topics.
So your favorite?
Yeah, I think this is the reason why biracial people have advantage here, because they can hold two cards, they're dual card holders.
I tell my kids all the time. I tell my kids all the time. I tell them all the time, you're not black, you're mixed. Okay? Stop that. Not black, you're mixed.
My stepdad used to tell me that mixed people had bad blood. He was primarily talking about black and white couplings. And he started saying this, of course, after the first boy visited my house, which was Adam, who was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy. He was like, none of this.
No Aryan master race for you, Italian.
That's funny because my mom did the opposite. In grade 1, there was like a black girl in my class, and we went like on a whatever play date to the playground, like the parents went together, and then my mom got shit from the entire Polish community because they were like, why are you associating with those people and all this stuff? And my mom was like, you're idiots. And so she stood up, but she got so much shit for years. It was so fucked up.
Leave the Canadians alone, Nathan.
That's the whole story.
No, like, the Polish community is super racist. Remember the Murzynek Bambo? That's like fucked up translation is little N-word boy Bambo. Okay, and they teach that in grade 1 in Poland for literacy, so kids don't think that black people are weird, but yet the picture drawing of the character, at least in my version of the book, looked like a black goat. Okay, so I don't know what the fuck that's about, but that's fucking weird.
All right, Jeremy.
Hey, yo, what's that bullish song? What's that bullish song that goes da 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 da? And it's like a dancing cow, and then it's about somebody like doing like coke and getting really high and like contemplating their life. What's that song? That's just on my playlist, like along with like a lot of like what I call Russian boomer music.
Okay, well, good for you, man.
No. What's the name of the song? It's like a dancing cow.
I don't know the name of that song, man.
Oh, wait. Oh, I'm sorry.
I said I disassociate with my culture because insert racism here. And you're like, yo, so you up with that culture, bro? And I'm like, not even, bro. Not even. Sadly.
Hispanic culture is also a little bit racist, right? But because I've been exposed to another language.
Stop being racist.
Stop what?
Wait, I'm just.
Stop being racist, Jeremy.
Okay.
Come on. I mean, sure, he's wearing a hoodie, but he's very different from Jeremy.
It's a furry costume, excuse me, madam.
Oh!
No, I'm kidding.
Oh, thank you for the correction.
I thought it was like one of those like snuggle blankets.
No, but check this. If Polish people knew that I was also a Polish Jew, just not a piece of, not people you want to be around when they learn that about you. So I'll just say that as well. Also very uncomfortable first-hand experience. And that was also fucked up too. So nothing but love for my people.
Yeah, that's rough, man.
I heard similar things from Russian Jews, like, they don't really like us. We're always aware that we're not them. So, as much as you see diaspora wars openly on Clubhouse between the blocks, well, they're very much happening elsewhere in, I would say, most communities. I can't think of one.
Every group.
Do you think it's just an innate quality?
Alex, do you think it's just an innate quality that we have? The human condition?
No, I think it's conditioning, but it's not innate to the human.
Did Samoa just try to say, hey, if everybody thinks you're the problem, maybe you are the
No, what I'm saying is the ways that our brains work is to see the differences and the likenesses. That's how our brains work.
But the differences are more heavily biased because the differences is what decided survival. If all you did was look at similarities, you'd make too many expensive mistakes, and that's from a statistical type 1, type 2 error perspective.
And of course, we have eyes and we can see and observe, but to assign positive and negative or good and bad to those differences is the conditioning part, I think.
So this is the subconscious part as far as like what we perceive as being menace, what we perceive as being certain threats, like animals, when you see them in nature, they take an aggressive stance. like facial expressions, right? So this is the conditioning part that you're talking about, like what we observe and how we interpret it.
Okay, so if we were separated by something other than race, we would likely be tribal, which just so happens to, for most people, be homogenous, but it doesn't have to be. And if we are struggling for resources and my tribe is against your tribe, we might try to find differences in our clothing or other physical attributes in the interest of identifying who is in and out of that group. But I think because we're lazy, we rely heavily on race when we don't have to, and it's also not productive.
This is when one submits their narcissistic innate properties of individuality to adhere to the restraints of society, right?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Like, for example, number one, self-preservation. Everybody wants to create a situation where their life is preserved, regardless of anything else, first and foremost. Second, you want to kind of move around with things that you're comfortable with, so things that kind of look kind of like you. Third, whatever the hell you put here. But again, you would have to give up all of these personal life preservation, prioritizing methods once you start sacrificing individuality for collectivism, or for things that you see more valuable that are outside of yourself.
Yeah, but I think that, like, innately you consider like certain things more valuable than you, right? Like, for example,
like what?
And I think that, like, it's related to, well, let me put the criteria. I think it's related to how close they are to your bloodline, right? I think there's something innate. Like, give you an example I feel a lot of people could agree on. I don't think it's some type of indoctrination, right? I think that's something that I would say that a lot of people have kind of inherited. Like, I'll give my life for my brother or 7 of my cousins, right? I won't give them for 1 cousin or 2 cousins. Actually, 7 might be like a lot. I'll give them maybe for like 3 or 4 cousins, right? I'll lay down my life for my brother, and I'll lay it down for like 4 of my cousins. In other words, somebody's like, I'll kill your brother, or I'll kill you. All right, I'll bite the bullet. Shit. Okay, or 4 of my cousins. Like, it was like 2 of my cousins. Nah, look, love you, all right. 3 of my cousins, 4 of my cousins. All right, fair game. Take me, right? And I think, like, the further you could go with
I have
that,
never heard
like,
somebody count their family in terms of the trolley problem. You're like, listen, this is how many people are balanced on the scale of Incan's morality. That is
What
great.
about that one cousin?
No. There's a biological argument about this. This example.
Like, I wonder
is my
if it's a
example.
specific 4, or is it just any 4 cousin?
Yeah, well, like, and see, here's another argument. Like, the more that I know them, right, the more that I know them, like, the more I might be like I have ties with them, right? But, like, off the bat, right, like, I think that this is not something that, like, a lot of people would be like, well, no, your cousin's just as valuable as your brother. And I would argue that there isn't just a like some like, you get to know them, right? Because I haven't grown up with some of my brothers, right? But I'll still make the same proposition. But when it comes to my cousins,
Yeah,
I'll
but
still make the same
that's a
proposition.
concession that you're making of who you see as more valuable to yourself.
I think there's
If they weren't involved,
biological,
you would
like,
always go out
let
on
me
your
look it
own.
up, right?
You would want-
Well, you would agree that if you only care about preserving your life exclusively, right? Like, not that of your kids, or that you're just like the issue is you, right? Because like mothers and fathers tend to protect their kids and like even put their life on the line, right? And they're like the examples where they don't is kind of like different, right? Like, you have marsupials, which marsupials have like their undeveloped like child they still have it in the pouch, right? And they're not developed enough, and the predators after them, they will drop that baby and sacrifice it, right? And so you can say that's kind of an exception to it, right? But like, you could say that like fathers and mothers protect their children. So if you're saying like if your thing is solely preservation, then I think that you're like the anomaly, right? I'm saying that's the only thing you care about, right? As if it's your kids, your wife, your brothers, your family, then you're the anomaly, right? That's something, you're the exception.
I just never heard anybody balance out their family like that. It's an interesting exercise.
Question, does it make somewhat sense?
You don't show what there are any black people and colored people, Ayo. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's because I'm racist, I guess.
But just again,
like society's perception on the individual that you're a narcissist, you're a sociopath, you lack empathy, so on and so forth, right? But then from the individual's perspective is, bro, I'm trying to live my life, I'm trying to do my thing. And I'm not going to adhere to any of the constraints that you group of people are going to place on me at this moment. So depending on what side you're on, I guess that's the economy that we're looking at.
I would say the individual perspective is actually passing on like the same type of genetical matter on. I think that it's not preservation that's like the important thing. I think that preservation is a function of you being able to have children and like passing on that lineage. I think that's what the thing is. I think preservation.
Why do you have to have children?
Because like, well, you could say that's.
Why didn't you just have an ideology?
Yeah, but
you could write it in practical books.
Exactly. You can have an ideology, right? But like you could also make the argument it's like people that didn't share this belief didn't pass on children, therefore the children that were there were more familiar with the idea that having children was more of like something that you
so
did.
Isaac Newton was a virgin, died a virgin.
Joe Biden's live press conference while he fights for political survival.
Where is he right now?
I'm not saying that you have to bring. I'm not saying that the exceptions to the rules. Like, I'm not saying that like this is like completely true. Like for everybody, I'm saying in general, right? This is like some.
Yeah, what I've seen so far, like I've been keeping up whenever he talks.
I think a lot of people would agree with it. Like creatures.
No, I remember now. No, I think I was the creatures. I mean, he was talking. I can answer.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, like, as far as I can see, like, the point of like a lot of like biological life is to pass it on, right? Like your functions are to pass it on. Even the more simplistic the life form gets, like the more like obvious it is, right? And so as it gets more complex, you can add behaviors and other things, but ultimately it's to like preserve their young, right, and have young, right? Like so, that's the way that I look at it. I think that preservation only serves as a function as you being able to do that, right?
No, I think it's self-preservation is multifaceted. Like, yeah, that's the genetic way of passing it on. That's the financial way. That's also self-preservation. They're seeing you there. If your wealth is tied into some type of trust, they still have to acknowledge you. You're still immortalized in some type of way. That's the ideal way where you have an ideology that you passed on, like your artwork, your intellectual property,
your technology.
So many ways. There's so many ways. It ain't just the genetic way. I think the genetic way is the weakest way. That's my thoughts on it.
But by the way, the example that I gave about like the brother versus so many cousins is actually a quote from J.P.S. Heindel, who wrote this. He's a geneticist, right? Which he argued he was making a book about the mathematics of kin selection and like the preservation of them as well, right? So that's like where the example is. He makes a similar argument about this. He's a geneticist. He's the one who like gave that example because like it seems like a really weird concept when you look at it, but then when somebody says, "Yeah, his quote was, I lay down my life for 2 brothers or 8 cousins," right? And it's like, okay, that's like more palatable for a lot of people. They're willing to do that, right?
What if you live closely with your cousins compared to your brothers? Would you still do it then?
Yeah, but I don't know. I still feel like I would have like a stronger bond.
I asked
with
which
my brothers,
4 cousins in East, and I was like, which 4 are the lucky 4?
Yeah, you have 4 cousins that you grew up with as your brothers, and you have like 2 biological brothers that you kind of grew up with like as cousins. Which one you?
Yeah, it might be the cousins, right? Just like you can make the argument, like if I was separate from my family that I had, right, and I just grew up with 2 friends that we've been through thick through thin, right? Well, like what's like the probability of me like doing that for my friends, right? It might be greater than. Yeah, I might be like. You said irrelevant?
No, I said exactly.
He said
yeah.
Exactly irrelevant.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. I would say yeah, but then like then I could also just hit you up with like, well, what if you spend the same amount of time with your 2 brothers as your 2 friends? And like, which one do you think is like, if you give like a wide swath of people like this, who do you think they would choose? And yeah, I mean, you could make that. It's like I'm not saying that
everything was equal.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
You know, a person will say this argument that hey, you don't choose your family, you get to choose your friends, so I'll choose the friend on. Yeah, I think it's still gonna be some type of subject, you know, depending on the person's siblings. I love my siblings, you know. I come from that camp, man. Some people are different.
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't think this holds true for everybody, but I think that it's like it holds true for enough people for there to be something to like extrapolate out of there, right? And I think you can find this in like in nature as well, right? Which is what this geneticist is arguing, right? In this example that he's giving is kind of like how it be found in us. I think that because we're complex creatures, there are a lot more factors that go in, such as culture, like do my cousins do they believe the same thing that I believe in? Or are they this or this to me, right? But like I think there's still factors that might play consciously or subconsciously in the back of our mind, right? To the point where when I say I'll lay down my life for 2 brothers or 8 cousins, I think a lot of people would find that palatable, right? They'll find the difference between the cousins and the brothers palatable, and somewhat like inherently like not as bad as what it actually sounds of me saying these 2 people are way more important than these 8 other people, right? Because that's like
I see what you're saying.
It's horrible what I'm saying. Yeah, it's horrible what I'm saying. I'm saying like these 2 people are worth like 4 of those other people, and that's like horrible to say, but somehow I'm okay with it, right?
I get your point.
I was gonna say all my cousins, hella Mexican. I'm talking about I got some cousins that they speak.
They're fucked.
They were born and raised in Mexico. Like, órale, pinche güey. No mames, pinche güey. I'm like,
they sing.
I'd be like, exactly. Yeah, they be singing. I'm like, my nigga was born here. What the fuck you doing? Like, no mames, güey.
Yo me caliento. Que me está llevando.
I don't get along with any of my cousins. Not a single one of them. Like, since the get-go, I can't.
It's because you go up to them, knowledge, and you look at them, and you're like, you speak Spanish, and they just hear that wrong, and they get pissed off. That's why.
They speak English. They were born here, but they think they're like dead-ass, full-blown Mexicans, and
they look at you and they say, you think you're American.
Exactly. Bitch, you American too. What's wrong with you? Bitch, you go down to school. You go to school down the street from me.
I'm pretty American. I'll admit I'm pretty American. Like I'll admit to that. Like
I don't fuck with nobody in my family besides like my immediate family. Besides like my parents and my sister. That's it. That is it. No aunts, no uncles, no grandpas, no grandmas, no nobody. I never got into the culture. I never could.
You know, so what you're saying is like, I'm missing my abuelita, therefore, grandma's only. Like, is that what you're saying? I feel that. When you form a lack of connection to your family, it's hard for you to justify anything in there. Yeah, no, I get you.
Listen, especially when I got to my teens, it was the worst. It was the worst. What do you mean why? That's when I got to my, let's call it my ghetto era. When I started getting tatted, baggy jeans, baggy shirts, gold in my mouth, do-rags, fitted caps. I was the full, the classic 2000 kid hip-hop.
That's rough.
Yeah. I think every classical rapper in the early 2000s.
Oh, dang.
Yeah.
You were blacklisted from the quinceañera.
Exactly. I didn't go to the quinceañera. I was in the Sweet 16.
Oh my God. Damn.
Everybody in my family, they all judge my father. And I feel bad now that I'm older. But they all judge my father bad. Like, letting him be like this, dressed like this. It's terrible. My father got so much backlash just because of me. It was bad.
Yeah. Shit, man. No, I feel you on that. I've gotten some backlash for like the shit that I like too, but it's not to that level, right? But I think it's just because like I'm like further away from that, so like they're happy to see me when they do, but I don't like definitely not that level. I can imagine though. But when I met like my family, my girl's family, oh yeah, they fucking did not like me, bro. They did not like me. Fuck no, they hated me. So I know about that Mexican hate, bro. I know about them looks, about them like fucking like awkward fucking sitting at the table trying to grab the tortillas and no one really getting out the fucking way. I know that. That shit sucks.
Why did they hate you?
Black.
Basically, yeah. Yeah.
The room is getting smaller and smaller. Who killed the room?
Hold on, before I came in, it was concrete, and I made it worse. I added to it. Now that everybody's gone, I do want to.
If somebody wrote a book, if his own religion had ass, my God.
Now that the room is small, I want to say concrete made a shitty ass argument, but I had to do it.
What's the argument?
Oh man.
Oh my God. Don't do this, Nathan.
Hey, I made a little argument. That's it. I showed everybody else.
You know, I've appreciated the last 2 days.
Did everybody crash out?
His voice.
I don't know.
Like hearing the little cracks in his voice, I'm like, that's also a crack in your pride. I hope I hear it.
Set him up, man.
Who are you talking about?
Chaos was like, hey, Concrete, I have a concrete question for you. I need something to break down some concrete, right?
Okay, then I want to know what happened. Did concrete crash out?
Yeah. I missed it. I missed the crash out.
Honestly, look.
What Nathan's referring to earlier today, someone said they're trying to they have an issue with the dishwasher in their house. They're trying to find some sort of solution to break down concrete. And Nathan said, "Oh, I got the perfect thing. All you need is a little bit of Louis, and that will break down concrete."
Wait, guys, let's have a serious conversation for a second. I say this as somebody who doesn't even like him. I think at some point you need to have an intervention because it's getting bad.
Oh, we've had
this is concrete. You don't know? Yeah, you don't know concrete, bro. Concrete has been the same concrete for years.
Isn't this fucking obnoxious and sad?
Every intervention goes the same way. Yo, fuck you, Nate. Yo, fuck you, Knowledge. Yo, fuck you, Mark. Fuck all of you. Fuck everybody. And then he comes back.
Oh, you been considered like, what's up? They wanted to do this. You don't do it? Oh.
One day, and this was months ago, he triggered me so bad because he said my name in a particular way that only my father did when he was mad at me. And I wanted to reach through the phone and slap some sense into him. Like, I didn't do shit to you.
We go back with concrete so many fucking years now.
Yeah, but he does drag the room down. You see that, right?
No.
Yeah. Hold on.
We don't see this?
I mean, the fucking side quests that we have to go on.
So,
Concrete's fucking good at what he does, dude.
What does he do?
Look. He's a person that will fucking. You think you have something pinned, and you can't pin the guy. He's hard. And you know what? He has amazing rhetoric.
He makes shit up on the fly.
Yeah, but you still can't pin it.
The reason you can't pin him is because you can. You want me to do it? You want me to pull us on
right? Like
you
even
didn't.
Sarcasm.
He doesn't pull shit. It's the dumbest stuff.
No,
it's fucking boring.
He's a smart guy, dude.
It's really not. He's got like 5 or 6 tricks that he does. The definition thing. You know how often he does that? And then when he even read a definition that was obviously against what he meant, he was like, it didn't have the specific words in it.
See how he never quits?
It's like he doesn't quit when he's wrong, and then so you just have to accept it.
Hold on. The definition said or. And he's like, clearly this person doesn't know what or means.
Exactly.
Always the same. Or means not always applicable.
See?
This person.
Look, you see how you say it's wait. Do you see how you say it's obnoxious? That's how he's winning.
That's not winning. No, look. It depends on how you define winning. No, it depends on how you define winning. Look, I am interested in conversations moving forward, and he drags us into side quests that have no relevance or purpose.
Look, all I would say is that I've heard him interact with people, and he does a good job, like, you better come equipped. And I'm not even talking about the tone. I'm not even talking about the tone. He's stubborn as choice of words. You better come equipped because he's not a fucking lay down deal. And then there are times where it's like, there's positions obviously I don't agree with him by, and he's slippery. You're not just gonna get him. But here's what I'm gonna say: the very fact that we're even laughing because his voice cracked, as if that's something, as far as like think about it. That's not a hard that's not even that big of a deal compared to fucking what other people go through, right?
I just want you to think about opportunity costs, and the opportunity cost of fucking Concrete's side quests are actually adding up.
I don't know what you mean by that. But
opportunity cost is, even if something doesn't cost you a lot of money, but it takes you a lot of time, you end up not being able to do other things. You've only got so much time. That's like a relative term. It's still, you're talking about two things that are both valuable. There are times where I'll sit back and I'll
That's not what opportunity cost is. Opportunity cost, properly explained, is the cost of not pursuing option A
because of option
in lieu of B. Excuse me? Because of pursuing option B instead. So it's the opportunity of B minus the opportunity of A equals the opportunity cost.
And Concrete's side quests end up meaning the room totally derails, goes into some fucking random thing, and then ends up in a shouting match for like 45 minutes.
Wait, Concrete's voice was cracking today?
Not all the time, though. Concrete doesn't do that all the time.
Oh my god.
You guys do it.
Wait, you know what I actually hear? Here's what I hear, and I could be wrong, dude. I actually think that Concrete has a good motive, especially when it comes to black on black. He'll try to patch it up with people to make sure that if the people he considers his group are good with each other. I've heard him try to kind of even make things cool between people.
That's why he's so nice to Talia.
Well, I don't even know about that. I don't know if you're being sarcastic.
That was pure sarcasm.
There's good motive, but he's also unforgiving when he doesn't want to be. There's good motive behind him. I've heard him say that. But there are times where I enjoy he's funny as fuck, dude.
That's the other thing. I don't even think he's that funny. It's like Lion. I like Lion. Lion is funny.
Oh my god, stop it.
If I had to pick between the two of them, I would pick Lion over Concrete.
No way, dude. Hey, right? When that fucking W with a WH, that shit was fucking hilarious, bro.
Oh my god, he stole that from fucking
Disney Day seems and that's not disrespect.
No, he's been saying white for
years. For years.
I don't think he's that funny.
Look, fine, it's a subjective thing.
Not funny.
So Mike, so you gotta understand it. Disney Day see your boy Lion at this little pet, man. He think he's gonna convince Lion that he's a good
I am never trying to convince Lion.
Take him over there to, yes you are.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
Trust me. But here's the thing. I am now fine making Jew jokes to Lion. I try and tee him up, right? So I am totally fine with Lion's point of view on me and the world. I don't accept it, and I don't expect him to accept my point of view. But he can have a back and forth without turning it into some fucking obnoxious name-calling match. And again, buckling down and trying to go into side quests that are irrelevant or unimportant.
Except when he says all your people should die.
He doesn't do that too often. He doesn't do that too often.
Did he do this? He puts people in compartments depending on how well he understands them, right? So his first thing is Lion seems like an interesting character, right? He seems like a person I can't get along with. I'm gonna try. This is gonna be my own personal quest. I'm gonna try to understand him and get along with him. Me and him are gonna come to a point where we could just agree to disagree. Boom. He figured out. Before it was just Lion was just, bombastic, and he was just doing all this rhetoric, his hate rhetoric, and then after a while, he started to see different sides of Lion. He's like, okay, well, he isn't that bad, I guess.
Yeah, and
now he's trying to do the same thing with Concrete.
I'm not doing the same thing.
He's trying to do it. He's trying.
Me?
But Concrete would not let him get that close. Every time he tried, he would not let him get that close.
You know what's funny? Even when Concrete goes like this, even when Concrete goes, out of nowhere, you're like, oh shit, I did good. If I'm saying that, you know what I mean? That's some good validation. Something as stupid as that, bro. Hey, look, you can ask Nathan. I was the first one to like Lion in this room, right? When people, And what I'm saying is, Lion, in my opinion, for me, stylistically, he's too much of a historian.
I agree.
And that's just me and my
He
ADHD.
goes into historical rap.
No,
yeah. Concrete goes into everything wormholes.
No, Concrete is more argument.
Like the second line says something like Edenites, I like tune out. The second line says Edenites or Canaanites or something like that. I'm like, okay, I don't really care what he's about to say.
Or if we start talking about Bitcoin or shit like that, I'm like, oh,
Edomites, Mongoloid.
The second he says that shit, I tune out.
Oh my god.
But I don't know, Mike. You remember when I said that line is just like anyone else? When they do all this long, you ever listen to the Seventh Son?
Oh yeah, he's way too
It's boring. When you see him, listen to the sound. He wants to educate you first, and then get some emotional appeal argument.
Right, and he sounds like he's
I was trying to talk to Mike, and he's trying to say he's like, he's like
Beetlejuice.
Now in this great debating room, what's the conversation?
I just refreshed the room. Holy shit! Who the fuck said Bloody Mary 3 times?
Oh my god! I'm back. So y'all went from melanated to Jesus. Where y'all at now?
So, I'll tell you this. We had it was like at least about a 2-hour or almost 3-hour argument about your idea and you wasn't religious. Oh my God! So I'm talking about he dragged that conversation down to the ground, man.
I was thinking if he is true, and then that equals Q, then someone hand me a loaded gun and shoot me on the head.
Well,
that was me.
I'll just say this.
I started doing the P until Q for what?
When y'all did that, and then Samoa was just like, yeah, but the Bible is +1. I'm like, look, I'm not so familiar with these logic tables, but I don't know if +1 is a factor, all right? Goddamn, I was done.
And Nathan, being that they're speaking on that, I'll just say this in defense, is that no, I'm a spiritual person. I'm not a religious person, meaning I don't pray 5 times a day like the Muslims. But do I study lessons from the 5% nation, which is cultural, not either religion or spiritual, they are cultural. No, I don't pray like as far as, well, you can say Christianity. They pray anytime they want to. So I do follow that. I pray anytime I feel the need to pray, I go meditate and pray. You know, so no, I'm not religious. I am spiritual.
You say you shared ideas with the 5%ers?
Yeah. Okay. So what you think?
Isn't 5%ers a religion?
No, it's a culture thing. So
yeah, isn't religion 5%? Isn't religion itself some cultural?
No. Let me show you something. I'm gonna answer your question, Nathan. Is breakdancing a religion?
No, they don't do things to worship God.
No, wait a minute. I'm gonna show you something. Is doing the butt a religion? The song when it came out, we all was doing the butt. Is that a religion?
I never did the butt, bro. Pause.
I know you did, but I'm just saying.
I didn't do no butt.
That's the peace donation.
So that song, you don't remember that song, Doing the Butt by EU? You don't remember that?
I know the song, but I never did no butt. I'm straight.
But it was the thing. Macarena, whatever it is.
All right, so anyway, at the end of the day, just like those dances are cultural, they deal with the culture aspects, the culture of hip-hop. Not the religion of hip-hop, but the culture of hip-hop.
Isn't the 5% still hip-hop?
No, he said the 5% nation does not consider itself to be a religion, but rather a cultural movement and a way of life. They believe that blackness is central to Islam, and that all black men are incarnations of Allah.
So anytime you deal with...
Wait, did you read that?
Yeah, it's good.
You read what?
So they don't consider themselves a religion, but just a what?
It says it does not consider itself to be a religion, but rather a cultural movement and a way of life. They believe that black
Right.
is central
So
to
that's what
Islam,
we tell each other.
and that all black men are incarnations of Allah or God.
But wait, the first two parts and the second two parts don't.
They kind of contradict each other.
What you mean? Say that again.
The first two parts, you can have something like a cultural movement, but then the second you say that the cultural movement believes that all black people, what was it, are members of Islam.
Hold on, let me explain it to you.
One second.
Because I'm one, so I can explain to you better.
But so if all African Americans or black people are instantly members of Islam and are Allah incarnate or something,
Okay, so
central to
Gigi, how about
Islam.
this? Let me explain it to you so you'll understand it without Google telling you. All right, we're cultural. We deal with the cultural aspects of the black way of life. And so now when it comes to the God, yes, the black man, now we receive ourselves as the original people of the earth. Then after that, we connect ourselves with God. And who is God? And so when we read it from our definition, yeah, it does say that God is the Asiatic black man from the East. And then once you know the lesson, well, the only way you can become a fire, bro, you have to be given the lessons first. Like, let's say this. Let's say if I wanted to give, who on here? Oh, Incan. If I wanted to give Incan the first degree, if I wanted to give Incan the first degree in the lessons, right? And he went through the whole 1 through 36. Once he completed the whole 1 through 36 and can speak them verbatim, then I would give him his badge as God. It's not that all black people automatically become that. You have to earn that.
So there's this scene in Billy Madison where Billy Madison gives like this long exposition at the end of it. The principal says that we have all become collectively stupider for listening. That's how I feel right now. I didn't understand a thing you just said.
Okay. Well, explain it to you ABC.
I understood it. Seven Son. If I could understand it, then I think Digi's just not being honest. I think he's being dishonest.
No, I thank you for. I'm not being trolling. I did not understand that.
If you guys need if you guys need, wait. If you guys need me to recapitulate it to prove that I heard him properly. Yeah.
I believe maybe you heard him, but I did not understand.
Or if you would prefer he go over it again.
No. I want you to.
Let's hear Seven Son repeat himself.
I would prefer you to do it.
No.
I would prefer you to do it.
You explain to me what I clearly did not hear.
Give me a minute.
No Googling. No, what do you mean Googling? Are you
I will do it as soon as you got on mute.
All right, everybody meet up.
This is what I'm going to say, D.
No, I want to hear Florida.
They want to hear me recapitulate your point. Just give me a second. If I heard you correctly, your God is based on Allah, based on a black man from the Eastern Africa, some shit, Far East Africa. Is that correct so far?
No.
Well, then something respectfully. If that's the case, then this to me just sounds like some made-up bullshit religion to try to get off of a crime. This is a prison religion.
No, okay, well,
Okay. Now listen. I got my open mind hat on. Explain it again.
All right. First of all, I'm gonna explain this. It's not a prison religion because it didn't start in prison. All right.
I don't believe that.
No, just start from the beginning. Go back to the beginning.
Florida being.
No, just go back to what it is. Go back to what it is.
I did hear Asiatic black man God. So Florida and I both agree we heard that.
He said the
East.
So now this.
I thought he said Asiatic.
All right. Y'all don't know the lesson, so I gotta break it down to you so you understand.
Listen, they're fucking monkeys, Seventh Son.
All right.
Untrained fucking zoo animals.
Yeah, Florida's gone through the first lesson. And so now he's
Nathan, you got the white guy up here calling black people monkeys.
Hey, Dig, dude.
But go ahead,
if I wanted to make Incan
You were saying a hard R in your stage.
a God body, if I wanted to make him a God body,
So
or
wait,
he wanted to join.
pause right there. If you want to make him a God body, I don't know what God body means.
Okay, so if you listen, you would get it.
Jesus is a God body.
So if I wanted to make him a God body, so he could join in to the nation of 5 percenters or the nation of gods and earths, because the name changed after a while. It started out as the 5 percenters, then it changed to the nation of gods and earths.
But I still know what a God body is. Do you mean that he has supernatural powers, or what is God?
No, it's not nothing about no supernatural powers. It's just this right here. You have a father, right? And so being your father, you have your father DNA. Well, with the God body, a real one like myself, we recognize that God exists above us. It's a supreme deity, and I come from that deity. That the spirit of that deity dwells in me.
Like genetically, you mean?
This isn't beyond comprehension yet. This isn't even beyond comprehension.
Okay, so now we get to the other side of the spectrum of the lessons. Now, if I gave you the 1 through 20, or matter of fact, you get the mathematics first. Once you can repeat.
Because
don't move, Ken.
Just shut up when Seventh Son is talking, dude.
When you say that God is the Father, you mean that genetically? You meant that like literally?
Like God, the Creator.
Yeah, but you said I had a father and I got my DNA from my father, which I agree. And then you said God is the Father. So are you making an analogy that God is the genetic father of humans?
God is the spiritual father. Because remember, it says in the beginning that God made man in his image, right?
I'm just making sure. Trying to make sure I understand.
So I'm giving you just a simple understanding. And so then when you go in Psalms 82, I just throw the verse out there, John 10:34 and 1 Corinthians 16, it spoke 3 times in the Bible about God calling us God. Okay, or saying something about God dwelling in you. So we take that. Now, then you go to the God body, the lessons. Now, when you get to the lessons, now what I just spoke on was a spiritual thing. Now let me switch to the culture, which people mix up. A lot of people mix up religion, culture, and spiritual. They do it all the time and try to make them one, but they're not. So now, when you get to the cultural aspect of things, if I wanted to say, okay, Incan, you can be a God body, and this is what it is. I give you your mathematics first. Once you can repeat those mathematics back to me verbatim, I give you the 12 joules. Once you can do that,
the 12.
Wait. He's explaining it now. This makes sense. Just fucking follow, Digi. Stop interrupting him.
So
this makes sense.
So whoever wants to correct me, go ahead and correct me. They're called the supreme mathematics. Yes, you're right. So once I give you supreme mathematics and you can repeat them verbatim, then I'll give you the 12 joules. And once I give you your 12 joules and you repeat those verbatim, then I give you your 1 through 36. Then I give you your 1 through 20. Then
Can you give me a letter from the supreme alphabet?
Can I say the supreme alphabet? Yeah, come on, Ken, stop trolling.
All right. So now, once you get all the way to the 1 through 40, and you do that, and I can repeat, and you can repeat the days, degrees for every level, then I say, okay, you're my brother. And once I bring you in,
I'm black.
Now you up under me. You'll be up under me, and I'll be your enlightened.
Oh, it's a pyramid scheme. I'm black, so I'm already a god.
Do you get more money if you bring people in under you, like a marketing?
Come on, Digi. He'll explain it in my reality if you just listen.
Himity. Don't do that. You're not black.
Shut the fuck, yo.
This is not
I'm a god.
Come on, guys. Come on.
This ain't got nothing to do with no money.
It's got nothing to do with money, dude.
Yo, this is where
so, you want to talk? You want to let you explain?
Yeah, can I say something right quick? Can I say something 1 second, though? Yo, Himothy, did you see that show called Supercell?
No, I heard about it. It's like a Ratman guy made it, right? It's like English.
It's on Netflix.
A Ratman? What is it called? A Ratman guy?
No, the guy who created the show is like this guy from South London. He's like a black guy. He's like a rapper from South London.
Oh, I didn't even know that, bro. But it's kind of decent, bro. I didn't know y'all want to be like that.
For the 7th.
Would you
Can only black people do this, or can white people also learn the
No, you're not black, bro. Sorry.
No, I'm asking the 7th.
Yeah, 5%. No, I've read the wiki. I know just as much as he does.
Come on, Seven. Just be honest with him. We white people can't do this, bro. We're not spiritual.
You're literally. Can I read this?
I won't take offense.
It says the nation. Wait, can I just read this? It says the
I
nation
have
of God.
nothing.
Okay.
I want to hear the 7th. I want to hear the 7th.
Okay.
No,
can I just read this?
No, just the 7th.
you know what? I think you're running this thing.
Come on.
Damn.
Stop the atheism.
What you're gonna get is just ambiguous, like incoherent.
I'm okay with that. I'm totally fine.
Specific coherence.
I'm fine with any coherent.
I'm 5%er as well. I'm black.
You're not a god body though, so
Yeah, you haven't done the mathematics.
I can fucking read it.
You haven't done a mathematics.
Come on, stop trolling.
I'm fucking 5%er. Your name is the fuck is
Nathan,
I need to hear from someone who's done the mathematics and has done this with Jews.
Hey, Jim, since you're a god, no, watch this.
Guess what? You're all getting muted. I need only 7th Son to come off the mic and finish explaining his specifically coherent thought.
But also answer questions about whether or not white people
Stop trolling him.
You frail fucking how dare you?
Trolling. This is why I send people to the gulag, Nathan, because they troll. They won't let fucking 7th Son finish speaking.
Well, you don't think he's fucking trolling you, moron?
No,
Hey,
I think you have to
Florida.
follow instructions.
Hey, Florida.
Guys, such a fucking half-wit.
I'm saying this and I'm gonna show you something.
Oh, Floyd, that's a nice PTR.
Hey, Nathan in Florida, I'm gonna show y'all something right here. Hey, Jen, since you say you're a god body, what's the days, degrees in the math, God?
Listen, you know, I'm listen.
Somebody hasn't done their mathematics.
Listen, I haven't kept up with my supreme arithmetic. I haven't kept up with my
like 2 plus 2 type stuff.
Nor my calendar. Look,
2 plus 2.
my supreme calendar.
You know what happens when somebody say some bullshit like that, and they can't get on the fence, they get a UBD. Do you know what a UBD is?
Excuse me, sir.
Sounds like a venereal.
Do you know what a UBD is?
Listen,
Sounds
sir.
itchy.
It says the nation teaches that the black man, insofar as the nation defines
I say, do you know what a
is
UBD
himself
is?
God, with the
You're
black
running
race
yourself into a
being a
UBD
race
if you was in front of me,
of
God.
actual gods. Okay? You cannot in any way besmirch my fucking or detract from my.
What I'm gonna say is that
I'm a god.
you're not one.
As per
You're not one. You're not one.
Worldview. I'm a god.
You're not one.
Yes, sir. Yes,
No,
sir, I
you're
am.
not.
I'm part of 5%.
Well, what's the day between the math?
You're
What's the day
5%.
between the math, God?
I don't even
This is the part that's justified when 7th Son said that you have to get a lesson accompanying your education and intelligence and knowledge of this stuff before you can become a god body. You have to qualify for it, essentially, right? You haven't done that work, and you would never be able to do that work because you're not a god body.
And
there are certain people that are chosen for it, and this is why white people can't do it, Digi. That's what I need you to understand, bro. We can't do it because we're not physically capable. Our bodies are not godly. They don't have godly potential. We're out.
Is that the case? Is that the case, 7th?
I'll put it like this. I've never met a white god body in my life, and I don't think I ever will.
Wait, what about a brown body?
What about Eminem? What about Eminem, though?
I'm a Middle Eastern guy.
Fuck you, Mike. Don't ever refer to me as a brown body, motherfucker.
I'm a brown body. I'm right there.
What about some of the European NBA basketball players?
Yeah.
Yo, Ken Master, I got a phone picture for you, bro.
No.
I'll send it to you on Discord.
I don't know why you denigrate my people. Why you do this to me?
You want me to finish explaining this or not? I'll leave it alone and shut up.
Why Nathan be doing this? Sorry, go
Hey,
on.
dude, I think you were asking me questions. So basically, once you get the 1 through 36, then after that, you go to your actual and solar facts. Now, once you get your actual and solar facts, then we can start building your book of life.
as I will be your enlightener. And it's not about the superiority. Well, it kind of is in a way. It's just that saying, I'm your teacher. I'm the one that can only give you these lessons. And I'm the only one that can deal with you until you get after your solo and actual facts. Then you start building your own book of life. Now, once you build your own book of life, meaning you can actually start building one-on-one together. You know, now, I don't know if you know what actual and solar are. Those deal with the universe. And everything that we say, like you an example. When I say the black man is God, the Asiatic black man from the East, who speaks the wise words spoken from the East, all that means is that this brother is giving me a supreme knowledge of where I might lack. You feel me? What my enlightenment has done. And so when we say the black man from the East, we're representing that we come from the Eastern Hemisphere, no matter what area. Because there was no Africa or none. That was Asia and Asia Minor. Asia and Asia Minor and Asia Major. In the beginning of the
Africa? Is it Nigeria? That means you're good, Mike. That means Mike, you're good.
That means that
I'm qualified. I'm right.
That means in the beginning.
Fine, bro.
That means in the beginning that you can.
If I was in a leadership position, we're together.
I've never done it.
Before Africa became a continent itself, and all the split happened, then before the split, you had Asia and Asia Minor. You can look that up. That's a real thing. And so we speak on the wise man from the East who spoke wise words. So that's knowledge of self. On the pyramid, I think it's I don't know if the Sphinx, I think it's on the Sphinx pyramid. It says, know thyself. That's a wise word spoken from a wise man from the East, whoever wrote that on the pyramid. And so we adhere to that. We study universal knowledge. And so I said the Sphinx pyramid.
Yeah, you took my Leo. Well, you said the Sphinx. You took my
yeah, you don't see that. Listen, brother. I said the Sphinx pyramid.
Leon.
So why was Egypt? What was Egypt east of?
Okay, so in Egypt, when Egypt became Egypt, you know, you had Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt, right?
So that'd be north and south.
But that was irrelevant. But they were still upper and lower, north and south, yeah. And so the place is irrelevant because the words that were spoken, which mattered. So
the words spoken were from east of Egypt.
What I'm saying is the Eastern Hemisphere from North America.
Well, the Eastern Hemisphere is a lot of things that we call the West.
Wait, is there such thing as an East, like?
And so, I mean, I'm like, if we trolling, that's what I got to learn. If we trolling,
come on. We're not trolling. We're just pushing back on the...
Can I ask a serious question?
Yeah, go ahead. A serious question, though. What about
when you talk about the northern and southern hemispheres, you're talking about, like, based on that, like, equatorial line, right? You're saying north of the equator, south of the equator. What's the dividing line for the eastern and western? I genuinely don't know.
That's what I was
saying. The answer is the wise words spoken from the wise men from the east.
East of what, though?
East of North America.
But North America is also east of Asia.
Let me go.
He's like the arbitrary point. He just made an arbitrary point.
It's a globe. It goes around.
This is what I'm talking about. North America.
How is that true? This is a legit question.
Is this a flat Earth?
Okay, no,
he's talking about it.
He said the hemisphere.
Y'all would take a nigga down.
But then, but if it's North America, but then that means like England and Germany and shit was also from there.
So check this out, man. If you're in America, standing right where you are you in America right now?
I am in America right now.
Okay, so what's east of America?
Well, east of me right now in America is the East Coast.
America.
Which North America or South America?
Would be the same. It'd be the Atlantic.
Let's be specific.
It would be the Atlantic Ocean.
I don't
I'm sure the Atlantic Ocean, and then east of the
Stop getting sensitive, man. Like
no one knows what you're talking about. We're trying to understand what you're talking about. You think we're trolling you just because let me finish. You think we're trolling you just because we don't understand we asking you like genuine questions to see what you're talking about? No one's trolling you, man. Stop doing it.
The reason why the reason why it's confusing is because it seems like
I'll answer the question.
Hold up. Let me respond to Nathan. Hey, Nathan, if I ask you, you're standing in the middle.
Knowledge gonna answer the question.
I'm going to answer your question. Okay, east of us is the Atlantic Ocean. What's next?
Okay, so if you say the Atlantic Ocean, right, then once we cross the Atlantic, what is called the sub-Atlantic slave trade, then you get to Africa. 9,000 miles across this water from America east is Africa. Look it up.
But
right?
Why Europe in North America though?
No, I said it's called the Mid-Atlantic slave trade. So if you go 9,000 miles from America through the Mid-Atlantic, you run into Africa. That's a fact.
But if
so
you
when
do
I
that from like Canada, then you end up in Europe.
No, Digi, shut up, man. When I spoke and said the east of North America is Africa. 9,000 miles.
North America.
Can I ask you a question?
You can go from Canada to Europe real quickly.
Can I ask you a quick question? Why North America? But why? Look, like I said, when it comes to the North and South.
Wait, Ken, one more. Set this on. I think the confusion is because if we look at it like the latitude marker lines of Earth,
right.
East of North America is mostly not going to be Africa. It's mostly going to be Europe. You'd have to go pretty far south, at least south of the Mason-Dixon line, if not further. Maybe Florida or South Georgia, like even start touching Africa.
All right, let me ask you this, Florida.
Why are you picking North America?
We went into east
Because he said so, dude. This is his reference.
Why? I'm asking why.
Who cares? It's not relevant. This is what he believes. You can't question his shit.
I don't want to get
question then.
I'm answering the question that you didn't understand.
All right, you ask him a question, dum-dum.
So now, being that you asked me a question,
Timothy is even using my words. Timothy, you know you got dumb off for me.
That's like everyone uses that.
All right, keep going, man. Keep going.
All right, so let me sum this up. So once you get your actual soul fact,
dude.
We're
going to be in the exact place we started with. Not know what the fuck we're talking about. That's exactly what we're going to be. When we end, we're going to be in the same position as we started, bro.
This is CPT.
I guarantee you, no one knows what the fuck you're talking about.
I don't think you're talking about.
All right, so now
you can take that burden, bro.
Now, all right. So let me say real fast. Supreme mathematics, supreme alphabet, 12 Jews, 1 through 20, 1 through 36, 1 through 40, actual solar facts, actual and solar facts. Then, once we get there, we can start building your book of life, which will be the scientific knowledge of self, or the knowledge of self, period. And once we get there, brother, then you get to learn about history. You get to learn about culture. Then you get to learn about things like I was speaking of in another group, sexology. You get to learn about.
Oh my God.
Sexology.
Can I ask a question?
No, wait a minute.
Keep in mind, the whole thing started by fucking asking if he was religious.
Okay, so wait, stop.
Now we learned about sexology.
I think by adding ology to a word, it's now a thing.
How familiar are you with Scientology? How familiar are you with Scientology?
Not very. I'm not very.
That's what I was asking.
Because
the 7%ers, the 5%ers are the black version of the what you call it,
Scientology. That's what I mean. Look, I'm saying this with all respect. It's like, it sounds very much like. I'm not saying it is, but it's got a similar vibe.
You know what it
Scientology.
I know exactly what it is. I can pinpoint it right now. It is. Wait, one mic. It is pagan Gnosticism. It is the idea that you as a man, as an entity on Earth, have the potential to become a God body, right? You require some sort of esoteric knowledge, some sort of like supreme knowledge that gets you to this God body state, to this to this level of gnosis, so to speak, right? This knowledge helps you. And then the paganism is like because of the fact that you are a person, you are on this earth, and there are multiple people on this earth that will like acquire this level of enlightenment potentially. But here's the kicker. Number one, you got to be black. Number two, you definitely got to be a man. And number three,
no, you can be a woman.
Number three, you got to be a prisoner.
No.
I have a question. I want to hear about the 12 Jews. What are the 12 Jews about?
What me and David are asking is do you have Denzel Washington in a closet? That's what.
This is what I want to say. Florida, no, and no. One, the black man and the black woman are very on the same level when it comes to the elections. Because if you're not a God body, then we manifest our black women as the earth. She is the mother of nature. And so now, I'm gonna show you why. Now, I mean, I can get I'm very good at understanding why you guys don't get it. And why you guys don't get it is because you never sat down in a cipher and had this broken down to you where you were accepted. And I got that. So I know all the playing games and laughing around it and talking about we learned this in prison. Well, let me give you a quick history of Florida. Clarence 13. All right, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going. Hey, y'all have a good one.
Wait. I want to hear about the 12 Jews. I'm really curious.
The baby isn't trolling you. That was
Clarence 13. Oh, I thought it was. Okay.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, that was the baby.
My bad. Who was that? Tally? I'm not going to call you that. Tally, that was my bad. So, Clarence 13X was a part of the Nation of Islam. He took the lessons. He walked away from the Nation of Islam and taught the lessons in Harlem, not in prison, but in the streets of Harlem. He taught our youth in Harlem the lessons, and they became the nation. Well, at first they were called the 5% Nation, and that means something. When you get to the lessons, you'll understand why we call ourselves the 5% Nation first. Then after that, it moved to the nation of gods and earths. Because we do understand our relationship with God and our identity with God. It has nothing to do with being superior to a people or anything else, or feeling like Scientologists. We got this just phenomenal, amazing knowledge that nobody else can get unless you pay for it, and this and that. Yeah, Florida, you're right. You do have to be black. Why? Because we recognize ourselves as building ourselves up where we weren't built up at. We were giving ourselves more than being called thugs. We were giving ourselves more than be called gangsters. We were giving ourselves more than something to be called a pimp. I don't want to be none of those. I'd rather be called a God body than a pimp, a thug, or any one of them dudes.
Man, I get it. Right?
Yeah, I want to be a God body. If I do my mathematics, can I become a God body?
It was a building of an identity that was lost. It was a building of identity of being lost. It was an identity to our people of being lost, not knowing the true knowledge of themselves, not knowing the history from the Bible, not understanding your placement, not understanding your duty to your nation as a black man and a black woman. Because when we're born with a certain duty, and we got to uphold that duty. Inside the home and outside the home, but we're not doing it. That's why our communities are so corrupted. And so that's all it's about, brothers. It's about knowing the knowledge of yourself and applying that to your day-to-day lives.
Well, I see no problem in that for you.
And that's not religious.
I think Lion should really learn about this stuff. Lion, you should work on your mathematics.
Supreme mathematics.
Yeah, like today. I'm gonna show you something.
Did you catch all that? And do you forgive?
So I'm gonna give you a real quick lesson. Today is July the 11th, right? So if I spoke to another God, I'd be like, knowledge, God, and he'll say knowledge square. And then when I say how you see today's degree in the math, God, and he'll say knowledge, all born wisdom. And then we'll go through that throughout the whole
old lessons.
Because of the day's date?
Yes, we live our lives by today's date. We live by the date.
And
like
so,
you
like,
might
wait,
say,
is this like what is it, like 611 adds up to something? Is that what you're talking about?
Numerology. Is it like
numerology? Yeah, numerology. Yeah, is it like that?
So, kind of sort of not the same, but kind of sort of.
Knowledge, brother.
A square digit.
No, I would never respond to that.
Hell yeah, he can't respond to you.
I know.
You're not black. You're not even.
Also, my math was off there. I'll admit.
Because the thing about it, what I would do, is say, so today is knowledge, not job-born wisdom. How you manifest? Now you got to give me the manifestation. Can you do that?
I believe my manifestation is squared to the power of awesome.
No, how about the square to the power of ignorance?
I don't know. I feel pretty awesome.
All right, so you can make it up, but I'm still gonna tell you the truth. So that's what it is, Florida. They got to be able to know the math. And don't nobody here know the math or the supreme alphabet or nothing.
Right.
Why? Exactly. Because I've been studying this for over 30 years, man. 30.
Damn.
Somebody still made that shit up, though. No matter who made it up, somebody made it up.
No, it wasn't made up. It was lessons passed down. So let me tell you what it was. It was a conglomeration of lessons spoken by a certain individual who came to North America to teach the black people who were lost. And they took those. Yeah, you know a little bit about it.
Yeah, it was a white man. Go ahead, continue.
No, he wasn't a white man. He was mixed. He was a mulatto.
I get the picture.
What's the difference? And he came, and I'm gonna tell you this, the history that you might not know, Lion. He came like that for a reason, because if he would have came as a black man as black as me, he wouldn't have been able to accomplish some of the things he was able to accomplish. So he came from North America.
That's new knowledge. The reason why they said it is because so much information had came out around 2018 that he's a white man. Then all of a sudden the leaders of Islam say, he had to be white because he wouldn't have been accepted and he wouldn't have been.
No, he wasn't white. He was mixed.
I'll show you in a second. Hold on.
Yeah, show us PTR. He was a very light white. He had like white skin and he had very slick hair.
What happened?
So what he looked like is an Italian. That what he looked like if you really look at it.
Y'all never seen it do white as fuck.
All right, well you can say he was white, but we know better.
Then he came up missing. Don't nobody know what happened to him.
Right, he disappeared.
That's how he went from do that.
That's what it sounds like.
You know, they try to make it seem like migrants, it's not like where you appear, bro. If you look white, he's gonna treat you like you're white, bro. Don't do
But his mama was white and his daddy was African.
So what?
Oh, she was.
So what?
No, it didn't matter to me. Like I said, he just looked that way. It wasn't no problem.
Obama was white, but Obama looked black, bro. He was treated like he was black.
Ain't no problem there, Nathan. Well, if you're trying to make one, we didn't care. We know what he did and why he came.
Well, what about the other people? What about the white people he interacted with? You didn't think they treated him as white?
I don't know what they triggered him at. Yeah, they did. No, they did. They felt like he was a white guy, and they
he was a transracial.
PTR. This is Farah Muhammad right here.
Yeah, look at him.
Yeah, look at him.
That's for Muhammad.
Hey, he's the same color as Lion.
No, he ain't, nigga.
He looks like German. He looks like one of those German. He looks like one of those German like scientists that like did experiments on people during World War II.
Have y'all ever heard of black people in history looking like white people to get by? Have you ever heard?
Yeah, they call them the Blue Vein Society.
I've been talking about these people the whole time. Why do you think we have a transracial Tuesdays? It's for those individuals.
All right, I'm back. So,
and they treated niggas poorly. Black people.
Definitely, because they were different.
Right, so,
I do like to remind the black people that classism and colorism existed even within these idealistic black communities from previous generations. Hope y'all love that. Anyway, I'm not going to the black country. If y'all make a black state, I ain't going. Y'all have to.
You got one mic on Lion, one mic on Mr. Leon.
Damn it! I wanted to say good afternoon. Oh, I'm not afternoon now? Because I don't want to go to the black state.
Nah, I'm saying you know how we had with people in any group. It's not about having a black state. We don't care about black
If you don't want to go, you can always just come to my house instead. We have fresh donuts.
I'll invite you. You're invited to Powwow, Tally.
Alright, Farah Muhammad, very much like every other, I will say it to you really quickly. Christo Jew was always instituted in
Come on, let's go.
Was instituted, has been instituted in all forms of religion, especially the ones that was being introduced to the West. The Mormons, Jehovah's Witness, you also got the Millstone, what's that other one? The Seventh-day Adventists. All of these were all formed by Masons or their affiliates. So the message that you got was basically the same message by the same group of people that came here to create a series of confusion of seven. Islam, especially here in the West, is just another tactic by Masons to confuse everyone. How do I know? I'll tell you how do I know. Because as a Mason, you start out especially here in the West, you start out as a Christian. But once you reach that 32nd degree,
it's 33 and a third line.
Wait a second. Once you reach that 32nd degree, you can now enlist as a Shriner. My grandfather on both sides.
No, man, it's the 33 and a third. But you're saying it wrong.
Hold on.
God damn it.
Once you cross over and become a Shriner, now guess what? You have to take an oath, and the oath is to Allah, no more Jesus. It's to Allah. Yes.
I used to think Cindy.
All right.
You're a fucking idiot if you believe that.
Wait, what? What do you say about Cindy?
I mean,
I used to think Cindy and P were the same person.
Oh my God.
Oh, okay. You know, I'm not mad at that. That's a pretty okay comparison, honestly.
Lion, you were right.
Is that y'all light skinned?
All right, Lion, you were right about Farad. And what he came to do was because these brothers and sisters over here were lost. They were very lost.
Remember what you said to the Jewish guy in the room, though? You said you wasn't going to greet him that way. Because he's not like you, right? But
he's not. Because he doesn't like me.
Like him.
Because he's a human. But at the end of the day, he hasn't went through the lessons, bruh. And so I can't greet him like that. But so let me stay on point. You were right about Farad Muhammad. And what he came to do was teach black people here a knowledge that they have no knowledge of. And so forms the Nation of Islam. And the Nation of Islam, no matter how we think about them or anything, they are a group to reckon with here in America on different levels. But what I like about them, wait a minute. What I like about them is this right here. They're organized. They got people off heroin back in the day. They created the FOI, which is their military. They teach men discipline. They taught them how to become a better black man in the society.
Why not just be the Nation of Islam? They did the same thing too.
If you're listening, that's what I'm talking about. And so,
FOI is like the Mossad.
They are military, and they march.
You know one of them, he comes to the room from time to time.
Yeah, I know.
And so they march, and they do everything up under Farrakhan's order, right? And you'll see them out there selling bean pies in newspapers, or giving newspapers away and selling bean pies.
They known for cooning too.
Well, I'm not going to say that, but that was what they like to do. That's their economical gain for their community. And that's fine. I don't call it cooning. But I know a lot of what you won't see them do, but they're more of an organized faction of black people that are under the banner of North American Muslim or Muslims, period, here with the Nation of Islam. Now, with Clarence 13X was a part of that. Yeah, and like I said,
Islam does not recognize the NOI. They do not recognize them. They don't see them as
followers of Islam, they believe.
Who don't?
Basically,
majority of Muslims.
So what happened was this right here. In 1986, Farrakhan went to the east and he spoke with the Shiite leaders and the Sunni leaders. And from there, whatever pact they made in 86, whatever pact that they made with Farrakhan, then the NOI started to become recognized by other nations. Well, it was only two major ones, the Shiite and the Sunni, which they both recognized Farrakhan as a Muslim. Same thing with Malcolm X. They recognized him as a Muslim brother when he went over there. Just the difference in leadership change and the way the lessons were spoken by, because we know that the Muslims believe that Muhammad was the last messenger. Well, the NOI believe that Farad was a messenger. In a way he was, but it's about how you want to take it. Then
that's why they don't recognize them as Muslims, so that, like, literally negates
you're right. So they did not believe, they did not recognize, but if you go and stand Farrakhan behind any Muslim leader today, they recognize him, because he made a pact with them, whatever that.
They can make any pact they like. They're not Muslim. They deny fundamentals to be a Muslim.
Like this, man. I'm not the one to judge nobody and say what they are, what they not. But I'll just say that. Well,
they denied it.
I mean, so well, like I said, I don't get into that part of anything. All I'm saying is when Clarence 13X left, then he did something a little different, and we are different than your NOI. We're different than your Shiite. We're different, but I know that Islam itself means the oneness of Allah. So how can
your argument is that they are Muslims, while the argument against it is their decline as Muslims. What you're responding with, they're still Muslims. So we're stuck at a Bible.
They can call themselves whatever they like, but it's
you get these Muslims from the East, like Asians, that don't recognize the black people, period, as being Muslim, because they think they're the only ones that can be Muslim, and that's wrong.
There's no one that says that.
Anyone that take their Shahada can be Muslim.
Exactly. They have to take the Shahada. Do you know what the Shahada is? They literally go against the Shahada.
The Nation of Islam have always took their Shahada.
I the Shahada. La ilaha illallah Muhammadan Rasulullah. There is no God worthy of worship except from Allah, and Muhammad is the final messenger. They negate the whole. They do not do their Shahada. They completely don't believe in it.
Yes, they do.
They're not Muslim.
The Nation of Islam do take their Shahada. Yes, they do.
No, you just said that they don't believe that the final messenger is Muhammad. If they don't believe the final messenger is Muhammad, they can't take the Shahada. It's not the Shahada.
What I said is that Muslim, the Shiite, and the Sunni believe that Muhammad was the last messenger. But
yes, because it's written over and over and over again in the Quran.
Farad Muhammad came to the North American hemisphere and taught the black people as a messenger.
That's like Mormonism, right? Where Jesus came to North America and taught these it's the same bullshit.
No, it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing.
It's the same exact thing.
If they don't believe that Muhammad is the final messenger, then
okay, if you talk to any person from the Nation of Islam, right, like Farrakhan himself, he will tell you about Muhammad and being the last messenger. He will say that. That's
like saying speak to anybody. That's like saying speak to anybody who's a Saint Latter-day Saint, and they're gonna tell you that Joseph Smith was one of the last. That's the.
Well, let me ask you. Hold up. I'm asking you this knowledge. If I came and brought you something that was enlightening for you, am I not a messenger?
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, that's the equivalent. That's the point. That is the equivalent.
Okay,
that's why they're not Muslim.
Wait a minute.
I'm responding to your question.
Okay, well, let me say this before you finish.
Let me finish responding.
Wait a minute, I'm going to show you something.
Let me finish responding, though.
I am.
Relax. You are.
All I'm saying is this right here.
Seven Son, shut up.
my response was yes, and that would be the equivalent of the Latter-day Saints saying that I received something that was enlightening. That's the equivalent.
Difference, right? You know the
difference. Fine, go ahead now.
So now the difference is this right here, now. The difference is this. In Islam, Muhammad is the last messenger of Allah. He's the last messenger.
In Christianity, he's a fucking bitch.
And I believe, wait a minute. And so being that Muhammad was the last messenger of Allah, then think about it like this. If Muhammad taught individuals, right, the good word of Allah, which was about the Holy Quran and who he was and who Allah is. Now,
and how to have sex with a 9-year-old named Isa, divorce her with
Hey, stop,
yeah, let's talk about it.
Shut up, your grandfather's Muslim.
Let him make his point.
And so if Muhammad took that message and went to other places, right? He is the messenger. He is the messenger of God, because God gave that message to him directly. Now, if he went and told someone else that was a student up under him, and that student went and took that message, he is also a messenger, but he is not the messenger of a supreme deity, because he didn't get the message directly from Allah. But he can go
Hold on, I want to respond. I really want to respond. Hold on. I really want to.
So what I'm saying is three parties. It's three parties. Let me show you like this.
Seventh is in the house, baby. Let's go.
So like this with Jesus. Okay.
See, now the God, I really want to respond to that.
God gave Jesus a message, and he came to earth with it, and he gave it to 12 disciples, right? And them 12 disciples went out and gave that message. Same thing, no different. Y'all make it long. I be trying to say what I'm saying.
Like we just said,
the
burden of proof is on you to prove that Muhammad.
It's all right. Now let's come back later, bro. You might get it done.
I've been trying to, but it's fine. They can have it.
Hey, bro, watch the highlights for Biden, bro. That shit is funny, bro. Did you see that?
Come on, be quiet for a minute. Did you hear me for live?
Oh, what's up, Lauren? What's going on with you, bro? I didn't even know you were in here. My bad.
I'm trying to tell you right now. You said it. You have to prove that Muhammad got the message from Muhammad. Do you have any evidence?
I didn't say he got the message from Muhammad. No, I didn't.
How do you know that it's the same message?
Hey, Tyler,
let's just say this. How do I not know that he got a message from somebody who was taught on down the line? How do I not know that?
Are we distinguishing between a messenger and a prophet, or is this just like, no?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, you're right.
So
my understanding is that a messenger was a prophet. A messenger of God.
A messenger is a prophet in this context. You're absolutely right, Aisha.
So how are they two distinct? I don't know. You guys make a question.
Well, I was thinking perhaps
this is what Muslims do.
This guy was spreading the message and wasn't a prophet. So I was thinking maybe they were playing some sort of word game to have.
Oh no, the disciples are messengers.
Just fuck the end of my sentence. Just raw dog it, and then put it under the carpet, roll it up, and then bury it. Okay?
Yes, ma'am. But Tally, you're right. He wasn't a prophet, and so to say, he was a messenger. That's why they call him the messenger. He was not a
prophet. You're
confused.
Okay, so listen. All right, so there's a difference because I can be a messenger and not be a prophet. Is that reasonable?
But if your message is from God, you're a prophet.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe that's the game they were playing so that they could say the Shahada and then also acknowledge their air quotes messenger to kind of consider themselves Muslims. But of course I agree with Aisha's understanding. She would know a lot more about it than I, but I just know that Islam doesn't recognize them, and now I understand the specific.
Well, I'll tell you something from my understanding what you're saying is this. The Shahada is the understanding or the concept that Muhammad is the last and only prophet, right? Or
the last prophet of Allah.
You saying that this other guy is a prophet also?
No, he was a messenger.
Muhammad claimed that he's the last prophet.
I didn't say that. I didn't say Farad. I didn't say that Farad was a prophet. You always heard me call him a messenger. And that's all he's saying.
Well then I misunderstood the Shahada.
A messenger is a prophet.
Messenger, sorry. I said prophet. I was wrong. But either way, it's still discrediting.
Yes, Muhammad was the messenger, the final messenger. We literally call him the final messenger.
Good guy.
Okay.
This is guy.
Muslims used to say the last prophet of Allah.
It's literally in our text, verbatim, word for word, the final messenger.
Hold on, are you a Shiite or a Sunni?
I'm Sunni.
Okay.
So this is what Jehovah's Witnesses do, right?
Wait, what does that help you understand? I don't get it.
What's the relevance of Jehovah's Witnesses in the conversation?
I'm just saying.
Because one adheres to the hadiths and the other one doesn't. Can you give me the relevancy about bringing up Jehovah's Witnesses when they're talking about Islam?
Yeah, because it's the same methodology they use, right? In the Bible, it says that if you make a prophecy and you're wrong, if a prophet makes a prophecy and he's wrong, to kill him, he's not a messenger of God. Now, Jehovah's Witnesses have predicted the end and they have been wrong. How do they get around it? By saying, oh, we're not prophets. We just interpret, but they're doing exactly what prophets do. It's the same thing.
They also say that the understanding becomes brighter as time goes on. Bullshit. Anyway,
it's the same thing.
Right.
Lion, from your
Lion, I have to ask you, do you agree with what Ingan was saying, that he is doing the same thing? The seven sons? Like, okay, sorry. No? Okay.
What's happening here is we have to show that Quran Muhammad got his understanding. We got the message from Muhammad himself. Or he was sitting, a person sitting under the tutelage of Muhammad. Can you please show any historical fact that shows that?
All right, so Lion, no, I cannot, and I can't.
So Lion, is he now doing that? Says he can't do that?
So now, Lion, this is what it is. He never said that he received the message from Muhammad. He said that he received his message from Allah, meaning that God spoke to him in some form or fashion to come here. And then you got to think. And wait a minute. Now you got to think. Now this is the story, and you can debunk that if you want, but let me do it in short. Remember, Farad was born, and when he was born, he was taught these lessons from the elders of whatever community he belonged to. I don't know his exact itinerary or lineage. Okay, so all right, so I've never heard that, but I'll go with it. Let's say whatever, being funny, I don't know, but they say he lived in the East, and his family were from the East. That's what I knew. That's all I heard. And so, do you know that the elders in that community knew that there were people over here in the 30s, or before the 30s, in the 20s, that did not have the knowledge that they had. And however he was born, and however he looked, they knew he was the best candidate to come to America and teach the lost tribe of Israel, of the lost black man from Africa. They knew we were lost.
The races again.
Okay, no. We're not going to put that title on it. We're just going to say that there was a people over here that belonged to African people that were brought here and were ancestors of those people that did not know knowledge of themselves. They didn't know about the culture that they had left to the degree or whatnot. So then we get him coming to your boy, Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And once he met Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he taught him that knowledge. And from there, they created the Nation of Islam. And so now we get Farrakhan, Malcolm X, and all those people, and Sergeant Joseph, Congress 13X, and all those individuals who were major sergeants in there. And they went to the Harlem in New York. They were mostly known in New York. And they created.
Sir, I already know all of this history. You ain't got to.
Okay, so if you know that history, know how it trickled down.
I brought the guy's name up in the room. You were the one being paid. Remember, I'm the one who.
I was talking. Well, wait a minute. I was talking from Clarence 13X.
I started. If I'm picking it up, that means I know all of this history.
Oh, all right, you do.
And what I'm also saying right here is simply this. He was a white guy who was not from the far east. He was one of those things.
But that's your opinion, though, Ryan.
Wait. He was
To be fair, Australia is pretty far east. So.
Yeah, okay, Sally.
Yeah.
My whole
had to give me this long ass story.
Okay, well, wait a minute. I'm not just talking to you, am I? Am I talking to the whole group or just you?
Yeah, I've never cared to investigate anything, any ideologies that come out of New York. I feel a way about New York generally. But sorry, Pete.
And that's fine. But my thing is this, Sally.
So this is new information to me.
Yeah, but in the end of the day, I started out with Clarence 13X because we were talking about the 5 lying. We weren't talking about the whole nation of Islam. And so, I mean, you can beat me down with that if you want, and why I didn't speak on Farad, but I did speak on Clarence 13X, and I explained who we were with the nation of gods and earths, and they got through with it, and that's done. You want to go and say about how dirty and nasty these dudes is, and all of that bullshit that went on with charges with them, and you want to speak down on them. I'll speak on the good of what they did before I speak on the bad.
What are you talking about? I never brought up any charges or any of that shit.
Y'all, so who said something about Farrakhan fucking young girls?
No,
that was the other day. No, that was the other day. Somebody did. My bad. That was the other day.
Different room.
Yeah, no, that was the other day.
But since you bring it up.
Okay, bring it up. I mean, he did from my understanding, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad did that, but he did it I don't agree with it, bro. I don't. Period. That's why I'm not in the nation of Islam.
I put it in the chat. Difference between Sunni and Shiite.
All right. So I'm gonna put you on the path. Type in Farad Muhammad FBI.
Yeah, okay.
Wait, slow down.
I've already read that.
Well, they have a lot of information about all of the fucking aliases this man had and where he got them from. He got like 40 or 50 different names he went by before he decided to settle down as Farad Muhammad, the curator of.
Okay, so when you go back and read the other history that the Nation of Islam put out, which was in the I gotta give you the date, 1987, and it was the book was called The Messenger. It wasn't called what they call it now. The magazine that they had was called The Messenger, and it debunked everything that the FBI tried to do because they tried to get him on tax evasion. They tried to get him on a bunch of shit that he was not involved in. Same thing like they did with Marcus Garvey. And so the thing about it was they wanted to turn the black American who were following him against him. So the FBI put out a bunch of lies. And that's just evident because they didn't want us to have, remember, Eisenhower said, go look back at what he said about black leadership in America. Do you remember that line?
Yes.
Okay, so guess what? So anytime a Malcolm X, a Farrakhan, a Farad Muhammad, and Elijah Muhammad came up, they discredited them in front of the other black people to make up.
That's all point to pro is. That has nothing to do, no relevance to what I'm talking about.
Wait a minute, I said Isaac. Okay, all right. If it don't, then I'm done. I'm done.
Right. Just look up Shrine of Alice Shabazz.
Shit. Fucking boring.
Hey, we suck a dick, faggot.
No, sir.
Y'all cleared the room up, man. Even Aisha left. Come on. Sometimes you get boring, bro. Like, and I'm happy Lion experienced that long, drawn-out explanation, which you already know. I'm happy you experienced. Now you know how we feel when you start, monologuing about information we already know.
I didn't start this conversation that I'll be bringing up. Nigga, I'm light years ahead of you niggas. I'm just here.
I like how you said that. I'm light. Yeah, the only thing I like about you is your skin, bro.
Alright, whatever.
I mean, I want to ask Incan about what his argument for God was. Y'all motherfuckers talking about this old ass shit. Ain't doing but rehashing shit that everybody already fucking know.
Well, I didn't bring up this conversation.
5% is formulated by the NOY, which is formulated by a white man, which is this white man.
He wasn't white, man. Stop talking about that man was white. He was not white.
He was white. Look at his skin color.
He was mixed. Y'all told me the other day that
man was white.
No, hold up, baby.
Y'all lady agree with me?
Oh, no, they told me the other day when I said that a white man could make a black baby, and they said, oh, but then he could make a white baby with a black girl. Oh, wait a minute now.
No, but hold on, Seven. They said that man was sent. His spirit was sent to teach through that white man. That's what they said. That man was white.
But he was mixed. He wasn't white.
That man was white.
All right. You know what? I ain't got to argue that point. I'm going to leave that alone. Go ahead.
The foundation of your belief and how it is structured is based off of another white dude.
All right. So if that's what you want to believe, you believe it. Go ahead.
I believe it. I definitely believe it.
Well, I can't knock you because I know otherwise, so we're going to leave that alone.
All right.
We agree to disagree right there.
I should have started out with this shit. Now everybody gone.
They'll come back, but I'm finna be gone too. Goodbye.
I know. You kill the room and leave. That's what you always do, Seven.
That's what niggas do.
Bastards.
The devil come to
you can't blame Seven. That's your guys' fault. You were trolling
great granddad.
Exactly what he was saying. You were able to comprehend it. It was making intelligible sense. And you guys kept on fucking trolling him.
And you don't realize
don't argue with that nigga. Let that old ass nigga get it off his chest so you can shut the fuck up.
Cause then all he does is start back over and talk in a sentence and then tell you how you interrupt him and all he's trying to say is the same thing over and 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 over. He like somebody geriatric grandpa in a nursing home.
Yeah, you want to see somebody on their grandpa and they tell these old ass stories about what is his name?
I try my best to be respectful. I let them go on and
Let
on.
them talk. Let them say the shit. Let them get it over with. That's how we do you. Let them get it off your chest. Finally be quiet.
Here comes Samoa, and Samoa ain't no better. He'll talk all damn day. Over everybody.
That's true.
Over everybody.
You feel the same way about life?
No, I like hearing my man talk.
See, there you go. That's that.
But that's only sometimes. She didn't put that qualifier in there.
I said I like hearing my man talk. Thank you.
It is true. It is true.
Sometimes.
Yesterday, he was fighting for his life yesterday.
Y'all mad that y'all ladies don't like hearing y'all. That's why y'all come on here.
Was Lion fighting for his life yesterday? Yeah.
I wasn't fighting for my life at all. I'm never fighting for my life.
So, you know, it's funny because Samoa always try to take a cheap shot, and every time you come in the room, Samoa always talking and always got something to say about everything. You know, Samoa yesterday, I remember them yelling at you, telling you to let the mic rest and let other people talk because you've been talking all day.
Yeah, you do talk about
Yeah, that's what happened when they're losing an argument, right?
Oh my God.
It's not fair to when you try to. Who else do that shit where they gotta talk?
Hey, but Pepe was whipping this dude's ass yesterday, though. Pepe was whipping his ass.
What you call it did it yesterday? Yesterday, Inca.
Yeah.
When he was falling behind the argument, he started trying to talk to cover his track. I mean, I don't think he failed an argument. I just think he just over-explained. That make you weak.
He lost, though. I tell you that.
I don't think he lost.
Because you hold to the same belief as him. But look at his performance, how he let Mike dominate him. And Mike made him look crazy. He started stuttering and over-explaining. That's how you lost.
Who?
That was yesterday.
Pepe and Mike?
Oh, I didn't hear that.
No, Mike and Aiken.
Yeah, I didn't hear that one.
Aiken.
Yeah, Mike and Aiken. Mike was making I felt bad for Aiken, man. Yeah, I felt bad, man. He was yelling at Aiken.
Get off Aiken. You gotta leave him
alone. It was about stereotypes, right? So Aiken was making this racist argument about
that,
yeah. With the Speedy Gonzalez and
now, well, Mike was telling them Don't act like you ain't complaining when you are.
Yeah, Mike kept on trying to say he's speaking with two tongues.
He's been on the road lately.
Yeah, Mike has been muscle Mike, bro. Yelling, beating down people. He needs to call him once a day.
It started with him that night he was in the jacuzzi yelling.
Oh, yeah.
That's when he started on a roll.
Yes. I don't know what was in that jacuzzi water, but he drank some of it. He was like, I'm in public, and I'm in the jacuzzi. I don't want people to look at me crazy, but I need you to know you stupid bitch. I got a point to make, motherfucker, and you're gonna listen to me, motherfucker. I was like, oh my God. He drank some of that jacuzzi water.
When y'all gonna create?
He thought you was leaving.
When y'all gonna start like something like
We got a room for that, but it got to be people who was willing to participate. Lion was in there a few times.
How did you run it? Let me get on
every single one.
We had, honestly, I tell you this. We had like 10 minute, 10-minute openers, right? First round. Then 5 minute, 5 minute second, 5 minute third, then like, back and forth, like a 10-minute back and forth, and then closing statements. And if you deferred your time previous rounds, it adds up into your closing remarks. Something like that.
You remember that group that came in here real hard with all their badges that day? Called the Coliseum?
Oh, you talking about the Spartans?
Nah, the Coliseum. They're not called the Spartans. It's called the Darker Truth.
Oh, yeah. We know.
Smart.
Yeah. Yeah, so what they did, I agree with that. There's some idiots over there too, just like over here. But so what they do on Sundays, they had a Coliseum, right, where they do the battle sessions and all this and that. I went over there and checked out what they were doing. I thought that was pretty cool. So I was wondering, you say y'all have a group for that too? I mean, y'all have a channel for that too. So
yeah, it's right up top there. It's called the WWF. The White Belts Wrestling Federation. Yeah, White Belts Wrestling Federation.
All right. So when do y'all have that? What day?
No, those are by like appointment. Like if someone wants to have an organized debate, then we set it up inside there. But we haven't been having organized debates. Listen, a lot of times people just want to, talk about their trauma. They don't want to have an organized debate because they don't know how to. But now again, we had this dude named Gavin. Like, he's a debater. He debates on, modern day debate. He debated, Jack. Lion had a debate at one point in time, too, with this guy named Shamos. And, a few people debated. This other guy named Stanley, he had a debate as well, too. Yeah, so it depends. Some people like to have organized debate. Some people don't.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering, because I would love to get on one of them. Where you really got
You can set it up. If you happen to have a disagreement with someone, challenge them to a formal debate. And we'll set it up inside the White Belts Federation.
I think I'm gonna start doing that. I am.
Yeah. If someone disagreeing with you and they just trolling you, bring them inside the gauntlet, man. Bring them inside the ring.
The reason why the first person you should go after is Florida. That's the easy dub.
Well, the reason why I even spoke on it is because that would kill all the outside noise you get in this group, where as soon as you say something, everybody jump on it.
It's only two people. It's only three. It's the judges, right? The judges and the moderators are out there, and it's just the two people debating, and that's it.
That's what I like. All right, I'm glad I found that out. Well, gentlemen, ladies, y'all have a blessed one. I'm finna go to my club over on Gangland. I'm gonna holler at y'all later.
Alright, take care, bro. Don't do the butt, bro, over there.
I said, ladies.
Y'all doing the butt over there at your function?
Nah, we don't do the butt. But guess what, Tally? That was a song in the 80s.
I know the song.
You did it too. You were just in the mirror.
I've never done it. I just heard the song because I'm black and I've been to barbecues.
Doing the butt all night long.
What kind of shit do you be saying out your mouth, man?
She just asked you, are you gonna doing the butt song dance? That's all.
No, don't nobody do that no more. That ain't no. Cause it's not a dance that you get somebody.
Got bad back, bad knees, arthritis, tendonitis, a whole bunch of stuff going on right now.
You do the booty bump. That's the booty bump. That's all it is. Doing the butt.
Yeah, but don't nobody do that dance no more.
Says who?
Says,
they do it at my family functions.
I mean,
They do that, the electric slide.
The oldest dance my family do is the electric slide. We still do the electric slide.
Hold on, Seven. Now, Weed, are you there? Now, has this man stopped talking since he got in the room? No. He been talking. Every other person, he got something to sell.
That's how old niggas do when they get a certain age. You gotta just talk
about it. Let me ask you this, lady.
I'm talking about Samoa. I'm talking about Samoa.
Now you want to talk about but he was right, though. He was right.
Anyway, we do the electric slide. We do the Tootsie Roll.
Oh, yeah.
Joe Biden didn't look good today. Joe Biden called President Donald Trump.
What? You said that like you were very separate. Like, I didn't mean
don't you gotta go somewhere soon?
Yeah, he said he's gonna go to Gangland or something.
Yeah, I'm finna shoot on the Gangland when they talk about other real shit. What you say? What you say, Tally?
I said I'm black. I do black stuff.
I wasn't even picking. I was like, the way you said that was like, I done been to barbecues before. like.
Because people on the internet like to play in my face, and call me Caucasian and accuse me of worshiping Caucasians. I'm like, I grew up in a whole neighborhood with Negroes who love themselves. I don't know what'd be wrong with y'all.
Yeah, I can hear it. The only person I hear really get at you real bad is King Solomon.
That's because he got a crush on her and he don't know how to express it, and she don't want his ass, and he knows she don't want his ass.
But King Solomon, and y'all can say it, tell him I said this when he come back. King Solomon will downrate black women very quickly, besides any other race. He will talk about he will attack a black woman, and he will downgrade a black woman before any other race.
That's what happened. When you were a little kid.
No, because I told him, I said it right here, and I can say it to his face after we were face to face, but we in here, so I can say it when he come back, because I noticed it.
I'll be sure to do that.
I will.
Seven said it to him before. They got into it. They did. They got into it one day because Seven said that to him. He said that he hates black women. That's exactly what he said.
I don't think King would say that.
No, I'm saying he said that. Seven told him that he hates black women. That's what I'm saying. No, he didn't say. No, I wasn't saying that. I wasn't saying that King Solomon said he hates black women. I'm saying that Seven told him that he hates black women. That's all I'm saying.
But yo, I'm out. Peace and blessings.
Sure.
Bye. Have fun doing the butt. We know you're gonna
see you in 5 minutes. See you in 5 minutes.
Do the boy gets your back on the door. Bye.
He'll be back in 5 minutes.
I wish I knew Inca's argument.
Did you hear him say gangway?
Yeah, that's the name of his clubhouse group.
So, boy, did you say you were atheist?
Yep.
Okay. Why are you atheist?
I didn't know he was an atheist. I thought he was just a regular old faggot.
Well, yeah.
Why are you atheist?
Yeah, I'm an atheist because I just believe that we are just a creation of science and of moving molecules and all these things, and for us to be able to put a deity or a supernatural being, it's just our willingness to fill in the blanks of why is everything the way that it is.
You just filled in the blanks with science, so now you use science over gaps.
No, science is explanation.
Really more of a Satanist.
No, science. The only thing science does is give us an explanation of things that's already here. We got to reverse engineer that to find out how it works.
Absolutely, that's what I said. Science is the explanation.
So science didn't create us, just as an explanation of what's already here.
That's what I'm saying. And I'm saying that theists, when it comes to why or why is this possible, or whatever this is, they put God there and say, oh, because God had this imagination of, hey, I just feel like creating something, so let me go ahead and create it, and then that's what theists do, because they don't know. It's like I don't know. I know that they made somebody up, but I didn't.
Speak to the theists when you talk to. I know.
Yeah, I know too.
All right.
Yeah, you speak to the low-hanging fruits. Why don't you speak to one of these type of theists? Bring that type of theists over here.
Yeah, but what's the difference between Santa Claus and the Abrahamic God?
See,
that's different.
I'm telling you, I've been doing that show for 2.5 months now, and most of the time when I ask the atheists why they atheists, they always default to the Abrahamic God. Like
because they are mono-atheists.
I get it.
No, because the majority of people that believe in the ideal of God are shared by these three different groups.
Yeah, I get that. But that means that your concept of a God is only as big as the Bible or the Quran.
No, that's argumentation. So you can go back to civilizations like the Dogon.
Taking my positions now.
So real quick. So we can so we can expand it, right? And then we can go to the ancient belief.
Which God?
All right, never mind, bro.
I even came into this room some time ago and said, I love it.
So more.
Yeah, let me just say this. Right, baby. Hold on. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
So more. Do you believe that things that was caused has like everything that exists has some type of beginning?
Everything that exists has a beginning?
Yeah.
No. I think that in order for you to believe that, this is where God comes in. People who believe that believe that God has
people believe that. No, I don't want you to tell me. I don't want to.
Because in order for there to be a beginning, somebody has
wait, please stop. You say you don't believe it. Point to something that exists that did not have like some type of cause from something else. Go ahead.
Yeah, everything that we can explain. It's like the black hole.
Give me something.
Outer space. The stars, the moons, the elements of the
They don't have a cause?
Right. No. Like we don't.
It wasn't caused by something else? They always existed.
Yes. No. Always.
No. They not. No, they did not. No.
Wait. Hold on. So real quick, right? So just like a human being.
Yeah, you don't know what he's talking about.
All right, so I'm going to say it again. So stars are going to die off and then regenerate, just like the human experience. Your father, your grandfather, your great-grandfather, it's always existed. Does that make sense?
No.
Why not?
At one point in time, there was not a need. My parents came together and I came into existence, right? I'm part of some type of some type of chain of causes. Me, you too. At one point in time, humans did not exist. They exist because some type of chains of different causes. Do you accept that?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Can you point at something that was not caused by something else?
Yeah, so there's no beginning. So everything.
That's a claim.
Everything.
And that's not answering my question. Can you point at something? Tell me something. Don't give me some vague everything. Tell me something that exists that was not caused by something else.
Teleological argument.
Yeah, this sounds so stupid, bro. I'm saying that there's no beginning.
Stupid.
So
you sound stupid when you're not answering anything. Listen, I'm going to say it again. Just give me an example. This is what I want. Let me show you how I want to frame the question. So you want to obviously. I want you to point at something, like how I can point at a chair, how I can point at a rock. Point at something that exists, and just point at one thing that exists that did not happen because of something else, or that it came into existence because of something else. Just point at one thing.
I don't agree with the premise.
Can you point at one thing then? Because if you don't agree with the premise, then you should point at something that exists that disagrees with my premise. Then go ahead.
You ready? The things that we don't know about.
That's nothing. You're not talking about anything.
Wait. That's exactly right.
You don't know what you don't know, so that's not a thing.
Yeah.
Hold on real quick. Just on. He said point at something that doesn't have a beginning. In order for me to say, okay, let me point at something, we would have to know that it actually exists. That's where your God comes in.
You see how the atheist mind is just shriveled.
Oh, God.
He just said something. He just a bunch of word salad. Point at something. I don't know, man. It's difficult. You know what? Butcher, you've been doing this for 2 months now. Can you walk him through the argument?
Yeah, what? Yeah, well, you walk us through it.
You're gonna run it. All right. So even with the infinite regress, you're always gonna run into an uncaused cause, and that uncaused cause is gonna be. You can call it God. I call it energy. The same thing in my opinion. So that's the only argument that you can really come across. You can go back as far as you can, and you're always gonna run into that uncaused cause, that thing that did not have a beginning that caused everything else.
I don't think of it as energy. I think of it as God. And the reason why I said it, I think that God used energy. God
is
the
preside over you, then you can't preside over it.
I take a different definition. God is the cause of everything that we know exists, or the creator of everything that we know.
Right, but we know the energy has always existed, Nathan. Energy has always existed.
Yes.
But that's not God, right? Because God. Wait,
some people say
it could be God.
Say that one more time.
I said that would be God.
So God's always existed.
So God, if we just say God has to be the God of the Bible in order for it to be God.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that if you look at every other civilization that did not adhere to these gods that we know of today, of the most popular ones, if you look at, I don't know, Mali and all these aliens that come down from outer space, the cockroaches in Papua New Guinea, all these civilizations believed that there was this encounter with these beings that came down here and gave us all the understanding that we have today. They reference those people of being from a different place as their gods, as their spirituality.
That's what they conceptualize. That's when they try to conceptualize their interactions with God.
That's totally fine. But if we just say energy has always existed, it just transfers and moves through it. That's not giving us a reason why this happened.
Okay.
It's just the fact that it is happening.
So all of the ancient groups, the Sumerians, all of these people, they all referenced a physical entity that came down, and they looked at these people as gods. That doesn't take away from an ultimate God that was even that created them.
But Lion, listen to what he's saying. He's talking about
that's under the premise that somebody created them.
No, okay, so you're saying that doesn't explain why God, like, we're not talking about why God exists or anything. We're just talking about God exists, and do you accept that God exists, right? You say you're an atheist. So the argument goes like this. You know the argument, man. I can't remember what you call it.
What the hell is going on, bro? This is the problem when people start with the opening game in chess. Everybody memorizes what they're supposed to memorize, but the mid game.
No.
All right. Go ahead. Again, you're gonna have to. So we can acknowledge that there is mass. We can acknowledge that there is energy.
No, I'm gonna just get the argument right here.
All right, cool. My question's always going to be...
Okay, so the argument goes like this.
What created this?
So the argument goes like this. Premise one, whatever begins to exist has a cause, right? Takes existence. The universe begins to exist, therefore it has a cause. The cause is what we say is God. And that is like a minimalistic definition of what God is. The cause for everything that exists. If you look at all the ideas, all the conceptions of God, one thing remains true universally with the majority of them, that God is the cause for everything that exists. Now, I'm asking you, the atheist, do you accept the Big Bang as something that happened at one point in time? No?
No.
So you're against science?
No, science says it's the Big Bang theory.
Okay, so let me break this down for you, white belt. So within science, right, a theory is the highest standard of proof, right? A theory is something that was proven to be true. No. Theories explain, look it up. No, theories explain.
Not true.
Theories, please, no. Theories, no. I'm not going to listen to you guys explain dumb shit to me. Listen to me. Theories explain
what he wants to say about it, you'll let him
No, let him say it. Let him say it, bro.
No, theories explain facts. Listen, when I'm talking about theories, I'm talking about scientific theories. Theories explain facts, right?
Okay.
When you guys are using a colloquial definition of theory, I'm not using the colloquial definition. I'm using the scientific definition. Like the theory of relativity. Gravity is a theory. Evolution is a theory. Like these things are facts, and the explanation behind the facts is what people call a theory. If you don't believe me, go look it up on your own. Anyway, so when we're talking about it, when the science is talking about theories, they're talking about facts that have an explanation. So the Big Bang Theory, right? There's cosmic radiation that exists right out there in the cosmos right now, right? The Big Bang Theory says that this cosmic radiation goes back, right, to about billions of years ago. And they see it because they see the residue. So they trace it back, and they trace it back to billions of years ago. And they say at one point in time, our universe is in one state. And then the state changed. And from the state change, they trace back that the residue, the radiation residue, what they call a Big Bang, and this is what they trace back. And they say at one point in time, the universe was in one state, and it changed. The thing that caused the universe to change when it was at that singularity is what people call God. It exists. It's proven scientifically, and you can't do anything but accept it. Now tell me what you will wait for.
They haven't proven anything scientific.
Look it up. Look it up.
That's
No. Look it up. Argue with the science. That's what's wrong.
The argument is they actually haven't even proved that we're even moving.
Oh my God! Look it up. If you don't have anything to rebut what I'm saying, I don't want you to throw out other stuff to try to make it seem like try to delegitimize my point.
I don't want to have to agree with Samoa, please. I really don't like that guy.
Oh no, don't agree with him on. Samoa's taking the time to look it up because he doesn't believe me. Look it up.
What was that first one?
Oh.
Nathan is right. It's called the God particle or the Higgs boson particle. And they do prove that the universe is expanding. So that's how they came up with the conclusion that it started at one point and then it's pushing itself out. So for instance, with the James Webb Telescope, there are galaxies that we used to see that were a couple of light years away. Now they are even further out, which means that we are expanding and that we are pushing outward. The way you push outward is because of an explosion.
All right, real quick question.
The argument is the argument is the long cosmological argument. Whatever begins to exist has a cause.
All right, real quick question. Go ahead. Has there ever been any scientific theories that have been brought forth to the world that were proven wrong with further technology?
Oh, you're gonna give me the pessimistic meta-industrial argument?
I'm just asking. The same scientific method was used.
This is the pessimistic meta-induction. I can't believe it.
Yeah, but Samoa, if it's going to be proven, we have to hold what we know now to be true until. But what we know now, we hold that to be true until proven otherwise. That's how science works.
Until proven otherwise, right?
Right, but you have to prove it otherwise. If you don't prove it otherwise,
hold on, Matt.
If you don't prove it otherwise, you cannot bring a skeptical hypothesis.
Let's just find the 26 pictures so we don't waste each other's time, okay?
Can I say this real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Appealing to the authority, you have no clue of anything other than what these guys who wear white jackets and think.
Oh my God! Come on.
Tell you to believe. For example.
Yeah, hold on, Nathan. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page so we don't waste each other's time, okay?
For example, if we were moving, then why are we still seeing the same exact star constellations that have been in the same exact place for the last, I don't know.
We don't see it moving?
We are all moving together.
No, wait.
Like, for instance, as we are moving.
I don't want to debunk the science. I want to use the science.
No, hold on. But to Lion points. Lion, that's like sitting inside a car. That's like lion. That's like sitting inside a car. Hold on. That's like sitting inside a car. Everyone in the car are still 1 foot apart, but yet we are still moving.
If that is the case, and you were saying that that's the truth, and all the other satellites that have been sent to outer space, shouldn't they have been falling back by now because you moved?
But they are. They are. When you look at, but those satellites are in the trunk of the car. No, the satellites are in the trunk of the car.
Matt, what I want you to do right now, if you're in a car, I want you to take a rock or something like that, right? And then what I want you to do is drive 70 miles per hour and then throw the rock behind you out the window. Let's see if the rock keeps pace or does it actually slow down and fall.
No, so it's like your analogy is not right. So what a satellite does, but Lion, what a satellite, you don't throw the satellite outside of the car, is you put it in the trunk.
You ask the question, let him answer the question.
I'm answering you, Nathan.
Listen, I don't even listen. I'm not even into this. I'm not even into this. I want some more argument point.
You can look at the what is it called? What that telescope that left us in 1970?
We don't know if
that is no longer in our orbit, right? The Discovery telescope, it's no longer in our orbit. And that is one thing that is moving.
Anymore.
Okay, Lion, don't believe it then. Yeah, don't believe it then. We're talking about the ones who do believe it. Don't believe it. No one's saying you to believe it. I understand you don't believe it. Keep it to yourself, man. Let some more answer this question.
Get the atheists out the hot seat. Some more. Just don't be quiet.
Yeah, he's staying quiet now. Now he has to wrestle with the belief in. Now you have to wrestle with the belief in the God. Look at him now.
No, the problem is the people that you're standing on these positions that other people gave you. That's the issue. And I think that's ultimately what Samoa is saying when you said he's coming with a pessimistic position.
Meta-induction.
All right, so
yes, sir.
But it's the truth. You can't really run away from that fact that you're
the pessimistic meta-induction. All you have to appeal to.
You're appealing to the current group of scientists who we believe have been paid off to say whatever it is they've been paid off to say.
Lion, we all know you're skeptical about science. I don't want to get into why you're skeptical about it. You've been saying this for days, and you just finished saying it. Can Samoa just answer it, please?
Go ahead, Samoa.
Come on, man. Let Samoa do this.
Everybody, parakeet exactly what I've said. That's all y'all ever do in this room anyway. Go ahead.
You're saying that we shouldn't make arguments based on what science says because science gets things wrong sometimes and you can't trust these dudes because these dudes are sent here to give you misinformation and all this other stuff. How can you even trust them when you blah, 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 blah. Okay, I get you. We hear this shit all the time, bro. You're not the only atheist that exists, bro.
Hey, but the other day, Lion, I believe your wife is a scientist as a medical professional. The other day she was giving some good medical advice. Should I dismiss this medical advice?
So the practical things that you can actually visually see happening, yeah, you should take that as advice, but you shouldn't be automatically assuming. If my wife came in here and told me...
What if I'm not in that field?
So wait a minute. If my wife...
Hey, Nathan, read the link.
Wait, if my wife came in here and told you, Matt, that she knows that the Earth, from the distance from the Earth to the Sun is 98 trillion miles away, you should go, well, wait a minute, how do you know that? And then she goes, oh, let's refer to the other scientists who've done the calculations, who've never went to or never mapped out anything. That's the point where I'm trying to say, you're appealing to the so-called experts, and the experts are always coming back later on going, oh, we were wrong about that.
That's totally fine.
No,
but I do want to address the parallel here, though, right? Hey, man, hold on real quick, because I just want to address the parallel here, right? So I just put a article in the chat for y'all to read on how easy it is for these theories of science to manipulate the masses. So, for example, COVID-19, they kept telling you that they're following the science. The epidemiologists, they put all the theory was it.
That's a red herring.
Just hold on.
It's not a red herring. Right on point.
What theory was it? What theory was it?
Alright, so I just gave you a link.
What theory was COVID?
Alright. So So if you look at the spontaneous, I think it was called spontaneous revelation or whatever the hell it is, just look up scientific theories that have now been proved wrong with technology and so on and so forth, right?
Has not been proven, but has been proven wrong.
Yeah, all right, so just real quick. Yeah, has been proven wrong. Has been proven wrong. All right, so real quick. So we believe that these people with these credentials are following the scientific method because we know that in its purest form, it's going to lead us to an outcome that is an objective one. But then when you find that whatever humans mess with, it's always corrupted, and you see COVID-19 being an example, they're able to use epidemiologists, biologists, they're able to use all these expert acronyms that us as the people are now going to follow because they dictate the terms of what science actually is now. So now they're bringing the biology.
Okay, cool. I get your
biology, right?
Yeah, my question is this. Yeah. What are they using, right, to prove that these theories are wrong?
Peer review.
No, to prove that they're wrong. What are they using to prove that they're wrong?
Right, so they're going to use the same, well, what we expect is they're going to use the same
method, right?
Right, the same method, but different variables now. So when you add something to
okay, so wait. If they're going to use the same method, which is the scientific method, right? Which starts with observation, then you come up with some type of hypothesis, then you go through and you run through some experiments, and then you get to your after you get to your experiments, you get to like something what someone might call like some type of theory or something like that. Something that you have some explanation behind, right?
Based on the information that you have, Nathan. If information comes up in 100 years, like for example, Matt just said it, like we got new.
No, you don't get what I'm trying to say. So what you're talking about, you're arguing about the instruments that's being used, right? We're not talking about the instruments. We're talking about the method.
The theory.
We're talking about the method to get to the theory.
No, you said theory, bro.
Please. Yes, the method to get to the theory.
Brother, read the link. Just read the link.
What is the link? No, I'm not going to read your link. Just tell me what the link is trying to say.
All right. So then you come up with this idea, like the hypothesis. You use the scientific method, and then you say, okay, you know what? With everything that I have here, this is safe.
I can run this experiment. Yes. No, I'm going to run this experiment, and this experiment should be true with the theory that I wrote, the theory which is the educated guess, right?
And if you add 5 more variables to the equation, it could change the outcome of the actual bottom line theory.
Explain that to me. Give me something practical, because you just gave me word salad. No, don't tell me. Give me 5. Okay.
There you go.
Okay, what happened in Newtonian physics? Because the theory of relativity is still on.
The theory of relativity is what displays Newtonian physics.
Yes, because it says that it didn't answer everything.
When a theory loses its explanatory power, it has to change.
Hey, Nathan's taking this L, bro. This is funny.
That's what theories are.
Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut your dumb ass up. The theory is that, listen, Newtonian physics isn't wrong. It's just incomplete. That's the only thing it showed. It did not show that it was fucking wrong, you fucking dang dumbass. It showed that it was incomplete. And then, and the theory of relativity was the addition to it. And he even said that it's not wrong. It just doesn't answer everything. Not what you fuckers are trying to say.
Sure, how about the heliocentric theory?
Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
Heliocentric
theory. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. You know what? I'm just gonna disengage, man.
No, you right, Nathan. You got it, bro. You got it.
Man, Nathan, I didn't bring it.
No, go ahead. Take the dub, bro. You finally got it.
Shut up. So DigiDave, you just got here. Is the Big Bang Theory proven wrong? Yes or no?
Is the Big Bang Theory proven wrong?
Yes.
I don't, not to my knowledge. I believe, but
no, shut up. So these motherfuckers came in here to show that, hey, some theories are proven wrong. Therefore, you shouldn't trust the Big Bang Theory. And your dumbass is jumping on this fucking bandwagon because you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Sure,
and I hate when you do this shit because you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Okay, look.
You don't know the point that I'm trying to fucking make. No, you don't know what Stay your Jewish ass off my fucking conversation.
My understanding of theories.
I'm gonna move you the fuck down. Yeah, shut up.
Can we change the topic? Can we talk about something else? Let's talk about Joe Biden, bro. Let's talk about Joe Biden. So Joe Biden called Kamala Harris Donald Trump today.
He also called Zelensky Putin today, the same day.
Oh, bro, hey, that was crazy, bro.
He introduced President Zelensky, and he said, and now I'm calling up to the podium, President Putin, and he started walking away, and then he was like, oh shit. He was like, I meant Zelensky.
He said, I'm taking the advice of my commander-in-chief.
And then the same day, he was a reporter asked him, like, do you think your vice president Kamala Harris could be president, if needed or something like that? And then he's like, yeah, if Trump needed to be president, the vice president could easily, and like switched Kamala Harris's name with Trump, and it was both times I slapped my forehead.
Right. Did he say something about he fucked somebody white into the UN the other day?
I didn't read that, bro.
I think he said talked. He said talked. It sounded like that, but I think he said talked. But it was like, he mumbled, he's got this weak voice, so it sounded like, I fucked your wife. But he said talked. He said talked.
The whispering today killed me. Why was he whispering so much?
Oh, that was horrible, bro.
Like,
no, they can't do it.
I was like, whoa, this dude sounds...
It sounds so creepy.
Bro, there was a certain segment where he started screaming at everybody. I was like, bro, this dude's tripping.
They got a whisper.
The Zelensky, the Putin, and the Trump errors today, it's like, honestly, there's no way he can continue. That was supposed to be his big boy conference.
I thought overall he did pretty well. I mean, the bar is pretty low. I think what's going to happen is he will convince himself that he did well enough to stay in the race. So he didn't have the same type of failure collapse like he did in the debate. And so he's going to, in his mind, and to Jill, his wife, will look at it as a win. And so he will not step down based off that debate.
But think
you're already trying to see congressional people saying that from drop out.
Just today.
So they got two right now. But there's a brand new, this Twitter or on X right now. After this press conference, they announced that.
But that doesn't really matter. My point is, he has to step down based on the rules.
We know, but the pressure's going to build, right?
I mean, literally,
he's not going to bow to the pressure. If he had a collapse like he did at the debate on this presser, I think he, would have had second thoughts. But he did just well enough to stay in.
Isn't it, wouldn't it be kind of considered catastrophic if people are not sure about your mental acuity and then you confuse the president of who you're trying to, who is your ally?
He thinks of himself. That's the issue, because they cannot force him.
No, we already know that he has the authority to say no or yes, bro. We're talking about the question that's mind-blowing.
So it's up to him. He has to make that decision.
But can he even make that decision?
Convince him not to step.
I think I just keep repeating himself. Yeah, we all agree that he has to resign. As soon as the convention's over, he has to resign for the community to be able to delegate that to a different candidate. So we totally understand. But the pressure about him, and even the reporter has to, right? Will you take this cognitive test and release it to the public? He won't say yes, but he did admit that he already took three neurological ones, last one in February.
I just want those doctors to be exposed to that gave him a bill of health. That's all I want. They lied.
Yeah, they've been covering for him, the media and.
So Brian, the thing with this interview was he was sitting down the whole time. So if you're sitting down, the blood doesn't have to rush, right? Like, because he's so old, I guarantee you the blood is rushing in his body and it's fucking him up big time when he's standing up. So it's easier to sit down and answer questions. It's also easier to sit down and answer questions that have been rehearsed. There's no way in hell he didn't know ahead of time what the questions were. So to me, you guys think that
he even said, I have a list of people to call on. So
no, that's a stretch. Because there was a couple questions that cut him off.
I think he knew who to call on, and he knew that they might have been friendly.
He knew who to call on, but there was
he didn't know what was going to be asked.
Right.
But you could assume that.
Though.
He knows what the
not at press conferences like that.
They do that. This wasn't This wasn't like a. This was.
Oh no, you're talking about the radio station, right, Brian?
No, when
Radio station.
Don't you remember when Donna Brazile came out?
Oh, that was for the debate, right? But I'm talking about all the stuff over the last 2 weeks where the lady got she got fired because she said that the campaign would feed them questions.
Yeah, so, separate thing, but similar.
Yeah, so I mean, these are the same people from the press. I think it's kind of shaky if they say, hey, this is going to be this, but hey, you guys are forced to answer these questions. So that's a lot of moving parts.
No, he knew the questions. Come on, we need to stop pretending.
Yeah. I mean, I guess
I actually at a conference like that, you're not going to know the questions, but you can know who you're going to choose.
You know the topics, so they know they're going to talk about Russia. They know they're going to talk about NATO. They know they're going to talk about Ukraine. They know they're going to talk about the economy, right? So they will practice for specific topics, and then he has a sequence of people who he's calling on. So even with all of that, he made several goofy mistakes, but the issue is, did he think he did well enough to accept other people's pressure to step down? I just don't think so. I don't think he's going to step down.
And I think there were some questions there that kind of caught him off guard, though, like the one where it says, well, you just confused the last question. You just confused your vice president with Donald Trump. Now he's capitalizing on it. He didn't really respond to it, but you could tell that well, maybe you guys can make an argument that question shouldn't have been asked. Yes.
Quick question. Did Trump pick his VP the other day?
No,
sir, not yet.
I thought he said he was making an announcement or something like that. Okay.
He said that he's. I think the way he phrased it is that he knows or has a good idea of who he's going to pick, but it has not yet been.
And they keep putting these 4 rhinos as the potential.
Well, he said Mark Rubio is getting a lot of airtime right now, bro. A lot.
If he chooses, if he chooses Rubio or any of these, or Scott or any of these rhinos, I would not vote for Trump. I will vote for fucking Biden. I don't even give a fuck.
I think it's going to be
That's
crazy.
Wow. Is that bad?
The VP is going to sway your position.
The VP will sway me.
Wow.
It will sway me. It means it tells me that I now know where Trump stands.
What's his name?
Bro, the vice president is a token. What the hell?
No, it tells me I know where.
Totally unimportant.
It's very important.
I think you're being emotional right now.
No, I'm not being emotional. If I am voting for Trump because I think he can do something into dismantling what I see as an establishment, why would I want him to have an established vice president?
So who would you accept as his VP?
Anyone outside the establishment.
Give me fine, I'll do it.
Vivek is the best one.
Vivek or
Vivek or nobody?
What's his name?
That's the girl from Hawaii.
Tulsi Gabbard?
Tulsi,
No, Tulsi's not going to be it because she's not part of any party, so.
No, I'm saying anyone.
It has to be somebody that's seen to calm Donald Trump down. Like how Mike Pence played a role in civility, grounded.
Rubio doesn't calm
No,
Trump
Rubio is
down.
definitely not going to be it.
No, you just need him for Hispanics, bro.
Rubio is an actual politician, right? There's no doubt about that. He's been in the establishment his whole career. The thing is, if you actually listen to Marco Rubio, number one, he's in the state of Florida, where there's a huge amount of pressure and a huge amount of culture to go against the establishment. Number two, if you've actually listened to him, listen, I don't want him to be the vice president. I'm just trying to make an honest case from it. He actually, if you've listened to him in the last couple of years, he's been completely radicalized. Not to the point where I trust him, but if you listen to his actual words and the way that he's gone about conversation in the last 2 years, especially since the stolen election of 2020, he's definitely a different candidate than 5 years ago. So it's worth looking into.
He's no Mike Pence. He's no Christian.
I don't trust Tim Scott. I think he's gay, and I also think that he this dude just randomly went and got married. That shit made no sense.
No, I also don't like Tim Scott, so
He better not pick any of those 4 dudes.
I'm telling you, Vivek, I'll be cool with Byron Donald.
Byron Donald is my favorite.
Right, and then
Yeah.
You know who else? If he picks, I'll be pissed. Nikki Haley. Fuck that.
If he picks Nikki Haley,
no way.
If he picks Nikki Haley, I'll vote for Kamala
I
Harris.
want the woman out of Hawaii.
Nikki Haley already said that she would not be vice president.
The one from Hawaii.
Vote for him and then give money to his
Yeah,
opponents.
Tulsi.
Tulsi. I would. If he did Tulsi Gabbard, I think that'd be baller.
I don't think it's gonna happen, but
It just better not be those 4. Yeah. Donald Trump will show me that the money is more important than the message.
I'll even be cool with DeSantis. If I don't know.
No, not really.
After
I think
I
would be cool with it. I was cool with DeSantis.
So, Vlad, you don't find it weird that people have this colloquial, weird shit that they do when they say, oh, no, Nikki Haley, I wouldn't want her as president, but I want her as vice president. That doesn't make any sense.
No,
what if something happens to the fucking president? If you don't want somebody to be president, you sure as hell shouldn't want them to be vice president.
Right, that's right. You don't
want a different role, though, but I get what you're saying.
No, but Ricky, we got to plan for the end game. And at the end of the day...
Wait, Ricky, you be cool with Nikki Haley?
No.
Oh, yeah, no.
Nobody in here is cool with Nikki Haley,
bro. We're talking about DeSantis.
I think Adams is talking in general about any vice president, and he's just using Nikki Haley as an example. Your vice president should matter. That it shouldn't just be Donald Trump shouldn't pick an established vice president and say, "Oh, that's my vice president." No, because if Donald Trump goes, that person is now a fucking president, and he's gonna go against everything that Donald Trump is standing for.
But remember, Trump's trying to get independents to vote for him as well, so you can't put Vivek there.
It's a different role, and also the vice president is more
because it's too much of a far extremist combination. You need something to melt Vivek. Yeah, to mellow out Trump.
I don't think he's extreme.
No, I'm just talking about the views of the independents.
No, I think.
I'm only talking about the views of the independents.
I think you guys are mixing it up.
Wait, I'm just.
I accept your apology, Nathan. By the way,
you don't think that it's extreme to say that we're going to destroy all the institutions?
An apology.
He put me in the goo for no reason.
No, he put you in the goo for
I'm
a reason.
sure there's a reason.
No, there wasn't.
No, it was definitely no reason, Monica.
So we're talking about the perception of those that are independents or the people you can sway over to your side. Donald Trump has been taking a real moderate type of a stance on certain touchy situations that Democrats are trying to paint him with. But Vivek is filterless, bro. Vivek tells you how it is.
Right, and as much as RFK is really a Democrat, that's one person where I if he picks him, I could see him getting a lot of middle voters to his side. If he somehow picks RFK as vice president, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Red Rum, this is the perfect presidency election for Donald Trump because people who are independent don't want to vote for Joe Biden. So it doesn't make a fucking difference. I don't care. At this point, people will vote for Donald Trump if it's Joe Biden running against them.
Vlad, make your point, and then I'll go after you, Vlad. Go ahead and make your point.
No, I was just going to say, I don't think it's all said and done that Trump's going to win. I don't like doing that, especially, I know Biden's been tripping lately and he's been but again, with the Democrats, you can't sit here and say for sure Trump's winning this. Again, I'm moving with caution and optimism.
Only if it's Biden versus Trump, it's a guaranteed win for Trump.
School, are you going to share the mic? Can you share the mic? Yeah.
I'm sorry, Monica.
Yeah, Monica, I'm going to wrap it up real quick. Okay, Monica will go next after me real quick. Here's the thing, though. I actually disagree. I think, school, hear me out. I really think Democrats right now have a better chance of rolling with Biden than they do pulling him and going Kamala, in my opinion. So, again, I'm moving with optimism, but still caution. I'm not saying 100% Trump's going to win. I am, from what I'm seeing.
Wrap it up. Monica has something
but
to
I'm
say.
going to go with,
I agree with you.
Monica.
So, I'm not celebrating until January 20th. I need swearing in to happen before I can relax. I actually want him to pick J.D. Vance or someone to the right of Trump
so that I think it's healthier for Trump that way. Anybody left of Trump, it would induce people, and I actually want Biden as healthy as possible with no harm to him, and I don't want anybody but Biden to run. Anyone else stirs up shit. So that's my take.
The
Thanks
process of getting Biden out and then replacing him with Kamala or anybody else is going to be so counterproductive and chaotic. They really box themselves into a corner. So even if Biden does step down, which I highly doubt he will, it can only get worse. The chaos, because people are going to ask, you just went through a primary. Why are you now all of a sudden panicking? You're changing the rules. You're doing all of these shenanigans to try to get Trump off the ballot and all this stuff, when in your own party you just went through this primary process. That was the time to discuss his mental health. But you rigged the past 3 primaries, and now you backed yourself into a corner, and we don't trust you. And you guys are the ones saying that you're trying to save democracy, but yet you're going through all these shenanigans. I mean, they won't win with Biden, and the chaos that would ensue otherwise will doom whoever replaces him, whether it's Kamala or whoever else. They're screwed.
I tend to agree. In fact, you won't even get the first tier replacements like Newsom and others. I think it would be silly for them to want to come into that when they could just wait 4 years and come in fresh. Like, nope. Yeah, exactly. Even if Biden did step down, the chaos that would ensue, whoever comes out of it would be in such a weak position. And it would be a bloodbath. So if you're Newsom, or again like a top tier contender, why would you even risk it?
You know who's one person though I always said that for some reason, if somehow they would have switched and she is like all of a sudden down to run, because I know she's not down, and I know Adams keeps always saying she's not going to run. But Michelle Obama would be the only one I can see where somehow.
Shut up.
I know she's not.
Agree,
I know Adams. I'm not saying she is Adams. I'm just saying hypothetically, she's the one candidate where I feel like if they were to switch Biden like within this month, that people would jump real quick to vote for her. I just know it. That's the only one. That's the only one. But that's not going to happen.
Everything I just said about Newsom applies even more so for her. Like, why would she do that to herself?
That's true. That's why right. It was just hypothetical, right?
My wife.
So your ticket would be,
don't try and be these people. You can't think like up to try and understand. So when Vlad says he's not sure, like if Trump is going to win, in a fair fight, Trump versus Biden, of course, it looks like a lock. But I'm not. You know what our newest tagline is? Exactly what's. We need to have like 20 million more. I'm sorry, not 20 million. We need to have like 10 million more votes than the Democrats in order to make it so difficult to rig that you can't. Because number one, we have the legal rigging. The Facebook spending $600 million, the drop boxes in only Democrat areas, the illegal voting changes that go via mail, and then we have the illegal stuff. Let's not forget that those voting machines, their tallies can be changed with no trace. I can play you a whole bunch of clips. Their tallies can be changed with no trace. They can go in and weight Biden's votes over Trump's with a 2-to-1 and change the complete end tally of the vote. And we just kind of like let that go for 4 years and it didn't happen. It's not a conspiracy theory. It is Democrats. I have Democrats on team. I have Republicans on. We had to do this within not just Dominion, but most of the voting machine software that's in this country. So don't get too cocky. I'm looking to win, and then I'm looking to imprison a lot of the Democrats who have been such fucking cocksuckers for 4 years, treating us like shit. And I don't want to get too cocky and forget where the goal is.
Yeah, I agree. I don't see. I mean, what would the ticket be?
And
like,
we refrain from using the word theory from this point forward, please. Nobody used the word theory.
Kamala and
unless you go to the goo.
and Michelle Obama. And so you're saying that those two women in some sequence would be the ticket? I mean, come on.
Who was saying that?
Whoever was saying Michelle Obama would be the replacement.
Brian, I said hypothetically. I know it's not going to happen.
There is no hypothetical.
What does that mean?
Not a politician.
Adams, I'm just talking about if we were to randomly pick anyone who would, like, if they were to switch Biden and they would have a chance against Trump real quick to win, it would be her, in my opinion.
Who would be
in
her
my opinion.
running mate? Who would be the VP?
I have no idea. To me, it's just her name. Her name would just be the Adams. Why do you keep doing that? I'm just talking hypothetically. You want me to talk hypothetical? I will say it.
You got to stay somewhat grounded to reality.
Never mind, Trump's winning. If that's what y'all want to hear, this is why a lot of y'all want to hear this every time. Trump's going to win. All right, Trump's going to win, just wait. And then when he doesn't win,
I don't that, but I mean,
that's what it sounds like. I'm just trying to be like how Ricky, you understand what I'm saying, right? I'm not 100%.
It's just not a politician.
It's impractical. Yeah, but who cared? Neither is Trump.
He served as president.
Yeah, but he wasn't president when he won with 7 million.
Okay, y'all like to talk about the past. We're talking about today. So again, Michelle Obama has expressed that she does not want to be in politics. That's completely different than Trump, how many years ago, that expressed the opposite in saying that he wanted to be in politics and then ran for president. So again, like, come on, y'all need to stop this. Like, this is crazy.
I don't understand what you're talking about. He spent 30 years saying, no, I'm not running for president. I just know that there's things that this country needs. And then he finally voted. Finally ran.
Listen, I think that Gavin Newsom, I think y'all want to hear the picks or not? I think that if Gavin Newsom decided that he wanted to run for president, I think that his best bet this late in the game is to either take Jasmine Crockett, who's been talking a lot of shit right now, and a lot of people have been, pulling in her favor and wish that they could vote for her and didn't even live in her district, or Hakeem Jeffries. That would just be my suggestion.
Yeah.
Wait, what's the names you named, Adams?
Jasmine Crockett and Hakeem Jeffries. Jasmine Crockett's the one that called Marjorie Taylor Greene a butch-built-ass bitch.
Come on, that sounds better.
Gavin Newsom.
I don't think she got nationwide notoriety. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, I don't
She got nationwide notoriety. She's selling T-shirts.
Oh yeah, I know. That's her constituency.
Yo, listen. If people were to vote for anybody to counter the vote for Trump, they're going to do it emotionally, right? That's the perfect person to do it. Gavin Newsom with a black woman, they would definitely give Trump a run for his money.
Absolutely, they would.
Hey, but do you think that Biden is
That's over. That campaign is over. He could do it in 3 months, in my opinion.
But do you think Biden's kind of spitting in the face of the Democratic Party by saying it's too late in the game? How about the money?
Yo,
right,
so
we got 200-something million.
Okay, what's that gonna do? So at the end of the day, the major Democratic donors, shout out to people like Abigail Disney, they're not donating money to Biden. So at the end of the day, I think that she would quicker donate money to Gavin Newsom riding on a ticket with Jasmine Crockett, as opposed to doing anything for Biden, which she's made it very clear she's not going to. So, I don't know. You guys like to talk about the political pundit subject matters, but I'm looking at the long game and what's happening right now and seeing what people are responding to. And for Democrats, it's going to be it would have to be Newsom with a black woman.
Well, Biden said he ain't going nowhere. I got all the money. I got everybody who voted for me. Take me out of here.
Sorry about that. Yeah, no, it has to be Newsom with a black woman. He would definitely
John F. Kennedy.
He would definitely be Trump. No, Kennedy's not going to,
Not even close.
No, I said John F. Kennedy. With Biden taking this stand against the Democratic Party, like, y'all ain't going to move me.
Why are there pink tickets in the White Belt's house?
Yeah, I think bottom line, he did just well enough to stay in. He's going to drag it out. It'll be a bloodbath if they try to force him out. And he, I'm sure, is convincing himself that he did well enough and he's the one who can beat Trump. he's telling you, his strategy. He's not stepping down.
Did Biden confuse Putin with the Ukrainian leader today?
Yeah. He said, "Let me introduce this next speaker," and then he said, "President Putin." But he caught himself. He said, I mean Zelensky. You're going to beat Putin." So he caught it.
Well, yeah, I agree. That's kind of like a minor gaffe, but I'm telling you, dude, these Democrats. I just came from Our Voices, which is like a spin-off of Million Marathon and a spin-off of the other clubs, the Debate the News. Listen, I cannot afford to lose another election. I want these people's families imprisoned. I want their leadership completely brought out to the street and whipped. I can't take it anymore. I cannot take being gaslit by these fucking Democrat faggots any longer. I used to be the kind of person who would be happy to join hands across the aisle, and now it's like I just want payback, because you cannot spend 8 years gaslighting, lying, making people think they're crazy, trying to destroy the American people without any repercussion whatsoever. How many of their people have gone to jail? How many of their people have had early morning raids on them? I'm sick of it. I don't really want to imprison all the voters, but I want to kind of imprison anyone who has done any type of crime whatsoever. And that's just defeat.
That was dark.
But that was a lot of nothing too. You didn't even say anything.
Yeah, usually.
You okay, bro?
I'm still waiting for that apology, Nathan.
I think we are either at or very near a fork in the road. Are we going to turn to the hard left and have some of these, woke people and policies replace and chip away at the Constitution and our freedoms and taxation and all this shit, or are we going to, try to chip away at the deep state and move in that direction? I think this is much more pivotal. I know everybody says that this is the election, right? But I think we're at or near that crossroads.
And you don't think the 2020 election made us turn left, and now we're not at the crossroads, but we have to backtrack or build a new bridge to get back to the right road?
I think we are there. I think that Trump was a once in a generation, and really, he was the hero that Gotham needed, because we were headed down. If you guys recall, Jeb Bush was in line to win that nomination. He was the presumptive nominee before the debates happened, and Trump just came in and blew everybody away. But we were headed down that Jeb Bush, 2016 nomination, just like we, put McCain and Romney and then Jeb Bush. It was more establishment bullshit that we were headed down. And Trump came in and basically said, this is how you fight back. This is how you fight back against this, China currency manipulation, against the illegal immigration, against, a lot of the stuff that was going on. And I think he changed it. So he may not be the one to, lead the charge into the next generation, obviously, but I think he created the roadmap that a lot of other younger, Democrats, J.D. Vance, etc., are going to follow. Byron Donald.
Right. Last point, and I'll yield the mic to Digi and Ricky, because I know they want to weigh in. I actually think in 2016 the Democrats cheated too. They just didn't cheat enough, and they couldn't fight it the election results, because then it would expose that they cheated then too. And I think 2020, like, enough election irregularities, I think 40 to 50% now was enough to change the results.
Not to be
cheat during the midterm elections when that red wave never happened?
Quiet monkey. Go ahead, big dude.
I was just gonna say, not to be super black pill about the whole thing, because like, and this is someone who agrees with a lot of what a bunch of people said, and who I think could be described as like a begrudging Trump voter. But like, the problem, I actually don't see him, even if he wins for all the reasons that were described. I don't see that as the necessarily like the solution or the fork in the road, because the problem still remains of divide, and until that is resolved, and he is not the right figure for that, certainly. Like I do see him as, if you believe in like that the federal government is too big, then he's kind of a response to that, but it doesn't address or solve the problem of the American population at a federal level being super divided. I'll say that, but I'll land with this, which is, there's a part of me that really wants him to win, almost because of his own narrative arc. Like, there's something about the narrative arc that is Trump's political career, but also just life, where I think it like compels Americans that, like, I think that alone is why he will win, is